Chapter 1550. This kind of alchemy technique filled Yang Kai's heart with excitement. In the past, the grade of the pills he refined was not high, and the materials were easy to find. Refining one pill per set of materials was not a problem. With High Heaven Sect as his backing, Yang Kai did not need to worry about the source of materials. But now that he was an Origin King-grade alchemist, the materials he needed to refine pills were not only precious but also difficult to find. Even with High Heaven Sect's support, he could not find too many materials. If he could refine more than one spirit pill per set of materials, it would be a huge profit for him. However, this matter was not urgent. Yang Kai had just become an Origin King-grade alchemist and still needed to accumulate a lot of experience. Only when he had accumulated a certain amount of experience in refining Origin King-grade spirit pills would he be able to delve deeper. Half a month later, Yang Kai returned to Greenwater City. Not being able to find Su Yan on this trip, Yang Kai was not prepared to stay on this Origin star any longer. He needed to return to Tongxian Realm as soon as possible and transfer his family and friends to Shadowed Star to provide them with a better environment and resources. Arriving at the inn where Qian Tong and the others were staying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help feeling stunned. Qian Tong and the others were not here. This unexpected discovery made Yang Kai's heart jump as he wondered if Qian Tong and the others had encountered some kind of accident. After all, before he left, he had made an appointment with them to meet here. Where could they have gone? Yang Kai frowned, took out his communication artifact, and poured his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact lit up and a burst of spiritual energy pulsed from it. Yang Kai quickly sank his divine sense to investigate. After spying on the message Qian Tong sent to him, Yang Kai was extremely surprised. They had not encountered any accidents. On the contrary, they were now living well and had even become Greenwater City's honored elders. This result greatly surprised Yang Kai. Putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai rushed out of the inn and walked towards a building in the center of Greenwater City. When he got there, Qian Tong and the others were already welcoming him with smiles on their faces. They hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few months, so they didn't ask him what he was doing. They warmly welcomed Yang Kai into the building and asked someone to serve him tea. Then, they started to explain to Yang Kai. It turned out that not long after Yang Kai left, the city lord of Greenwater City personally came to visit Qian Tong and the others. After all, a lineup of 5 third-order Origin returning realm masters was not something anyone on Green Mountain Star could ignore. What's more, Greenwater City was just a small city. Besides the city lord and vice city lord, who were both cultivators, there were no other third-order masters in the city. The sudden arrival of Qian Tong and the others had caused the mayor of Greenwater City to feel apprehensive. He did not know what they were up to, so he decided to inquire about the intentions of Qian Tong and the others. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were not cultivators from Green Mountain Star and had only come to participate in the blood prison trial, Greenwater City's city lord breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he invited Qian Tong and the others to serve as elders of Greenwater City. Qian Tong and the others didn't want to agree at first. For them, Green Mountain Star was just a place to break through and eventually return to Shadowed Star, so there was no need for them to serve as elders of a city here. Agreeing rashly would be irresponsible. But after Greenwater City's city lord explained the stakes and informed Qian Tong and the others that he would also participate in the blood prison trial and that everyone could help each other, Qian Tong and the others thought about it for a while before agreeing. However, they did not agree to the position of elder and instead only agreed to be idle honored guests. They had also informed Greenwater City's city lord that they would leave after the blood prison trial. Greenwater City's city lord readily agreed. That was why they did not live in an inn and instead settled in a place arranged for them by Greenwater City's city lord. After all, we are outsiders, so this city lord is wary of us, so it is natural for him to want to win us over. However, since he is a native cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he should know much more about the blood prison trial than we do, so joining forces with him can be considered a win-win situation, Qian Tong said leisurely. Yang Kai nodded. That's also good. With a local snake taking care of us, at least we won't have to worry about inquiring about information. Several seniors can do as they see fit, but several seniors should still be careful not to fall for Greenwater City's city lord schemes. After all, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. Qian Tong and the others laughed. Mou said, Sect Master Yang can rest assured, although Greenwater City's city lord is a shrewd person, according to my contact with him, his heart is not bad and he shouldn't act rashly. What's more, even if he wants to scheme against us, he is alone, so we have nothing to fear. Then Junior is worrying too much. Yang Kai nodded. Good, since several seniors are safe here, I can leave with peace of mind. How long will it take you to come back? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly. I don't know, at least 1 or 2 years, at most 3 or 4 years. Perhaps I'll be able to return before the blood prison trial and see what's inside. Yang Kai grinned. That would be for the best. With you accompanying us, I believe the trial will be much safer. Qian Tong's spirit shook, obviously very confident in Yang Kai's strength. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai in high spirits, seemingly eager for him to return as soon as possible. Yang Kai smiled before turning to Qian Yu and asking, Do you want to return to Tongxian realm with me or stay here? Qian Yu showed a look of hesitation. She really didn't know what to choose. Tongxian realm was her and Yang Kai's homeland. It would be a lie to say she didn't miss it. She had been forced to leave all those years ago, and now that she had a chance to return, she naturally wanted to see the land she grew up in. But the scenery was still the same, but the people of that land had long since changed. Everything related to Ice Sect should no longer exist. Perhaps the people there didn't even know that Ice Sect once stood in this vast ice field. I'll stay. Qian Yu's confused and beautiful eyes gradually became firm as she made a choice. Those who are related to me should all be in Tongxian territory. If I go back, it will only add to my sadness. If I stay here, I can continue to inquire about information. Perhaps I can use this time to inquire about some information. Yang Kai nodded slowly, not trying to persuade her. It was reasonable for her to make such a choice. Then I'll leave Qian Yu in your care. Yang Kai turned to Qian Tong and the others. You can rest assured, with these old masters here, no one will dare do anything to her. Heh, Origin Kings are rare everywhere. Qian Tong chuckled. Below the Origin King realm, they were the strongest, and with the 5 of them working together, it was likely that few would dare to cause trouble. This Mo won't say anything more. Sect Master Yang, I wish you a safe journey, return early. Mou said solemnly. Sect Master, be careful. Yang Xiaozhu also looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai did not stay in Greenwater City for long. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were safe, he set off the next day and embarked on a journey back to his homeland. Flying out of Green Mountain's star on his star shuttle, Yang Kai released the starship from the sealed world bead, and after everything was ready, the starship quickly sailed into Starfield. Back then, Yang Kai had rushed into Green Mountain Star's territory with just a Saint Realm cultivation and had been separated from his old friends for several dozen years. Yang Kai did not know how they had fared during these past few decades, or if anything had happened to them. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. Letting the starship return along the path he had taken in the past, Yang Kai felt the changes in his state of mind, allowing the joys and sorrows in his heart to condense and settle. His state of mind had unconsciously become more solid. Looking back, Yang Kai was no longer the brat of the past. Today, he had a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivation, an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. Leading High Heaven Sect, on Shadowed Star, he was second only to one and above all. Yang Kai's back was straight, like a javelin, his expression proud and cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Yang Kai turned his head in a certain direction and released his divine sense at the same time. A beautiful scene was imprinted in his vision. Massive stars, each containing a different type of energy, surrounded a certain part of the star field. At the center of these stars, in the void, something seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense it. The chaotic abyss. He had actually arrived here. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses and discovered that he had been silently flowing through the river of time, completely forgetting the passage of time. This was the first place Yang Kai had stopped when he first entered Green Mountain Star's territory. This was the most dangerous and unpredictable place in Green Mountain Star's territory. In this seemingly calm and beautiful location, there was an irresistible danger. The chaotic storms were countless times more terrifying than the storms in Green Mountain Star's territory and could even swallow starships. Yang Kai was swallowed up by the chaotic storms here and ended up on the floating continent, where he met masters like Gui Zhu and learned about the wonders of Green Mountain Star's territory. Back then, Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this place, but now that his strength had improved and his vision had broadened, he began to understand the mysteries of this place. The gathering of energy that caused one's heart to palpitate could compress space, making it impossible to find, and the eruption of the chaotic storms was the key to opening the door to this space. At the center of the chaotic abyss was a small world. That was the floating continent. When Yang Kai left the floating continent with Gui Zhu and the others, he had left behind a thread of his divine sense in the center of the floating continent. There was an extremely large mass of energy there that Yang Kai suspected was the source of the floating continent. At that time, his strength was too low and he did not dare act rashly. Now that he was passing by this place, the thread of his divine sense immediately formed a connection with him, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai did not respond. Although his current strength was completely different from before, Yang Kai was not arrogant enough to try refining this mass of energy. If the source of Star's star was so easy to refine, Gui Zhu would not have been trapped inside for 2,000 years. Yang Kai still needed to wait for his own strength to become stronger before he could attempt this. The starship did not slow down and soon left the chaotic abyss behind and flew straight towards Tongxian realm. Chapter 1551. The sun in the warship was as calm as water in an ancient well, extremely calm. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai comprehended the various secret techniques and cultivated. One day, a disciple knocked on the door and reported, "Sect Master, we've arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across them as his figure flickered, leaving the room and arriving in the hall. At this time, the starship was quietly suspended 1,000,000 kilometers away from a certain cultivation star, no longer moving forward. Many disciples responsible for controlling the starship saw Yang Kai appear and turned to him, waiting for his orders. Without Yang Kai's order, they did not dare to act rashly. However, was this cultivation star the sect master's homeland? Why did it seem like it was on the decline? When the disciples looked towards Tongxian realm, all of them were puzzled. When Yang Kai's eyes landed on Tongxian realm, his face also sank slightly. In the past, his vision was not high enough and he had not seen the other wonders of the star territory, so he did not know what was wrong with Tongxian realm. On the contrary, he used to think that Tongxian realm was extremely rich, or at least that the central capital could not compare to it. But now, after returning from the star territory and experiencing several dozen years of hard work and tempering, he saw the problem with Tongxian realm at a glance. It was old. It was past its prime, and a bleak and sorrowful aura lingered around this cultivation star. Its gray color was like old age spots, highlighting the weakness of this cultivation star. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He did not know that his homeland would be like this before, or rather, he had never realized this problem before. It seemed that on Tongxian realm, the Saint realm was the highest realm and was not without foundation. It was different from Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant, but it was suppressed by an invisible world principle, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Tongxian realm did not have this kind of world principle suppression, but the world energy was too thin to meet the needs of a cultivator to break through to a higher realm. The Saint realm was the limit. At this moment, Yang Kai understood the root of Tongxian realm's problems. "Sect Master, we?" The disciple next to him turned to look at him and respectfully asked for his opinion. "Go down." Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. The disciple obeyed, controlled the starship, and flew down. The starship passed through the gray area, passing through the atmosphere of Tongxian realm, and finally landed on this backward martial Dao continent. Yang Kai used by Yang Kai by Yang by Yang by Yang by Yang Kai to determine his current location. The spiritual energy was thin, but it was filled with demonic energy. Tongxian realm was divided into 3 major territories: the human territory, the demon land, and the monster territory. Of these 3 territories, the human territory was the largest, occupying almost 70% of Tongxian realm, followed by the demon land and the monster territory. Unexpectedly, after returning to Tongxian realm, he had come directly to the demon land, a result that surprised Yang Kai a little. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and stared off in a certain direction. As he probed with his divine sense, several life auras suddenly broke into his perception. One of them was a second-order saint who gave Yang Kai a faint sense of familiarity, but as for who it was, he couldn't remember. There were only a few people in the entire demon land who could reach the second-order saint realm, so it should be one of the demon general. The demon race had 4 demon general, all of them saint realm cultivators. The other party had obviously discovered traces of the starship sailing here and hurried over to investigate. It was a good opportunity to inquire about some information, Yang Kai thought to himself, faintly saying, "Wait here, I'm going to see someone." Saying so, his figure flickered and he arrived outside the starship, waiting quietly. For the current Yang Kai, a distance of 100 kilometers could be traversed in an instant. Having cultivated the Tao of space, he could now freely swim through void cracks, ignoring the barriers of space. However, for a second-order Saint Demon General who did not have a suitable flight-type artifact, even if he did his best, it would still take the time it would take to brew a cup of tea to reach the starship. After a cup of tea's worth of time, a large expanse of black qi appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This black qi was filled with a violent and bloody aura, and several figures were hidden inside it. The black qi tumbled and soon came to a stop 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. These figures finally revealed themselves. The one leading them was a burly man with a ferocious expression, holding a spear-like artifact in his hand, giving him a very majestic appearance. At this moment, this man was staring towards Yang Kai in shock, his pair of red eyes filled with shock. He did not see Yang Kai, but the starship behind Yang Kai was extremely familiar. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was a similar existence deep underground in the demon capital. It was a flight-type artifact that the Bone race had used to travel to Tongxian realm many years ago. Unfortunately, this starship was eventually destroyed by Great Demon God, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal. It had been kept as a top secret and was sealed several tens of thousands of meters beneath the demon capital. Could it be that someone from the outer star had come to Tongxian realm again? Thinking of this, the demon general was taken aback. The last time something like this happened, Great Demon God had sacrificed himself to save Tongxian realm, a feat that had always been the pride of the demon race. But now, who could turn the tide and save Tongxian realm from this calamity? Perhaps that human race cultivator from back then had such ability. After all, when the Bone race stirred up trouble again, Tongxian realm's 3 clans joined forces under his leadership to defeat them. However, it was said that more than 30 years ago, that human race cultivator had left Tongxian realm and there had been no news of him since. Many distracting thoughts flashed across this demon general's mind, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Understanding the aggressive nature of the demon race, he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The next moment, he showed a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his jaw dropping as he pointed at Yang Kai. You? He couldn't seem to believe his eyes. Demon General Meng go, long time no see. Has Brother Meng been well? Yang Kai grinned at him. You're Yang Shengzhu? Meng Ji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that the person who had come here on this starship was actually the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. The human race youth who had disappeared more than 30 years ago. When the Bone race revived and the 3 clans joined forces, Meng Gu and Yang Kai had fought side by side, so naturally he remembered his appearance. Now that he heard Yang Kai's voice, he immediately recognized him. This person turned out to be that young man. This was too incredible. This young man had disappeared for more than 30 years, but as soon as he appeared, he owned a starship. Where had he been all these years? Menggu had heard that he had left Tongxian realm to explore the scattered star territory. Had he succeeded? Thinking so, Menggu couldn't help trembling in shock as his eyes glazed over. It's this Yang. Brother Meng, don't tell me you don't recognize me? Yang Kai chuckled. How could that be? Menggu shook his big head. Although I haven't seen you for many years, this general will never forget Yang Xingzhu's heroic bearing. And how has Zhang Yuan been in recent years? Yang Kai asked again. You're asking about the demon commander's master? Menggu frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander of the demon race, a top master in Tongxian realm. Even if Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was the master of 9 Heavens' holy land, in the end, he was still in existence on the same level as the demon commander's master. Whether it was out of courtesy or otherwise, Menggu shouldn't call him by his name. This brat's tone was quite arrogant, acting like an elder asking about a junior, so Menggu was naturally a little annoyed. In a lukewarm tone, Menggu replied, Many thanks for sect Master Yang's concern. Senior has been well and has been in retreat in the demon capital in recent years. Saying so, Menggu released his divine sense and swept Yang Kai. He wanted to know to what extent this human race youth's cultivation had grown after so many years. If Menggu remembered correctly, this young man should have been a first-order saint when he left, so after a few dozen years, with his aptitude, he should have reached the third-order saint realm. After a single sweep, Meng Ji's face changed greatly. He suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. When his divine sense swept over him, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Meng Ji's expression immediately became complicated as his eyes bulged. He was a second-order saint, so even if Yang Kai had really broken through to the third-order saint realm, he couldn't hide from his divine sense. Even the legendary Saint King realm that great demon god had once reached was impossible. Could it be, this little brat has already reached this realm or even higher? Thinking so, Meng Ji's feet began to cramp as his eyes filled with shock. Pursing his lips, he asked dryly, Yang Xingzhu, what realm is he in now? What realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. He was naturally aware of Meng Ji's little movements, but he didn't blame him. The people of the demon race were all like this, each and every one of them was unruly and unruly. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said, I can't tell you what realm I'm in right now, but you'll find out when you have the chance. Right? Go to the demon capital and ask Zhang Yuan to come see me in 9 Heavens' holy land. I just returned, but I'll be heading to 9 Heavens' holy land soon. Menggu swallowed hard, the unruly expression on his face gradually converging, like a tamed beast that had submitted to Yang Kai. This time, he was very tactful and didn't pay attention to Kai Yang's arrogance. He faintly guessed that Kai Yang had reached a height that he could never hope to reach. This guess made him both shocked and frightened, but at the same time, he was inexplicably excited. Yang Xingzhu may rest assured, this one will immediately head to the demon capital to inform Senior of this news, Menggu quickly said. Good, there's one more thing. Yang Kai touched his nose. Which direction is 9 Heavens' holy land? Menggu was stunned and pointed. Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A moment later, the dark starship trembled slightly and mysteriously disappeared from Meng Ji's vision. Master, who is that human brat? How dare he act so arrogantly, not putting you in his eyes at all? One of the people from the demon race who had followed Menggu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chapter 1552. Although the relationship between the 3 clans had become much more harmonious after the Bone Race's resurgence and the 3 clans had joined forces to resist the enemy, that did not mean there were no more disputes, especially when it came to competition for cultivation resources. It was just that there was no longer an atmosphere of life and death enmity between them. The human race did not dare to trespass into the demon land at will. But now, a young human race man had suddenly appeared here, not only not putting Master Mengu in his eyes, but also daring to call out the demon commander by his name. This made the people from the demon race very dissatisfied. If it weren't for Mengu being here, they would likely have immediately rushed up and made this young human race man pay the price. "Shut up!" Mengu shouted. "That person, you can't afford to provoke him, this general can't afford to provoke him, and even senior. I'm afraid you can't afford to provoke him. Don't talk about him behind his back." "What? Senior can't afford to provoke him?" The people from the demon race were shocked, their eyes trembling. "What kind of background does he have?" "His name, you may have heard it before," Mengu frowned. "He is the master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai." The expressions of the people from the demon race immediately changed as they fell silent. Today, in Tongxian realm, 9 Heavens Holy Land was the dominant force, standing above the 3 clans. There were countless Saint Realm masters in the Holy Land and no other force could compare. However, although 9 Heavens Holy Land had been in the limelight for many years, there had been no news of their holy master. None of them had expected that the young man just now was actually the master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. "The world is about to change," Mungo muttered as he looked at the dusky sky. Soon after, he turned around and hurriedly rushed in the direction of Modu. He had to pass the news of Yang Kai's return to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan as soon as possible. 9 Heavens Holy Land, a natural spirit array formed by the convergence of 9 peaks. In Tongxian realm, 9 Heavens Holy Land enjoyed a supreme reputation. The Holy Land had countless masters, and although it had not recruited any new disciples these years, its population was still thriving and it did not lack wealth. The reason for this was not only because 9 Heavens Holy Land had a strong influence and close relationship with the other great forces of the human race, but also because of the alchemy techniques here. There were several top alchemy grandmasters guarding this place all year round. When a cultivator came here with materials for alchemy, there was basically no chance of failure. As long as they paid enough for the materials and waited for a few days, they would be able to get a satisfactory elixir. With this income alone, 9 Heavens Holy Land didn't need to worry about a source of cultivation materials. Outside the Holy Land's 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. At least 1,000 cultivators with different cultivations were waiting for the alchemists of 9 Heavens Holy Land to perform alchemy for them. From time to time, a new cultivator would join the queue. Although there were many people, there was no chaos. Everyone was doing their part. The latecomers consciously lined up at the back of the line. They did not dare to cut the line just because they were stronger than the others. Anyone who dared to do so had already been taught a lesson. Of the cultivator waiting in line, the earliest one had already been waiting here for a month, but no one showed any signs of impatience, all of them standing there expectantly, waiting for the people from 9 Heavens Holy Land to call them over to hand over their materials. In their boredom, these cultivators were whispering to each other, exchanging information, or talking about interesting stories. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a young man suddenly strolled in from outside the 9 peaks. He had a heroic figure and bright eyes. He looked like a country bumpkin. His eyes rolled around as he looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. His eyes seemed to be drifting as if he was reminiscing about something. After seeing the long line, this nostalgia became even more obvious. "It's still like this." Yang Kai grinned as he walked forward, looking at the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy with great interest. When he was still in 9 Heavens Holy Land, the scene outside the Holy Land was also like this. Unexpectedly, after a few dozen years, not much had changed here. The only change was that there were more people coming to ask for alchemy. "Hey, little brat, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a big man glaring at him. Where did this little brat come from? Is he trying to cut the line? "Young man, if you want to live, go to the back and wait obediently. Don't think you're so great, everyone who comes here has to abide by the rules. If he dares to cut the line, I'll twist his head off. Little brat, go to the back obediently. If you don't abide by the rules and get caught by the people from 9 Heavens Holy Land, you'll only be taught a lesson, but if you annoy these people, your end will be very ugly." Before Kai Yang had time to say anything, the crowd began to shout at him, trying to dissuade him from his actions. There were even more people who cast looks of contempt and pity at him. It seemed that Yang Kai's end would be very ugly. I'm not here to ask for alchemy. Yang Kai touched his nose. That's what every person who wants to cut the line says. Little brat, it looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? The big man who had shouted at Yang Kai before coldly snorted, clenching his fists and banging them against his chest as he glared at Yang Kai. I'm really not here to ask for alchemy. Yang Kai said helplessly. Then what are you here to do? The big man didn't give up, his eyes aggressive, as if Yang Kai wouldn't give up until he gave an explanation. I'm going home, I'm from Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai sniffed. The big man looked Yang Kai up and down, a look of disbelief on his face, suddenly beckoning to the side and shouting, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to come here. There was a cultivator who seemed to be patrolling nearby, but when he heard the shout, he immediately rushed over, glanced around and frowned. What's wrong? Is someone trying to break the rules again? Haha, brother, look at this guy, he says he's from your holy land. From what I can see, he's trying to cut the line. Brother, take a look and see if he's from your holy land. The big man pointed to Yang Kai and said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land disciple. The disciple heard this and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, carefully sizing him up for a moment before shaking his head. I've never seen this person before. On top of that, our Holy Land's disciples have the Holy Land's logo on their clothes. Saying so, he gestured to his chest. Sure enough, this little brat is just spouting nonsense. The big man looked at Yang Kai gloatingly, pretending to be a Holy Land disciple. You're dead. You don't know me? Yang Kai looked at the disciple and asked. Should I know you? The other party didn't answer. Yang Kai gently nodded. You don't look very old, probably just joined the Holy Land not long ago. Who is the elder on duty here today? Hearing this question, the disciple's expression immediately became suspicious, not knowing whether Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense or if he really had some kind of relationship with the Holy Land. Although he grew up in the Holy Land since childhood, he was still only 25 to 26 years old. When Yang Kai was in the Holy Land, he hadn't even been born yet, so naturally he had never seen Yang Kai's face before. Although surprised, the disciple didn't dare neglect and quickly said, It's Elder Shi who is in charge. Elder Shi? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a figure appeared from the depths of his memory, smiling lightly. Is it Shi Kuan? The disciple was shocked, really not understanding where Yang Kai came from, actually daring to call Elder Shi by his name, and listening to his tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with the elder. Take me to him, he'll recognize me, Yang Kai said casually, but soon changed his mind. Forget it, I'll go by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The group of people stared with wide eyes, their faces full of horror. Where is he? Where did that guy run off to? The burly man from before looked around, but couldn't see Yang Kai's figure, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought he had seen a ghost. The others also had the same expression, and for a moment, a chill ran down their spines. Not far away, in a pavilion, Shi Kuan was sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Shi Kuan quickly opened his eyes and shouted, How dare you! At this moment, he noticed that someone had broken into the pavilion. As an elder of the Holy Land, he was in charge of maintaining order here, and the disciples were not allowed to disturb him without permission. He didn't expect that someone would be so blind as to come here while he was comprehending a secret technique. Shi Kuan was naturally furious. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical moment, otherwise, it was very likely he would have been disturbed and turned into the demon race. With a shout, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion. At a glance, Shi Kuan's jaw dropped, and he stood there in a daze. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. After not seeing you for so many years, Elder Shi's temper seems to have grown. Holy Master? Shi Kuan exclaimed. He never expected that the person who came to disturb him would be the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for several decades. At first sight, Shi Kuan could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard, and when he looked again, he found that the person standing in front of him was indeed the Holy Master. Although they hadn't seen each other for several decades, the Holy Master still looked as young as when he left. The flowing time Great Emperor didn't seem to have left any trace on him. Shirkuan's body suddenly trembled with excitement. Not bad, not bad, you've also reached the Second Order Saint realm. It seems you haven't been idle these past few years, Yang Kai gently nodded, seeing through Shirkuan's realm at a glance. Subordinate Shirkuan greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master back to the sect. Shirkuan hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and called out in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement. Get up, Yang Kai waved his hand. Shirkuan got up and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he was dreaming, pursing his lips and hesitating for a moment before asking, Holy Master, you've really returned? I've returned. How is the Holy Land now? Everything is fine, Holy Master doesn't need to worry, Shirkuan replied quickly. Because of the ups and downs in his mood, his blood was rushing to his head, causing his face to flush red. That's good. Holy Master, you should hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, Great Elder and the others have been worried about you day and night. Now that they know you've returned safely, they will be very happy, Shirkuan rubbed his hands and said. Yang Kai nodded, come with me. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and wrapped Shirkuan in his Saint Chi. The next moment, the two disappeared from the pavilion. When Shirkuan's vision was restored, he found that he and Yang Kai had arrived at the inner peak and were greeted by the sight of the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Chapter 1553. Good, nothing seems to have changed. Yang Kai stood mid-air, sweeping the entire Holy Land with his divine sense before nodding with satisfaction. Shirkuan was in a daze, not knowing how he had arrived at the inner peak, but he quickly realized that Yang Kai was the one who had done this. What kind of method was this? It was so bizarre that Shirkuan couldn't help feeling both respect and awe. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the 9 peaks, Holy Master, return to the sect. His shouts reverberated throughout the 9 peaks without end. The entire movement of the 9 peaks seemed to be drowned out by this echo, and a strange, quiet atmosphere appeared in the Holy Land. There was no sound at all. However, a moment later, the 9 peaks were suddenly thrown into chaos. Every peak was in a state of chaos as a large number of rays of light flew out from the various peaks and rapidly rushed over. Inside the alchemy room, Saint-grade alchemist Du Wan was refining a furnace of clear snow pills, a Saint-grade low-rank pill. The person who had come to request this pill was waiting outside the 9 peaks at this moment, so his status was not low, so Du Wan had to personally take action. After spending more than a day, Du Wan was about to complete his task. The alchemy room was now filled with a special cold fragrance. At this moment, Du Wan was carefully controlling the heat as he stared at the pill furnace expectantly, preparing for the final pill condensing process. To the side, Chang Bao sat with a big belly, fat piled up on his face as he stared forward with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to learn something from Du Wan's refining technique. The expressions of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists were both solemn and excited. One of them was the manager of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild while the other was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild. Their identities were both highly respected, but because they had learned a great deal of alchemy knowledge in 9 Heavens Holy Land and had become Saint-grade alchemists, they had resigned from their positions in the Alchemist Guild and joined 9 Heavens Holy Land. In addition to these two, there was also Hong Fong He Feng and Kong Ruoyu, all of whom were now Saint-grade alchemists. Tong Xian Realm's alchemy level had experienced a rapid development after Yang Kai left. All of this was due to the generous teachings of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, and the inspiration of Xia Ningcheng. In the past, Li Rui was the only Saint-grade alchemist in Tong Xian Realm. As the alchemy process reached a critical juncture, Chang Bao's small eyes narrowed even more, a light flashing across them as if he was worried about Du Wan. Even they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate when refining Saint-grade pills, so the fact that Du Wan's batch of pills had gone so smoothly was a combination of his skill and luck. The more critical the moment was, the more they couldn't afford to be careless. This was the most important moment. But at that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the outside. Even the alchemy room's barrier was unable to stop this shout as it directly entered the ears of the two saint-grade alchemists. Du Wan's old hand trembled, and his yuan qi also became chaotic. Immediately after, a light puffing sound came from the pill furnace in front of him. A burnt smell wafted out from the furnace. Du Wan froze in place, his expression extremely ugly. Chang Bao also furrowed his brow. All his efforts had been for naught. That idiot Shikuan is done for. Du Wan would definitely put the blame for the failure of this batch of pills on him. Chang Bao couldn't help gloating in his heart. Old Chang, what was that little brat Shikuan shouting just now? To Chang Bao's surprise, Du Wan didn't immediately become angry and instead asked him this question with a strange look on his face. I didn't hear him clearly, Chang Bao shook his head. Although they had heard what Shikuan had shouted just now, because all of his attention had been focused on the alchemy, Chang Bao hadn't paid much attention to the content of his words. Why did I hear him shout, Holy Master? Du Wan frowned. Holy Master? Chang Bao was stunned, but soon seemed to remember something, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fat body suddenly became light and nimble as he jumped up from the ground. You mean Holy Master? Nine Heavens Holy Land had only ever had one Holy Master, and that was Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai's departure, the position of Holy Master had been vacant. In the mind of every cultivator in Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai was the Holy Master. I think I just heard Shikuan shout for Holy Master to return to the sect. Du Wan scratched his head. Are you sure? Chang Bao asked. I'm not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, then suddenly rushed out together. Just as they opened the door to the pill room, they saw He Feng, Hong Fong, and Kong Ruo Yu also running out of their respective pill rooms as if their buttocks were on fire. Their speed was not inferior to that of a strong young man. Old fogies, wait for this old master. Chang Bao shouted from behind as he moved his fat body. No one paid him any attention as they all rushed out. On another peak of the 9 peaks, inside a secluded room, the demonic qi was extremely rich. Inside this secluded room, 2 beautiful women were meditating with their eyes closed, one dignified and elegant while the other cold and arrogant, their temperaments completely different. The former was a peak 3rd order saint while the latter was a 2nd order saint. Both of them were wrapped in a thick black demonic qi, giving them a shocking appearance. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. When the voice reached them, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, the dignified beauty turning to look at the other woman and frowning slightly. Han Fei, did Shikuan just say, Holy Master returned to the sect? The cold beauty heard this and her tender body trembled, thinking back carefully before gently nodding. 4 pairs of eyes met and the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance. No longer in the mood to cultivate any kind of secret technique, the 2 tender bodies wrapped in black demonic qi rushed out of the secluded room and flew out. A similar scene played out across the 9 peaks. The entire 9 peaks, for several dozen years, had never been so lively. These existences, who were usually worshipped by countless people of Tongxian realm, seemed to have lost all sense of propriety at this moment and transformed into reckless youths. The Holy Land's great elder Su Hui, while rushing out, directly smashed through the palace he lived in, knocking down several walls and nearly collapsing it. When Elder Yu Ying was rushing out, she knocked over several of her favorite vases. Saintess and Ling even rushed out of the bathroom while taking a bath and hurriedly put on some clothes, not even drying her hair. All of this was because of a single sentence that echoed throughout the 9 peaks. The Holy Master had returned to the sect. Everyone wanted to know whether this news was true or not. Everyone wanted to see the face they had not seen for several dozen years, so they all rushed out of their respective places and rushed towards the source of the voice. A stream of light quickly flew over and gathered in front of Yang Kai. Everyone revealed themselves, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, all of them showed looks of pleasant surprise, some of them even crying tears of joy, unable to restrain themselves. The Holy Land's great elders, Du Wan, Chang Bao, and the other alchemy grandmasters, as well as the great commanders of the ancient demon clan, had all gathered together. There were nearly 10 Saint Realm masters present. This was a force strong enough to sweep across all of Tongxian Realm, an existence no one dared to underestimate. It was precisely because of their existence that Nine Heavens Holy Land's supreme prestige in Tongxian Realm had been created. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces one by one, his heart filled with warmth as a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. After several dozen years, his old friends were still the same. There was nothing better than this news. It's really Holy Master. Holy Master is back, he's really back. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone was beaming with joy, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Subordinate Su Hui, together with the Holy Land's elders, greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master's return to the sect. Su Hui was an old and prudent man, so although he was extremely excited, he didn't mess up his etiquette and quickly calming himself down as he called out. The several Holy Land elders quickly saluted. You don't need to be so polite, I'm simply returning home. Yang Kai waved his hand and an invisible force lifted everyone up. Master! On the other side, Great Commander Li Rong of the ancient demon clan called out in a choked voice. Another great commander, Han Fei, stood next to her, her eyes also red. Yang Kai had inherited the mantle of Great Demon God, so for the ancient demon clan who had served Great Demon God for generations, Yang Kai was their great master. Even the current demon commander Zhang Yuan couldn't compare to him in this regard. So even if Yang Kai was not in Nine Heavens Holy Land, they had still been waiting here. In fact, for the ancient demon clan, the demon land was the most suitable place for them to live, but for the sake of Yang Kai, Li Rong had resolutely allowed the ancient demon clan to settle in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Looking at Yang Kai's face, Li Rong's heart trembled. When Yang Kai left, she had asked to follow him, vowing to protect him with her life, but at that time, Yang Kai didn't even know what his future held, so how could he dare take Li Rong with him? As such, she had been left behind. But over the past several dozen years, Li Rong had been worried about Yang Kai day and night. Every time she thought about how Yang Kai was out there, she couldn't sleep or eat in peace, hating herself for not insisting on her master to wander alone. Her heart was filled with self-blame as she had been tormented over the years. Now, seeing Yang Kai return safely, she wept tears of joy. Don't cry, cheer up, I'm back. Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Yes. Li Rong pursed her red lips and nodded. She would unconditionally satisfy all of Yang Kai's requests. Little brat, you really came back? At that moment, a surprised cry suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Meng Wuya. After not seeing him for several dozen years, Meng Wuya still looked the same, wearing an extremely plain outfit. If he were to blend into a crowd, those who didn't know him would probably think he was an old man with one foot in the grave, never thinking he was actually a third-order saint. Treasurer Meng, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled. Good. Little brat seems to be living quite comfortably, this old master can rest assured. Meng Wuya nodded heavily, a gratified smile appearing on his face. It could be said that Meng Wuya had watched Yang Kai grow up. In the past, he had hidden his identity and stayed in High Heaven Pavilion as a contribution hall treasurer. He and Yang Kai were the first to meet, and because of Xia Ningchang, the two of them had a close relationship. So, after seeing Yang Kai return after several dozen years, Meng Wuya felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. His concern for Yang Kai was not inferior to anyone else's. Chapter 1554. Yang Kai glanced around and Meng Wuya seemed to know what he was looking for, chuckling meaningfully and taking the initiative to speak. Ning Chang is currently at a critical juncture in her retreat, so it's not convenient for her to see you, just wait for her to come out. And, as for your grandmaster, he doesn't live in Nine Heavens Holy Land, he lives with your Yang family and the people from the central capital in War Spirit Temple, 1,000 kilometers away. Understood, I'll visit them myself later. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his mood slightly. When he brought his family and friends from the central capital to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai didn't have enough space in Nine Heavens Holy Land, so he settled them in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace 1,000 kilometers away. These two forces had once been enemies with Yang Kai, but in the end, they were both destroyed by Yang Kai, leaving behind their sects and foundations, allowing the people from the central capital to take advantage of them. Over the past several dozen years, the people from the central capital had been able to develop steadily there, and with the protection of Nine Heavens Holy Land, it had become a paradise. Old acquaintances met again, creating a lively atmosphere. The Holy Master returning to the sect was a joyous occasion for Nine Heavens Holy Land. Everyone welcomed Yang Kai back to the main peak, and Great Elder Su Hui ordered a grand banquet to be held to welcome Yang Kai back. All of the Holy Land's leading figures were present. No one asked where Yang Kai had been or what he had done over the past several dozen years. All they knew was that Yang Kai had returned safely and was sitting in front of them. That was enough. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy as everyone toasted and toasted each other. Even women like Li Rong and Han Fei were intoxicated from the wine. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The banquet began at sunset and lasted until early morning. Most of the people present had already climbed down. Only Su Hui remained sober. Yang Kai called him out. "What is Holy Master's command?" Su Hui asked respectfully. "How have the Hu sisters been these years?" Looking at the sunrise of Tongxian realm, Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to Holy Master, the Hu sisters have been safe and sound these past few years and have been cultivating diligently in Twin Spirit Pavilion. With the careful guidance of Wu Fa and Wu Tian, their growth has been extremely fast. In recent years, the two sisters have both broken through to the Saint Realm and become the rising stars of Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai gently nodded. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from the central capital were basically all placed in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. Only the Hu sisters, because they had cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art and inherited the legacy of the founder of Twin Spirit Pavilion, were brought to Twin Spirit Pavilion by the two current pavilion masters. Given the talent of the two sisters and the miraculous divine technique of the spirit and branches connected by spirit, it was only natural that they would enter the Saint Realm after a few decades. This was only because Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin. If they were placed on Shadowed Star, their achievements would likely be far greater. They were definitely characters who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong. Send a message to Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Su Hui responded quickly, but immediately wore a strange expression as he said, "If they learn that Holy Master has returned to the sect, I'm afraid there is no need for an invitation, they will rush over." Yang Kai glanced over at him while Su Hui laughed dryly. Also send a message to the several great seniors of the monster race and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land as well. Tell them I have something to discuss with them. Yes, subordinate will do so immediately. Does Holy Master have any other orders? No, you may withdraw. Su Hui bowed and left, not asking any more questions, simply doing his best to complete his task. Glancing back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned before his figure flickered and he arrived somewhere in the Nine Peaks. This was a secluded room where little senior sister Xia Ningchang was in retreat. Standing outside the room, Yang Kai could almost smell Xia Ningchang's fragrance and felt relaxed. He didn't know what Xia Ningchang was doing in retreat, but he didn't disturb her and instead just released his divine sense to investigate. With Yang Kai's current tyrannical cultivation, this kind of silent investigation was impossible for Xia Ningchang to detect. Yang Kai's original intention was to see if little senior sister was doing well, but when his divine sense swept the place where Xia Ningchang was, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as a look of shock appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's cultivation was actually a second-order Saint King. How is that possible? Yang Kai almost thought his divine sense had made a mistake. He hurriedly and carefully investigated again, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that his previous investigation was not wrong at all. Little senior sister Xia Ningchang is really a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Although he was now a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a full great realm higher than little senior sister, he had been wandering the star territory for several dozen years, nourished by the abundant world energy, allowing him to reach his current cultivation. Even if little senior sister had heaven-defying talent, in a place like Tongxian realm where the world energy was thin, it was absolutely impossible for her to break through to the second-order Saint King realm. The world energy here couldn't meet her needs for a breakthrough. It could be said that such a cultivation was already far ahead of the rest of Tongxian realm. If she wanted to, she could sweep through the entire world alone. Even Great Demon God was only a first-order Saint King, but little senior sister was actually a minor realm higher than Great Demon God. How did she do it? Yang Kai was surprised. Sometimes, such an accident wasn't a good thing. He began to examine Xia Ningchang's state more carefully. But at that moment, the Saint Qi in Xia Ningchang's body seemed to become chaotic, showing signs of losing control. Her Saint Qi rampaged through her meridians, causing little senior sister to involuntarily groan, her pretty face filled with pain. Obviously, she was in great pain. A misfire will become the demon race. Yang Kai's face sank as his figure flickered and he appeared beside Xia Ningchang. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai enveloped her as a massive surge of Saint Qi burst out. A misfire to become the demon race was a very dangerous situation. If it were another cultivator in the same realm who became the demon race, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to help at all. Under the influence of external forces, the situation would only become more and more serious. When a misfire to become the demon race, one could only rely on their own perseverance to defeat their heart demons. But now, he was an entire great realm higher than Xia Ningchang, so there was no problem for him to help. Under his guidance, the Saint Qi in Xia Ningchang's body gradually stabilized, and the pain on her pretty face gradually subsided. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With the chaotic Saint Qi in her body smoothed out, Xia Ningchang seemed to feel that someone was helping her. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before her beautiful eyes opened slightly. The next moment, a look of joy and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she stretched out her jade white hand and touched Yang Kai's cheek, murmuring softly, "I can only meet you in my dreams. I only hope I can never wake up from this long dream and accompany you forever." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if he was being grabbed by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai was speechless. Back then, he had left Tongxian realm in the heat of the moment. Although it was to find Su Yan for Xia Ningchang, it was still a kind of pain. She did not stop him, nor did she try to persuade him to stay, instead supporting Yang Kai's approach. She showed great generosity and allowed Yang Kai to find Su Yan. After more than 30 years, Su Yan's whereabouts were still unknown, but Yang Kai had allowed his senior sister to live for more than 30 years. He had let down this reasonable, gentle, and naive woman, and his heart was filled with self-blame. "Sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up." Yang Kai hugged Xia Ningchang and gently poured his Saint Qi into her body, urging her to sleep. Xia Ningchang's eyes opened and closed, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia, as if she was unwilling to fall asleep, as if she wanted to open her eyes again and take a closer look at the man in front of her. But in the end, she was unable to resist Yang Kai's methods and closed her eyes heavily, breathing steadily. Yang Kai looked at her, the gentleness in his eyes almost enough to melt a boulder. Gently laying her down, he released his divine sense and locked onto a certain position on Xia Ningchang's body. In the next moment, his face suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, "Get out here!" As soon as his words fell, his big hand slammed towards Xia Ningchang's abdomen and a majestic Saint Qi sputtered out. Grasping and withdrawing, Yang Kai suddenly pulled a gray aura from Xia Ningchang's body. As soon as this gray aura left Xia Ningchang's body, it let out a shrill cry, as if it had its own sentience and struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai's face sank and he quickly increased the output of his Saint Qi. At the same time, several dozen golden blood threads shot out and merged into a dazzling mass of golden light. After the golden light dissipated, the several dozen golden blood threads had intertwined into a large net that wrapped around the gray aura. Yang Kai stared at this gray aura coldly as he constantly scanned it with his divine sense. He really wanted to know what this thing was. Just now, when he was combing Xia Ningchang's meridians and Saint Qi, he inadvertently discovered this gray aura hidden in Xia Ningchang's body. Yang Kai did not take action immediately and instead waited for his little senior sister to fall asleep before suddenly making a move. He did not know if this gray aura was related to Xia Ningchang's inner qi and becoming the demon race, but this gray aura was definitely not something Xia Ningchang had created himself. It was some kind of foreign object that had somehow attached itself to his little senior sister's body. It was not like a soul because Xia Ningchang showed no signs of being possessed. Then what is it? Yang Kai frowned. Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not figure out what this gray aura was. With a loud hissing sound, the gray aura moved back and forth, like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. He felt Xia Ningchang's life and soul brand from this gray aura. In other words, Xia Ningchang knew of its existence and had refined it. However, Yang Kai still felt that this gray aura was not a good thing. It seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection with his little senior sister, and this connection caused his little senior sister to become just like this gray aura. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart sink. If his judgment was not wrong, then this gray aura and his little senior sister should have an intertwined relationship. If he rashly destroyed it, his little senior sister would most likely die. Chapter 1555. The gray qi gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave, past his prime and without much lifespan left. Xia Ningchang had reached a symbiotic relationship with it, so how could her future be any better? Yang Kai's face sank. Although he really wanted to help his little senior sister solve this problem, Yang Kai had no idea where to start before he could figure out the nature of this gray qi. Moreover, he vaguely felt a trace of unfathomable mystery from this mass of gray qi. This mystery was indescribable, but when Kai Yang probed into it, he suddenly gained some insights. After a careful examination, he found nothing. It seemed to reject Yang Kai's divine sense. Xia Ningchang being able to break through to the Saint King realm in a place like Tongxian realm should have something to do with this strange gray qi. This thing gave her an opportunity to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao at a deeper level, and gave her the abundant world energy she needed to break through, but it was also closely related to her. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say for sure. Just as Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the gray qi that was bound by the golden chains once again began to struggle violently. This time, it didn't struggle as futilely as before. Instead, it directly burst apart, turning into tiny strands of gray qi that penetrated through the gaps in the golden chains. Yang Kai couldn't stop it in time and the gray qi escaped. Immediately, it fell down at an extremely fast speed, and as soon as it touched the ground, it disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai's divine sense followed closely behind, but he still couldn't sense its existence. It just disappeared. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned with a dignified expression. It seemed that he would have to wait for his little senior sister to wake up before he could get an answer from her. He had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. Looking at the sleeping Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and placed her down, leaning over to kiss her forehead and gently combing her hair before leaving the secret room. After a few breaths of time, at the ruins of the Hall of Heroic Souls 1,000 miles away, Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Many familiar traces of life were seen clearly under his investigation. They were like jumping notes, imprinted in his sea of consciousness, and painted a moving movement. He grinned as he felt a warmth in his heart that he had never felt in decades. He used his divine thoughts to inform all his friends and family that he had returned. Just like yesterday, 9 Heaven's Holy Land. The ruins of the Hall of Heroic Spirits immediately became chaotic. Rays of light rose from their respective positions and rushed towards the place where Yang Kai was. Everyone was extremely excited. Encountering each other halfway, they all asked each other for news, confirming whether or not Kai Yang had returned. After arriving at the place and seeing Yang Kai standing there, everyone dared to confirm the authenticity of this news. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao Yi Ingjiu, these blood warriors who had fought side by side with Yang Kai in the Inheritance War were the first to arrive, each of them trembling with excitement as they called out their young master's name and kowtowed. The Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei, second brother Yang Zhao, third brother Yang Tai, fourth brother Yang Kong, all of his brothers gathered together and hugged Yang Kai fiercely, pouring out their hearts and minds. "Ha, you bastard, you've been gone for so many years, I've missed you so much." The Hua family's current patriarch, Huixing, also appeared and laughed. After not seeing him for several decades, the once handsome central capital wolf had now become a middle-aged man, but the flowing time great emperor had not aged him, instead giving him a sense of maturity. This kind of temperament combined with his cynicism made him even more attractive. Next to Huixing was Qiu Yimeng, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she bit her red lip, staring at Yang Kai with some disbelief, not daring to say anything, as if she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would break this dream. "Brother Hua, Lady Qiu." Yang Kai gently nodded to the two of them, his expression calm. Huixing smiled and glanced over at Qiu Yimeng, sighing in his heart. From the way Yang Kai addressed Qiu Yimeng, he could tell something was up. Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yan also came, calling out to each other as their cousins, making the atmosphere even livelier. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to the three streaks of light that were rapidly approaching and quickly stepped forward to meet them. The three streaks of light soon disappeared, revealing three figures. The one leading them was a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong while the woman was petite and dainty. Yang Kai stood in front of them, bowed deeply, and softly called out, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su nodded repeatedly and laughed happily. "Good, good, you're finally back. Father, mother." Yang Kai then turned to the two people standing behind Ling Tai Su. Fourth Master Yang, a man of iron, at this moment opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, quietly wiping the corners of his eyes and nodding. "I missed you very much." It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but upon hearing this, Dong Suju burst into tears, like a child who had been wronged. She stepped forward and hugged Yang Kai tightly, constantly patting Yang Kai's back with her jade hands, unable to say anything. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai smiled. Several dozen years had passed, but his mother was still like a child and hadn't changed at all, allowing him to finally feel relieved. "You little brat, what's your cultivation now? Why can't I see anything?" Huixing walked up casually and circled around Yang Kai, exclaiming in amazement. Everyone was stunned for a moment before releasing their divine senses to scan Yang Kai. However, they found nothing. Everyone's divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. This discovery surprised everyone, and they subconsciously felt that Yang Kai's current cultivation had far surpassed the level of Tongxian realm, causing shock to fill their eyes. Origin returning realm. Yang Kai let go of Dong Suju and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, not knowing how to explain to everyone what the origin returning realm was, so after pondering for a moment, he simply said, It's an existence 2 great realms above the Saint Realm." A series of gasps rang out. The Saint Realm was the peak of Tongxian Realm, and above that was the Saint King Realm. Since ancient times, only the great demon god had ever reached this realm. But now, Yang Kai had surpassed this legendary realm and reached the next level. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed as her heart filled with bitterness. She suddenly found that there seemed to be 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers between her and Yang Kai. He stood high above the clouds while she could only stand on the ground, looking up, unable to touch him. Sheng Hua pursed his dry lips and let out a hollow laugh, glancing over at Qiu Yimeng, not knowing how to comfort her. Although the Qiu family's first young lady's aptitude was extraordinary and she didn't have to worry about resources after coming to Tongxian Realm, she was still only a third-order transcendent, far from reaching the level of Yuan Qi. The gap was too big. There are many unimaginable wonders in the outside world. I'll tell you about them some other time. Let's head back first, Yang Kai chuckled. Head back, head back. Fourth Master Yang reacted and quickly shouted. A group of people gathered around and rushed towards the War Spirit Temple ruins. Inside the main hall, everyone sat together, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, listening to him talk about the various bizarre and wonderful places in the star territory. Boy, you said that there are countless bright stars in the vast star territory? Ling Tai Su asked with a look of disbelief. I've been to 6 or 7 bright stars myself. In addition, there are also some stars and medicine stars that are suitable for mining minerals and cultivating herbs. Yang Kai nodded gently. That's incredible. Xianxia, whose mouth dropped so wide it could almost fit a fist. In the star territory, is a Saint Realm Master very weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After not seeing him for several dozen years, this guy was as fat as ever, and even fatter than before. Very weak. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star territory, most cultivator can reach the Saint Realm, and those with good aptitude can even reach this realm in their 20s or 30s. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with guilt. Of the people sitting here, only one was a Saint Realm Master, High Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master Ling Tai Su. The others, such as Chiu Yi Meng, who had the best aptitude, was only a third-order transcendent. As for Dong Qinghan and Xinhua, they had just broken through to the transcendent realm. All of them were nearly 50 years old and had been complacent about their achievements before, but now that they heard Yang Kai talk about the situation in the star territory, all of them couldn't help feeling ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it were the size of a well. Ling Tai Su sighed deeply. Grandmaster doesn't need to belittle himself so much. The only reason a cultivator in the star territory can achieve such achievements is because the world energy aura there is extremely rich. Tong Xian realm is really not suitable for cultivators. If there were similar conditions, I think all of you here would have no problem breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yang Kai said seriously. That being said, how difficult is it to enter the star territory? Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, I won't hide it from you, Grandmaster. 10 years ago, joined forces with Meng Wuxia to enter the star territory, but the two of us only managed to travel 100,000 kilometers from Tong Xian realm before we were forced to return. There seems to be a mysterious force in the star territory that squeezes in from all directions. If one's physical strength does not meet the requirements, it is impossible to walk through it. The power of the star field. Yang Kai gently nodded, suddenly grinning. But Grandmaster doesn't need to worry, I came back this time to take all of you to the star territory, to a better star. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became excited as they all looked towards Yang Kai in surprise. Really? How? There are so many of us, can you take all of us? Everyone began asking questions, obviously interested in Yang Kai's story. They all wanted to leave this backward world as soon as possible and go to a place where the world energy aura was richer, just like Yang Kai, to see a wider world and fascinating wonders. Chapter 1556. Although they were excited, everyone knew that leaving Tong Xian realm and entering star territory was not a simple matter. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuxia had both failed to succeed, so the difficulty of this task could be imagined. Now that they heard Yang Kai daring to make such a promise, all of them were extremely excited. Don't be so noisy. Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and waved. Since little Yang Kai has said so, he should have a foolproof plan, right? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Grandmaster, taking you into star territory is indeed not troublesome. And let's put it this way, not only all of you here, but also your clansmen, even the entire 9 Heavens Holy Land, I can take them with me, but it will take some time. Take them all? Ling Tai Su was shocked. Not to mention War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace, the central capital had sent 3,000 to 4,000 people while 9 Heavens Holy Land had sent more than 2,000. In total, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people. With such a huge number, how could Yang Kai take them all with him? The power of the star field was extremely powerful. Even if Xianxia had reached the origin returning realm, he would not be able to protect so many people. I have my ways, Grand Master doesn't need to worry, Xianxia grinned. The key is whether you are willing to go or not. We're willing, of course we're willing. Wuxia immediately shouted, eagerly asking, when do we leave? Brotherhood doesn't need to worry, although you are the patriarch of your family, this kind of thing still needs to be discussed with your clansmen. Perhaps there are some who don't want to leave here, those who are willing to go can come with me, those who don't can stay behind. And the Qiu family, Yang family, and Dong family are the same. Young Lady Qiu, big brother, cousin, you are now the patriarchs of your respective families, so you can handle this matter yourselves and discuss it carefully with your respective elders. We understand, Yang Wei and Dong Qinghan nodded. Qiu Yimeng also chimed in, her previously dim eyes seemingly regaining some luster because of this news. If she could enter the star territory, she might be able to reach a higher level. She didn't want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xianxia. She just wanted to get closer to him. Maybe one day she would be able to touch him. She saw a little bit of hope, which made her suddenly look radiant. If that's the case, I don't have to be separated from you for so long anymore? Dong Suju looked at Xianxia excitedly. Xianxia was her only son, but since her son entered High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, she and Xianxia had spent more time apart than time together. Before, it was better, although she couldn't see Xianxia, at least she knew he was living well in High Heaven Pavilion. Later, during the Inheritance War, Xianxia was only 100 kilometers away from her. However, since Xianxia left Tongxian realm and entered the Star Territory, for more than 30 years, not only had she not seen Xianxia, but she hadn't even heard a word from him. If it weren't for Fourth Master Yang's painstaking efforts to adjust her body and mood over the years, Dong Suju would have collapsed long ago. Today, learning that she could go to the Star Territory with her son, Dong Suju was extremely happy. Xianxia looked at her and gently nodded. Dong Suju smiled kindly, a smile that came from the depths of her heart. There's no time to lose, I'll go find those old fogies to discuss this matter. Wuxia didn't want to delay and quickly got up and left, seemingly ready to fight if anyone dared to disagree. I'll go too. Yang Wei got up and left. Qiu Yimeng followed closely behind. None of them were willing to delay. Their yearning for a higher level of martial Dao made them yearn for the wonders of the Star Territory. Soon, only Ling Tai Su, Fourth Master Yang, and his wife remained in the hall. The family was finally reunited. There were endless words to say and endless thoughts to share. After learning that Xianxia still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suju sighed and comforted him. She really liked her daughter-in-law Su Yan. Boy, I have no problem with you thinking about Su Yan, but have you ever thought about how to deal with the people here? Fourth Master Yang suddenly looked at Xianxia and asked pointedly, Little senior sister? Xianxia chuckled, I've already seen her, but there seems to be something wrong with little senior sister. When she wakes up, I'll have to ask her. Don't play dumb. Fourth Master Yang glared at him. Xianing Chang isn't the only one here, there are several others. How could there be so many? Xianxia shouted, looking wronged. War Spirit Temple has 1, and Twin Spirit Pavilion has 2. Do you think I don't know anything? Fourth Master Yang sneered and proudly said, Although I don't say anything, I know better than anyone else. Xianxia's face turned red. Dong Suju giggled to the side and quietly gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Fourth Master Yang had loved her all his life, and her life was happy, but she hoped that her son could have more beautiful companions. It would be best if he could give her 7 or 8 or 10 grandchildren, so her and the Fourth Master's life wouldn't be so boring. Even if Xianxia wasn't there, they could still raise their grandchildren. All right, don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Xianxia isn't an unreasonable person, he won't make this little girl sad, Ling Tai Su interjected. Hearing his grandmaster's words, Fourth Master Yang immediately shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. The entire War Spirit Temple and shattering Mystical Palace ruins were mobilized. The several great families that had followed Xianxia to this world had been holding frequent elder conferences these past few days, each of them seemingly discussing something important. Everyone learned that Yang Kai had returned and that he was going to star territory. There was no coercion, everyone was willing. Nine Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai and gave the same orders as War Spirit Temple. In addition, Yang Kai also sent a message to Soaring Heaven Sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the secluded room where Xianxia was in retreat. His little senior sister was still asleep. She seemed to be quite tired after becoming the demon race last time and had yet to wake up. Yang Kai came to her side, held her jade white hand, and gently poured some Saint Qi into her. A moment later, Xianxia's long eyelashes fluttered. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, facing her sideways, waiting with a smile. After a while, Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes and saw Yang Kai's face. Her eyes immediately froze as she stared at him in a daze. For eyes met, just like when they had met in Nine Mountain Valley. Her heart raced and she felt a bit flustered. Xianxia suddenly pursed her lips and giggled. "What are you giggling about?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked with a smile. "This dream is so long." Xianxia held Yang Kai's big hand tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. Yang Kai also grinned, leaned down, and kissed her ruby-red lips affectionately. His little senior sister was almost unable to breathe. Their lips parted, her tender body temperature rose, and her beautiful eyes became blurred. "In a dream, would you do this with me?" Yang Kai asked evilly. Xianxia's pretty face immediately blushed and she buried her head under Yang Kai's clothes, as if she didn't dare to see him again. Yang Kai got the answer and laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xianxia's tender body trembled and she hurriedly sat up, stunned. Her beautiful eyes focused on Yang Kai's face, a mixture of suspicion and surprise flashing across them. "Junior brother, Xianxia opened her mouth, her beautiful brows wrinkled, as if she was still a bit confused. "I'm back," Yang Kai said softly. His little senior sister immediately covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling, like mist filling them. Tears fell down her cheeks, and her eyes instantly turned red. She finally reacted, everything was real, and she wasn't dreaming. The man that she had yearned for day and night was sitting by her bed, alive and well, looking at her affectionately, almost melting her into his tender gaze. She didn't dare to believe it. "I'm really back." Kai Yang stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly in his arms, fiercely squeezing, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his body. Xianxia's mouth made a sound, and she also hugged Yang Kai tightly, choking sobs coming from her throat. Her sobs made Yang Kai's heart ache. Straightening her body, Yang Kai domineeringly blocked her sobs. Clothes were scattered all over the room. At this moment, all the lovesickness and deep feelings had settled and fermented, and Xianxia was almost dizzy with happiness. The feelings between men and women had always been like this. 2 hours later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room in high spirits. Behind him, Xianxia followed with her head lowered, wearing a veil, and was extremely shy. Her delicate earlobes and neck were still pink, making one's heart flutter like a monkey and gallop like a horse. Like a withered grass that had been moistened by rain and dew, Xianxia at this moment bloomed with unimaginable charm, enough to turn thousands of living beings upside down and make any man go crazy. Their hands were tightly linked, just like their hearts. Not far away, a streak of light came, seemingly looking for Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, it immediately turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Master," Xianxia said, wishing she could immediately find a hole to hide in. She saw that the person in the streak of light was Meng Wuxia. Yang Kai grinned foolishly, while Xianxia bit her red lips and angrily stomped her feet. Forget it, Treasurer Meng definitely didn't have anything important, otherwise he wouldn't have left, Yang Kai comforted. Little senior sister, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Xianxia timidly looked up at him, but when she met Yang Kai's gaze, she quickly looked away. This shy look made Yang Kai want to turn around and return to the secret room, circulating his Saint Qi. Yang Kai suppressed the urge in his heart and said with a serious expression, "When I was helping you clean your meridians and Saint Qi, I found a mass of gray qi in your body. What is it? That thing. Xianxia heard this and frowned. Actually, I don't know what it is. You don't know? Yang Kai was surprised. It followed me of its own accord. Hey, where did it go? Xianxia suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious energy that had always existed in her body had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 1557. After carefully asking Xianxia, Yang Kai learned that she had obtained that mass of gray qi by pure coincidence. When Yang Kai left Tongxian realm, Xianxia was extremely lonely. In order to pass the time, she could only sit in 9 Heavens Holy Land and refine pills for others every day. She had the sacred spirit medicine body, so all she needed to do was refine pills. While a large number of pills were being refined, Xianxia's own cultivation also increased at a terrifying speed, without any bottlenecks. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Saint Realm, catching up to the realm Yang Kai was at when he left. Later, one day, she was bored and secretly went out to travel alone. As a result, she obtained that mass of gray qi in a hidden underground cave. From then on, her cultivation skyrocketed, crossing the Saint Realm and breaking through to the Saint King Realm in 10 years, and then reaching the Second Order Saint King Realm in another 10 years. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying speed was something that even the great sects and great forces on Shadowed Star might not necessarily be able to achieve. But in this barren Tongxian realm, little senior sister had accomplished such a feat. The reason why Xianxia could achieve what she did today was really related to that mass of gray qi. After you obtained it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. Not too much discomfort. Xianxia thought about it carefully. It's just that sometimes I suddenly feel a little tired, and sometimes I become very lazy, not even wanting to think, it's like I'm getting old. Yang Kai gently nodded. Junior brother, is there something wrong with it? Xianxia asked. I'm not sure whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a little worried. Then what is it? I don't know, but I have a guess. If this guess is true, then this is little senior sister's opportunity. Yang Kai looked at Xianxia with burning eyes, his expression slightly excited. That vague conjecture made his blood boil. Right, do you remember where you obtained it? Xianxia nodded. Take me to see it. Yang Kai said, reaching out and grabbing Xianxia's slender waist, summoning his star shuttle, and transforming into a streak of light as they disappeared from 9 Heavens Holy Land. Following the route little senior sister had shown them, Yang Kai and her flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. After a day, Yang Kai and Yang Kai had arrived at a mountain range. Xianxia's memory was very good. Even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembered the place where she had found the gray qi. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley. Yang Kai disembarked his star shuttle and walked towards a certain place with Xianxia. Not long after, a deep and dark cave appeared in front of them. Xianxia pointed to the cave and said, Junior brother, I went in from here and then went to the lowest level where I obtained that thing. Let's go in and have a look. Yang Kai grinned. Since he was bold, he wasn't afraid. Pulling Xianxia's hand, he entered the cave. The cave was extremely dark and the air was clear. It wasn't humid and was instead extremely dry. As soon as they entered the cave, Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt a rich world energy aura from this cave. Of course, this kind of richness was only relative to other places in Tongxian realm. It couldn't be compared to Shadowed Star or other famous stars in Tongxian territory. However, this was still very rare. Moreover, the deeper they went, the richer the world energy aura became. Yang Kai's expression became excited as he suddenly realized that his guess was not far from the truth. This kind of abnormal world energy aura was a reflection of his guess. Sure enough, this was an opportunity that belonged to little senior sister. If that gray qi was handled well enough, it could definitely bring unimaginable benefits to Xianxia, allowing her to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. Hand in hand, The two continued to descend step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and hurriedly stopped. At the same time, little senior sister cheered, "It's here, I feel it. It's coming." A mysterious energy was approaching them from the front at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the fluctuations of this energy were exactly the same as the one he had extracted from little senior sister a few days ago. The gray chi escaped into the ground and returned to its original position. Now that it felt Xianxia's aura, it couldn't wait to meet her. In a flash, the gray chi was already in front of them. It didn't dare to rush directly at Xianxia, but stopped about 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. It felt a threat from Yang Kai. "Junior brother?" Xianxia looked at him and asked for his opinion. "Take it, I didn't want to scare it away that day. I just wanted to see what it was." Yang Kai stepped aside and made way. Xianxia immediately called out with her mind. The gray chi sensed Xianxia's summons and flickered slightly, passing by Yang Kai and pouncing directly at Xianxia, entering her body and disappearing. Xianxia's delicate body trembled as she let out a cry. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly bloomed with golden light as a long and majestic golden pupil appeared and stared intently at Xianxia. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under his gaze, after little senior sister took in the gray chi, a gray aura that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared around her body. This kind of aura was generally only possessed by old people who didn't have much longer to live. Once this kind of aura appeared, it meant that this person didn't have much time left. Little senior sister was in her prime, so there could only be one reason why she was enveloped by this aura, and that was because of the gray chi. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, as if he had already expected this and wasn't in a hurry, simply beckoning to little senior sister and saying, "Come with me." Xianxia gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai step by step. The two continued to descend, and after an unknown amount of time and distance, Yang Kai felt that the world energy around them was getting denser and denser. However, this rich world energy didn't give Yang Kai any sense of comfort. Instead, it gave him a sad feeling. When the world energy aura was almost comparable to that of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai and Xianxia suddenly arrived at a huge underground cavern. In front of them, deeper underground, there was a faint glow that seemed to be transmitting some kind of message, impacting the two's knowledge seas and summoning them to move forward. Being summoned, Xianxia's beautiful eyes became blank and her body moved forward uncontrollably, like a moth drawn to a flame, without any hesitation. Yang Kai's face sank and he let out a low shout, pouring his divine sense into Xianxia's knowledge sea like a tide. Little senior sister's tender body trembled and her face turned slightly pale. After she recovered, the blank look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with infinite shock. "Junior brother?" Xianxia was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know what had happened to her just now, but she had been dominated by some kind of mysterious force and couldn't think for herself at all. "Look over there." Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. Xianxia looked over and her beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. Densely packed corpses sat there. Every single one of them was extremely withered, and some had even been reduced to ashes by the wind. However, from the traces on some of the corpses, it wasn't difficult to discern that they seemed to have been instantly drained of their life essence by some sort of force and perished here. Who are these people? How did they all die here? Xianxia leaned towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. "If I'm not wrong, these people are like you." "Like me?" Xianxia frowned. She was also a smart woman, so after thinking about it for a moment, she understood. "You mean, they also obtained that gray chi?" "Probably," Yang Kai chuckled. "Then how did they?" Xianxia only felt a chill all over, and the thrilling scene just now reappeared in her mind again. If Yang Kai hadn't woken her up in time, her fate would have been bleak, and she would probably have ended up like these people. Because the gray chi's main body wants to replenish its energy, so it chose you, trained you, and made you stronger. The stronger you are, the better it will be for it. Why would it do that? Xianxia looked puzzled. "It's about to die," Yang Kai replied, then suddenly shrugged. These are all my guesses. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and see." Saying so, Yang Kai took Xianxia's hand and walked forward step by step. Stepping on the white bones under their feet, there was a creaking sound that made one's hair stand on end and shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, looking at the faint light in front of them. Not long after, the two came to the place where the light came from. This was the edge of the underground abyss, and it was unknown how deep it was, but when they looked down, they were surprised to find that there was a mass of gray light at the bottom of the abyss, burning like a huge lamp. The light was extremely dim, and the color was exactly the same as the gray qi Xianxia obtained. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and after seeing this huge dim light, he immediately confirmed his previous guesses. "Junior brother, what is this?" Xianxia looked at the gray fire suspiciously, faintly feeling that the gray qi in his body was closely related to it, as if it had been separated from the gray fire, and the two were one. "The origin of the stars!" Yang Kai shouted, his expression suddenly becoming very excited. "The origin of the stars?" Xianxia was extremely confused. Any star will have its own origin. It is the manifestation of the life of a star. It is the key to the survival of this star, just like our heart. Yang Kai patted his chest and explained, "It is because of the origin of the stars that this star has vitality. Without it, this star will become a dead star. There are countless stars like this in the territory of star. Perhaps they once gave birth to life, but as time passed, the origin of these stars perished, and that vitality no longer existed. A person dying is like a lamp going out, and stars are the same. If this origin in front of us goes out, Tongxian realm will be gone, and it will become a dead star." Chapter 1558. Xianxia looked aghast as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She had never thought that stars could also live, grow old, get sick, and die, so Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly given her a big shock. But since it came from her junior brother's mouth, she believed it without a doubt. When she thought about how all of Tongxian realm's vitality had declined, Xianxia's tender body couldn't help shuddering. She couldn't imagine how many lives would have suffered if Tongxian realm had really ended up like this. How many lives would have been lost? She suddenly felt very distressed. "Junior brother, can you reignite its light?" Xianxia suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gently nodded. "How?" "Junior brother, teach me." Xianxia bit her red lips and said anxiously, "The key lies with you." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the stars' star sources have their own lives, they do not have consciousness. It is a magical combination of various things. It chose you, although its original purpose was to absorb your vitality to supplement itself and delay its own death. But if it is handled well enough, not only can Tongxian realm regain its vitality, it can also give you great benefits. Xianxia was shocked. Yang Kai turned his head and clicked his tongue as he looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. Stars, star sources. Since he entered the territory of the Star Alliance, he had often heard about this, but he had never witnessed the star sources of any of the stars. Whether or not the massive energy inside the floating continent was a true star source had yet to be verified. It could be said that the huge gray fire in front of him was the first star source he had ever seen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to approach it would have to take a huge risk. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not dare to approach the star sources of any of the stars casually. Refining this star source was also very difficult, and if one was not careful, they would suffer a backlash from the star source and die on the spot. Since ancient times, many Origin King Realm Masters had been born in the territory of the Star Alliance, but many of these masters had fallen in the process of refining the star sources of the stars. Today, there were countless stars in the territory of the Star Alliance, but those who could refine the star source of a certain star and become a star master could be counted on one hand. No Origin King Realm Master dared to casually play around with their life. They would rather suffer than attempt to refine the star source of the star. But now, There was such an opportunity in front of her. Compared the star sources a star's star, the star source, star's star source. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia, who was possessed by a strand of origin energy, would occasionally feel tired, to the point where she was too lazy to even think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It wasn't that she was aging, but rather that the star source was aging and heading towards destruction step by step. This star source chose Xianxia and gave her the qualifications to refine it. Although Xianxia was only a second-order Saint King and her cultivation wasn't high enough, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may have a chance to refine this star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of her opportunity. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the arrow on the bow had no choice but to shoot. The star source was closely connected to Xianxia, and if it perished, Xianxia would inevitably be buried with it. Only by refining it could she win a chance at survival. In the future, as Xianxia grew stronger, this huge gray fire would have a chance to reignite and reinvigorate Tongxian realm. Of course, the premise was that Xianxia was strong enough. After explaining the principles and the pros and cons, Xianxia nodded without hesitation, "I'm willing to refine it." Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he smiled and nodded, "Good. In fact, little senior sister, you don't have to worry. Since it chose you, there must be a reason for it. You only need to work hard to make it accept you and integrate with it. Once you succeed, you will no longer be separated from it. You will become the star master of Tongxian realm, the ruler of this place. The rise and fall of this place will be in your hands." Xianxia nodded heavily. She wasn't dazzled by the beautiful prospects described by Yang Kai and instead asked seriously, "But what exactly should I do to refine it?" "Come, I'll teach you a set of techniques that are specifically for refining star sources." Yang Kai smiled and pulled Xianxia to sit down. After asking her to release the defenses of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai sent his soul avatar into her knowledge sea and began to impart to her a mysterious secret art. Star refining art. This was something Yang Kai obtained from the Emperor Garden. He had thought that he would need to wait until he could refine the star sources of the stars one day before using it, but now he had unexpectedly allowed Xianxia to benefit from it ahead of time. This set of techniques was hidden inside a stone tablet. That day, in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo encountered Xueyu, and after a fierce battle, the stone tablet was destroyed. From the fragments of the stone tablet, a stone tablet with 3 ancient characters on it jumped out. Xueyu seemed to value this stone tablet very much and begged Yang Kai to give it to her. Kai Yang merely did as he was told. In the end, however, because the Emperor Garden closed, Xueyu missed the opportunity to obtain this stone tablet. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai carefully studied it and learned that the stone tablet contained a technique called the star refining art. The 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet were its name. This technique had no other use than to refine the star sources of the stars. It was passed down from the great emperors of Star Field and was a profound and mysterious technique. If Xianxia used it to refine the star sources of the stars, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The process of teaching was very fast, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had engraved the entire star refining art into Xianxia's mind, including his own insights into it. Withdrawing his soul avatar from her knowledge sea, Yang Kai waited quietly. Xianxia needed to comprehend this star refining art. She needed time. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared while the cave remained silent. After a full month, Xianxia suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exhaled softly. Her pretty face seemed a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. "Junior brother, I'm ready." "Then let's begin." Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. Xianxia nodded gently, got up, and walked towards the bottom of the abyss. Arriving at the edge of the abyss, she stared down at the huge gray flames leaping about below and opened her mouth, seemingly talking to herself, but also seemingly communicating with the star source. "If I can give up my life so that you can see the light again, so that the entire world will not be dead, then I am willing to do so. But if not, Please accept me, merge with me, and let us fight side by side. I will work hard to become stronger as soon as possible so that you can regain your vitality." The huge gray flames below remained motionless, showing no reaction. But soon, with a sizzling sound, the gray flames began to sway left and right. As they swayed, the huge gray flames slowly blossomed like a flower bud, as if they were opening their arms to Xianxia. Xianxia showed a smile on her face and softly said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This result was completely beyond his expectations. He had not expected his little senior sister to be so resolute. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop her, it was already too late. Rushing to the edge of the abyss, Yang Kai looked down and saw that the huge gray flames had already closed, completely submerging his little senior sister. An unimaginable force erupted from below and sent Yang Kai flying, slamming him into a rock wall. Even if it was the star source, Yang Kai could not approach it. It obviously did not want Yang Kai to interfere with the entire process. Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, his expression uncertain. Fortunately, he could feel his little senior sister's aura floating in the depths below. He waited with apprehension. Now that he could not interfere with anything, he could only wait for the result to appear. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from the depths of the abyss, calming Yang Kai's agitated mood. He frowned and silently sensed this mysterious aura. He seemed to have seen something. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully examined it. The vast star territory was dark and boundless, without the slightest light. This seemed to be an era without light, without life. This was an extremely ancient era, an era that could not be traced back. Yang Kai looked around but could not see anything. He could not even perceive his own existence. Time passed little by little in this desolate and lonely place. After who knows how many tens of thousands of years, in the dark and boundless star territory, a light suddenly burst out. The light was very small at first, but soon spread out like a star. The entire star territory was shaken by the impact of this huge energy. Meteorites of various sizes were colliding in all directions. Then, they gathered together and fused together under a mysterious force, becoming a single entity. Sand gathered to form a tower. Gradually, stars appeared in the star territory. This was a newly born star. There were no energy fluctuations, and the surroundings were still dark. It drifted with the waves like a helpless child, wandering in the boundless star field. There was no destination, and it had forgotten where it came from. After 1,000,000 years, it suddenly came to a bright world. There was a huge sun in this world, and it was constantly emitting a warm light. It stopped and began to revolve around the sun star. Gradually, all living things began to recover. On its land, some dark green plants grew, and some flowers and grass grew. After millions of years of evolution, finally, some sentient beings began to appear on these stars. They were the oldest living beings, the oldest race. They eagerly learned, grew, and became stronger in their daily lives. They branched out, and different races were born. The human race, the demon race, and even many other races of strange shapes. No longer satisfied with a simple life, they began to fight for all kinds of resources. They found a way to become stronger. They began. Some races perished, while others became stronger. Chapter 1559. As time passed, and as the races evolved, the stars gradually became more colorful and filled with energy. The great races prospered, and the entire star prospered. All living beings were drawing energy from the star wantonly, obtaining all kinds of benefits for themselves without restraint. At some point, it had suddenly become old. It no longer had so much energy for those living beings to absorb, and it no longer had excess energy to nurture a large number of precious and rare materials. It began to become barren, and even though it wanted to, it was powerless. Looking at the countless creatures living on its land, it was unable to help. The ancient prosperity gradually faded, and the world energy became thinner and thinner day by day. The cultivation of the cultivator also became lower and lower as time passed. No one could reach a higher level of the heavenly way or martial Tao. It was truly old. It was like a benevolent father and a loving mother. It had painstakingly raised its children and raised them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted without any complaints. But it was no longer able to provide any more help to its children. It had once possessed youth and vitality, but now, it could only linger on and wait for the day of its demise. Its children called it Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. He had witnessed the birth of a star, its prosperity, its decline, and its gradual demise. Just like this star, he had spent hundreds of millions of years as the flowing time great emperor. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling welled up within him. Yang Kai's state of mind improved at a crazy speed, and at this moment, he understood many things. Like a wise man who had lived for countless years, his eyes flashing with a wise and far-sighted light. He felt that if he were to break through to the Origin King realm now, there would be no flaws in his state of mind. His comprehension of the martial Tao and the heavenly way had far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of one's state of mind required the accumulation of time, witnessing the evolution and development of things around oneself, which coincided with what Yang Kai had just experienced. The cultivation of the state of mind was unclear, but it truly existed. Only Yang Kai himself could clearly feel it. He had not expected that his little senior sister's refinement of the star's origin would actually benefit him as well. He really wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the spiritual world of the entire continent. This made him sigh with regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something. His face darkening, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards the abyss. The voice of the little senior sister seemed to come from below. That voice was filled with pain and hardship. Arriving at the edge, Yang Kai could only see the huge gray fire flickering. His little senior sister was nowhere to be seen, but he could feel that Xianxia was wrapped in the gray fire, floating up and down. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was madly gathering towards the underground abyss. Not only did it cover a radius of several hundred miles, it even spread to further places. It seemed that the world energy of all of Shadowed Star had become somewhat chaotic. The little senior sister's cultivation was rising at a terrifying rate. Originally, she was only a second-order Saint King, but now, she had reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. After a while, she would directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm. Her cultivation did not stop and was still climbing. The peak of the third-order Saint King realm. It was obvious that she had touched the threshold of the Origin returning realm. Yang Kai's eyes filled with amazement. Such an unrestrained increase in cultivation placed a great burden on a cultivator's body, but with the aptitude of the little senior sister, she should be able to endure it. However, what worried Yang Kai was not this, but rather the surrounding world energy, which no longer seemed to be flowing towards this place. The world energy that had previously gathered here had been consumed by Xianxia when she broke through to the third-order Saint King realm and the Origin returning realm. The huge gray flames contained Xianxia's aura, which meant that her integration with the star's source was going smoothly, but it was precisely because of this success that the little senior sister was caught in a dilemma. There was no more world energy for her to break through to the Origin returning realm, nor was there enough world energy for her to undergo a world energy baptism. This was a breakthrough to a great realm, and there was no room for carelessness. If she failed, Xianxia's current state of integration with the star's source would not be good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. If there was not enough world energy, he could use Saint Crystals to replace it. He had not used Saint Crystals when he broke through before because Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant and could fully satisfy his needs. Now that the world energy of Tong Xian realm could not satisfy the needs of the little senior sister, Saint Crystals could be used as a supplement. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked his ring, releasing a large number of flashing white Saint Crystals that poured down like a silver river. Before these Saint Crystals reached the bottom of the abyss, they all turned into dust and released a burst of energy that could not be ignored, gathering towards the location of Xia Ningchang and the huge gray flames. Xia Ningchang's hardships disappeared and the chaotic aura down below also showed signs of stabilizing. Even the flickering gray flames stabilized significantly. Yang Kai smiled happily and poured more saint crystals down below. For this long voyage he had brought a lot of saint crystals, including the saint crystals he had plundered from Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters and a portion of High Heaven Sect's reserves. At this moment, these hundreds of millions of saint crystals were all thrown down by Yang Kai. The world energy aura gradually became richer and the huge gray flames became more vigorous. The little senior sister's aura also stabilized, indicating that everything was developing in a good direction. Yang Kai felt that Xia Ningchang's aura was rapidly rising and soon broke through the shackles of the Third Order Saint King realm. A world energy baptism soon followed. The world energy from the saint crystals gathered into a fierce torrent that rushed towards the little senior sister like an ancient dragon. A pair of small hands shuttled back and forth through the gray flames, forming a series of mysterious seals as they guided this world energy into her body, allowing her to receive the physical baptism and spiritual sublimation that came with breaking through to a new great realm. The whole process was magnificent, but it was more frightening than dangerous. After the surging world energy calmed down, the huge gray flames at the bottom of the abyss suddenly disappeared. The world returned to darkness. However, the little senior sister's tender body exuded a faint fluorescent light, as if a goddess had descended to the world, dignified and inviolable. Yang Kai stood above the abyss and looked at her quietly, dazzled. Today's little senior sister was a genuine origin returning realm master. Although she was only a first-order origin realm master, with Tong Xian realm star source and the sacred spirit medicine body, she definitely had infinite potential. This kind of terrifying potential was something even Yang Kai could only look up to. He didn't feel any sense of inferiority. He just felt that he would have to work even harder in the future. Otherwise, if one day his own woman overtook him, it would be a great blow to his self-esteem. The little senior sister didn't move, just standing in the void with her eyes closed, a mysterious look on her pretty face, as if she was silently comprehending something. After a long time, Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a look of joy filling them as she flew up happily. Yang Kai smiled, reached out, and pulled her to his side. "Junior brother, I seem to have surpassed the Saint King realm," Xia Ningchang said excitedly. You have indeed surpassed it," Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this realm called?" "It feels wonderful." "Origin returning realm, I am also in this realm now. When one reaches this realm, they need to condense their sure, I'll explain it to you when we have time." "Good. Let's go out first. I don't know how much time has passed, but I'm afraid the people from the Holy Land should be waiting anxiously," Yang Kai proposed. Saying so, he pulled Xia Ningchang and walked out. "Let me do it." Xia Ningchang stopped him with an eager expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly understood, gently nodding. Xia Ningchang then stretched out her finger and gently pointed forward. This beautiful and pure woman's finger did not seem to carry the slightest trace of anger. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in front of them. Xia Ningchang pulled Yang Kai into it. When the two appeared again, Yang Kai found himself standing in front of the secret room where Xia Ningchang had been in retreat before. With a single step, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. Even Yang Kai, who had comprehended the Tao of space, could not accomplish this. "Junior brother, you're right. After fusing with the source of the stars, I feel as if I have become the master of this world. With a single thought, I can go anywhere in the world and even mobilize the energy of the entire continent," Xia Ningchang explained softly. "This is the power of a star master." Yang Kai smiled softly. That's why those origin kings want to refine the source of the stars, because they can obtain unimaginable benefits and insights from it. "Little senior sister, Tong Xian realm is now inseparable from you. You are the first person to refine the source of the stars as a Saint King realm cultivator. In the future, the glory and disgrace of this world will be closely related to your cultivation. Whether or not you can restore the vitality of our homeland will depend on your efforts." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xianxia suddenly felt a mountainous pressure. It was as if the future of the hundreds of millions of living beings in this world rested on her shoulders. But soon, Xianxia recovered and nodded, "I will work hard to make sure it doesn't fall into disuse again." "Let's go, many people are waiting for us." Yang Kai smiled lightly before pulling Xianxia in a certain direction. In his perception, there were countless familiar life auras waiting for his arrival. In a certain hall of 9 Heavens Holy Land, it was almost overcrowded. Here, the human, monster, and demon clans had gathered. Almost all the masters of Tongxian realm had gathered here. This was an extremely terrifying force. Although there were many people present, the scene was extremely quiet. Only from time to time, someone would cast their eyes towards the outside of the hall, as if waiting for someone to arrive. There was only one person on Tongxian realm who could make the masters of the human, monster, and demon clans gather here and wait for so long. The Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Chapter 1560. This is outrageous. Meng Wuya grit his teeth, his heart filled with hatred as he angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. He thought that Yang Kai and Xianxia were so engrossed in their love that they had forgotten the time. It had already been more than a month, yet the two of them still hadn't appeared, causing the masters of the 3 clans to wait here in boredom. Meng Wuya felt ashamed to face these guests. He had guarded Xianxia for so many years, teaching her with all his heart, and was Xianxia's only family. But now, as soon as Yang Kai returned, he had snatched his precious disciple away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time he had truly snatched her away. In the future, in Xianxia's mind, he would likely have to take a back seat, causing him to feel a little sour. Amidst this sourness, there was also a hint of sweetness. His disciple had waited alone for 30 years, but she had not waited in vain. That little bastard Yang Kai had finally returned. This feeling was quite wonderful. Meng Wuya shook his head, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Down below, the several monster race great seniors and the demon general of the demon race stared at each other from a distance. The masters of the 2 races sat on opposite sides, their gazes clashing with each other, creating a subtle atmosphere that seemed to fill the air. Although the 3 clans had joined forces once 30 years ago, in order to compete for cultivation resources, there had been a lot of friction between the 3 clans. Among them, the friction between the monster race and the demon race was the most serious. Fortunately, the monster race great seniors and the demon general knew how to restrain themselves and did not take action personally, otherwise, the conflict would have definitely escalated. It was just the little brats below fighting, so it didn't really matter. However, not being able to see each other for so long was one thing, but now that they had come to 9 Heavens Holy Land together and had been waiting for more than a month in boredom, Meng Wuya felt that he was faintly unable to suppress the hostility between the masters of the 2 races. If it weren't for him, Ling Tai Su and Chu Ling Xiao, the 3 top human race Saint Realm masters, guarding this place, these wild fellows would likely have already started fighting. What a headache. That little bastard has fallen into the land of tenderness and doesn't care about the suffering of these old men. At this moment, Meng Wuya was cursing Yang Kai in his heart. What they feared had come true. It was unknown which great sage of the Yao clan or which devil general of the demon clan had lost their minds, but the people below were actually in an uproar. At first, there were only 2 people arguing, but the situation became more and more intense. All the great sages and devil generals spoke up to help their own people. The situation was a little chaotic. In the end, even Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan were dragged into this mess. Thunder Dragon, this senior has been in retreat these past few years, but has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify these results. Today, why don't we use this precious place to exchange pointers? Zhang Yuan looked at Thunder Dragon Great Senior with a smile, his eyes filled with aggressive fighting intent. Good, it just so happens that this king has had some gains these past few years and was worried about not being able to find an opponent. I have long heard that Brother Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal is unparalleled, and even Senior Meng suffered a loss against it. This king would like to experience it. Thunder Dragon smiled lightly, not showing any fear. Don't drag this old master into this. Meng Wuya suddenly became unhappy. After being hit by Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal, most of his cultivation had been sealed, forcing him to flee to the central capital to avoid disaster. This matter was the greatest shame of his life. Although Zhang Yuan had used the assistance of the spirit array at that time to defeat him, Meng Wuya was most unwilling to hear others mention this matter. Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan had already begun fighting. The two of them didn't make any big movements, simply releasing their divine senses and silently colliding with one another. However, the danger of this kind of battle was far greater than that of a normal battle. If one wasn't careful, both sides would suffer heavy losses or even have their souls destroyed. Everyone in the hall wore dignified expressions as the previous noise gradually subsided. No one dared to disturb them anymore, all of them staring nervously at the masters of their respective races, lest some kind of accident occur. The divine senses of third-order saints swept across the entire hall, and any master who sensed this collision couldn't help showing a look of shock. The battle soon reached a white-hot level. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both went all out, but the result was still a draw, with only a slight difference in strength. However, the faces of the two masters gradually turned pale and fine sweat began oozing from their foreheads as their divine senses collided with one another, creating an extremely dangerous situation. Meng Wuya and the others wore dignified and ugly expressions. They couldn't intervene even if they wanted to and could only quietly wait for the result of the battle between Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan, but judging from the current situation, the best result would be for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Once this happened, the conflict between the two sides would likely escalate, which was not something the human race masters wanted to see. Where did Yang Kai go? Ling Tai Su asked anxiously. Meng Wuya shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He had gone to Xia Ningchang's secluded retreat a few days ago but had not found any trace of Yang Kai or his disciple. No one knew where they had gone. The situation isn't good. Soaring Heaven Sects sect Master Chu Ling Xiao frowned. Things developing like this was somewhat beyond his expectations. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from outside the door. It's quite lively here, how come you've already started fighting? As soon as this voice fell, everyone saw a figure flash outside the door as Yang Kai and the black-veiled Xia Ningchang appeared together. Everyone's attention was attracted by this voice, and when they looked up, their spirits couldn't help shaking. Many people had heard that Yang Kai had returned but hadn't believed it until they saw him in person. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, looked at Xia Ningchang suspiciously, suddenly having a very strange feeling. After not seeing him for more than a month, his disciple seemed to have changed a little, to the point where he felt like he was looking up at a towering mountain. Little martial nephew. A tender cry rang out as a beautiful figure flew out of the hall and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. She grinned as she looked him up and down, clicking her tongue as she spoke. After a while, she gently nodded and said, after not seeing you for several dozen years, you've become more and more manly. Even Martial Ant's heart is rippling. Yang Kai's face went black as he subconsciously glanced over at Xia Ningchang, awkwardly saying, Martial Ant, can't you act a little more dignified? Feiyu Martial Ant heard this and immediately rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, a flirtatious expression on her face. She had come here with Chu Ling Xiao. When she heard the news from Nine Heavens Holy Land that Yang Kai had returned, Chu Ling Xiao had immediately rushed over with the sect's 4 great elders. Now, as soon as they met, Feiyu Martial Ant was already acting like a playboy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm. When he lived with his martial aunt Feiyu on Soaring Heaven Sect's Qi Xiu Peak, his martial aunt had always been like this, often lying on the ground after getting drunk, her clothes in disarray, revealing her naked body, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding Yang Kai. Feeling his martial aunt's enthusiasm again after several dozen years, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had been cut off from his previous life. Martial Ant is still in her prime, I won't grow old. Fei Yu snorted before smiling. Tsungyan, Rimaru, and Fei Jian are all here, as well as martial ancestor. Saying so, she turned her gaze towards the main hall. Yang Kai gently nodded and stepped forward, first exchanging a few words with his Tsungyan martial aunt before arriving in front of Chu Ling Xiao and solemnly saying, "Disciple Yang Kai greets martial ancestor. Sorry for making martial ancestor wait." Good, no need to be so polite. Chu Ling Xiao nodded happily, releasing his divine sense to sweep Yang Kai and discovering that, as Ling Tai Su and the others had said, Yang Kai's current cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Perceiving this, Chu Ling Xiao showed an even more amiable smile. You're good, very good. Sure enough, you've carved out a new world for yourself. This old master is proud of you, and in the future, I'm afraid the important task of revitalizing the sect will be handed over to you. Martial ancestor is too kind. Disciple still has many shortcomings and still needs martial ancestor and grand master's guidance. Good boy. Chu Ling Xiao laughed happily, exchanging a glance with Ling Tai Su, both of them greatly relieved. Martial ancestor, please wait a moment. These two friends are a bit grumpy. Disciple will help them put out the fire first. Yang Kai grinned before turning to look at Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, who were still fighting with their divine senses. Be careful, don't hurt them, Ling Tai Su quickly exhorted. Don't worry, Grandmaster, I won't hurt them, Yang Kai said proudly, his divine sense bursting out and pouring into the void. A divine sense battle between two third-order saints. No one in the hall dared to interfere, but to Yang Kai, this thrilling divine sense battle was no different from a child's play. There seemed to be a hissing sound coming from the void as Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both trembled, feeling their entangled divine senses being forcibly separated by a pair of invisible hands. This kind of strength made them feel a sense of powerlessness, unable to resist at all. Hong. A halo of light burst out in all directions as Lei Tong and Zhang Yuan both retreated a few steps, taking a deep breath as they stared towards Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with amazement. He had actually easily separated them from their opponents. Two friends, it's my fault for making you wait so long. I did encounter an accident which delayed me for so long, but there's no need for you to be so hostile as soon as you meet. Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, seemingly still unable to calm his mood, hesitating for a moment before cupping his fists and bowing. Forgive my rudeness. Zhang Yuan was not a petty person, so when he heard Thunder Dragon say so, he immediately chuckled. Many thanks, Yang Xingzhu. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. That's right, we all live under the same blue sky. There's no need to fight as soon as we meet. Yang Kai gently nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of these two. Seeing many people standing in place and staring at him strangely, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured. Sit down, there's no need to be polite. Today, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. After learning that Yang Xingzhu had returned, this senior traveled day and night from the demon capital to the Holy Land, but I don't know why Yang Xingzhu has summoned us here today. The masters of the three clans have all gathered here, so presumably what Yang Xingzhu has to discuss is no trivial matter, right? Zhang Yuan asked casually, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of dread. When Yang Kai separated him from Thunder Dragon just now, although he did not feel much, Zhang Yuan knew that the current Yang Kai was not someone he could compare with. Chapter 1561. Did this little brat want to unify the entire Tongxian realm? Did he want the demon race and monster race to bow their heads? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's expression became even more dignified. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan was a very heroic person. Most of the masters from the demon race and monster race were like this, but as the demon commander, he had no choice but to consider this aspect. Thunder Dragon also thought so. If this really was the case, even if the demon race and monster race joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist and could only resign themselves to fate. Hearing this question, Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and chuckled. Demon Commander doesn't need to think too much. I won't be staying here for long this time. I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon. leaving soon? Zhang Yuan was stunned, exchanging a glance with Thunder Dragon, both of them extremely surprised. Yang Kai actually didn't have any ambition. Yes, the wonderful things in the Tong Xian realm's territory made me forget to return, so I'm not going to stay here for long, Yang Kai chuckled. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, is there something wonderful in the Tong Xian realm's territory? If possible, can Yang Shengzhu tell us more about it? The other masters from the three clans also craned their necks and looked towards Yang Kai, listening attentively. Tell me, this old master is also very curious, Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. Although he had heard a lot about the star field from Ling Taisu after coming here, most of this information was from Yang Kai and Ling Taisu. Since Ling Taisu had never seen it with his own eyes, there was always something missing. Now that Yang Kai was here in person, he naturally wanted to investigate. Since martial ancestor has given the order, disciple naturally won't disobey. Yang Kai chuckled and pondered for a moment before continuing. There are indeed many wonderful things in the Tong Xian realm's territory, many things we have never thought of before. Inside the hall, everyone listened attentively. Time passed slowly, but everyone listened with great interest. Their expressions gradually became more and more excited. The vastness of Star's territory amazed all of them, and the enchanting scenery and abundant cultivation resources in Star's territory made them yearn for it. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and Origin King Realm existences that made them blush with shame. They deeply understood the meaning of the phrase, frogs at the bottom of a well. According to Yang Kai, most of the cultivation stars in the star territory had extremely rich world energy auras, so saints weren't anything special there. Only those who had reached the Origin Returning Realm could barely be considered masters, and only those who had reached the Origin King Realm could truly become master. Everyone's blood was burning and boiling. Their eyes flickered with a look of longing. They longed to have such a cultivation environment and abundant cultivation materials. They longed to advance further on their martial Tao and reach the legendary Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, or even the Origin King Realm. Yang Kai didn't embellish his story and instead calmly explained his understanding of Star's territory and what he had seen and heard over the years. But this was enough. After he finished, everyone's mood fluctuated and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Yang Kai had seen all kinds of wonderful and magical things, but all of them were back on Tong Xian Realm, fighting for some of the resources that the cultivator in Star's territory didn't even want to enter their eyes, some even considered garbage. This discovery made everyone feel depressed, ashamed, and even deeply ashamed. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon, who had been opposing each other tit for tat before, glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, suddenly feeling that their previous struggle had been very childish, and the star territory is so wonderful, this old master can't wait to see it. If this old master can experience this kind of wonder in his lifetime, this old master can die without regrets. Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, no words came out. The hall was silent for a long time before Zhang Yuan sighed and asked with some interest, "May I ask why Yang Shengzhu has gathered all the masters from the three clans here this time?" Hearing this question, Thunder Dragon also quickly turned his eyes to Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai responded with a smile, "I'm taking you to Star's territory." A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing everyone's body to shake violently as they stared towards Yang Kai with dull and excited eyes, none of them having expected him to say such a thing. It was undeniable that Yang Kai's previous descriptions had aroused everyone's yearning and curiosity towards Star's territory. They all wanted to see what Star's territory was like. But how could Star's territory be so easy to enter? They didn't have the ability to break into Star's territory, so they could only stare blankly, envying Yang Kai's opportunities and admiring Yang Kai's courage and strength. But now, Yang Kai had thrown an olive branch to them. Everyone was stunned. "Of course, I won't force you. This is just a proposal. After a few days, I'll be leaving. Those who are willing to come with me, those who aren't will stay. I came back this time for this matter," Yang Kai added. "Is that true?" Zhang Yuan stood up and stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. Yang Xingzhu isn't joking? Thunder Dragon also asked incredulously. Although they didn't know what kind of price they would have to pay to bring people into Star's territory, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If Yang Kai had the ability to do so, he would definitely prioritize his friends and family in the human race, but now he was actually offering this favor to the monster race and demon race. Both Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. I'm not joking, Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing his affirmation, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both froze. After a long time, Zhang Yuan asked solemnly, "Dare I ask Yang Xingzhu, what kind of price do we need to pay? Submit to you? Pledge our loyalty?" Ah. Yang Kai grinned, a look of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "Why would I need you to submit to me? And to put it bluntly, the current me can flatten all of Tongxian realm with a single finger. If I wanted you to submit to me, there would be no need for me to waste so much time talking nonsense with you. I would simply use force to suppress you." Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon instantly began sweating profusely. They didn't think that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. They had already learned from Yang Kai's previous explanation that his territory had reached a higher level of tyranny, something they really couldn't resist. This young man had already surpassed the legendary figure of his generation, the great demon god who was regarded as the supreme existence of the demon race. He had walked further and stood taller. Even if the great demon god was resurrected, he would only be able to look up to him. Then why did Yang Xingzhu? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "We're all old friends, if I can help, I'll help, I have no other intentions," Yang Kai said lightly. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both wore looks of shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Yang Xingzhu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This Zhang Yuan has been a bit too narrow-minded. If this Zhang Yuan has offended you in any way, I hope Yang Xingzhu can forgive us." Thunder Dragon also quickly expressed his apologies, his face filled with sincerity. "It's fine, you are both leaders of your respective clans, it's only right for you to consider the bigger picture." Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care. If he were in their shoes, he would also consider things this way. The expressions of the two masters relaxed slightly. Although there are many wonderful things in the Star territory, there should also be many dangers. If Yang Xingzhu takes so many people into the Star territory, can he protect the safety of his clansmen? Thunder Dragon asked with some concern. "There will definitely be dangers, so whether you want to follow me or not is entirely up to you. Of course, you can also choose to stay. Perhaps Tongxian realm will one day regain its vitality and become like the other cultivation stars in the Star territory. At that time, you will be able to sense a deeper level of the heavenly way and martial Tao, but when that time comes, it's hard to say." Yang Kai smiled lightly as he looked towards Xia Ningchang meaningfully. Since refining the star source of the star, becoming its star master, and breaking through to the origin returning realm, Xia Ningchang's aura had significantly improved, and the layer of gray that had always shrouded her body seemed to have lightened significantly. As long as she could continue to break through at this speed, one day she would be able to stand at the peak of the Star territory. At that time, the entire Tongxian realm would benefit. This matter is of great importance. I ask Yang Xingzhu to allow me to wait a few days. I need to discuss this matter carefully with them, Zhang Yuan frowned and said. Naturally, Yang Kai gently nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai ordered his subordinates to take the monster race and demon race masters away to rest so they could discuss this matter. There was no need to discuss the human race. 9 Heaven's Holy Land, their friends and family in the central capital, and even Soaring Heaven sect had all decided to follow Yang Kai into the Star territory. Of course, there were also some disciples who were unwilling to leave their homeland and wanted to stay behind in their sects, so the human race masters had no choice but to comply. Not everyone had a fearless adventurous spirit and was willing to gamble their life for an illusory dream. This required great courage and a yearning for higher levels of the martial Tao. However, overall, there weren't many people like this. with each sect accounting for about 30% of the total population. Everyone dispersed as there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. Soon, the hall emptied and Yang Kai walked towards a pair of beautiful twin sisters with a smile on his face. As Yang Kai approached, the breathing of the two women seemed to become slightly faster, as if they were very excited. "Jiao, Ning, long time no see," Yang Kai greeted them with a smile. There had been too many people just now, so he hadn't had time to catch up with the Hu sisters, but now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to talk to them. Moreover, they seemed to have been waiting for him here. The two women opposite him smiled lightly and said in unison, "Long time no see, how have you been?" Good. Yang Kai nodded, his brow wrinkling slightly, a little confused. His eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two women, but he couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao and which one was Hu Mei. This discovery made him scratch his head. After cultivating the twin Qi shared spirit divine art, not only did their slightly different appearances become exactly the same, even their temperaments and life auras were the same. Just standing there, it was as if they were the same person. Moreover, their cultivations had actually reached the second-order Saint Realm, not the new Saint Realm Great Elder Su Hui had reported at the beginning. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit terrifying. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Chapter 1562. Although little senior sister had already broken through to the origin returning realm and her cultivation was much higher than the Hu sisters, she had obtained a great opportunity to refine a star source, allowing her to achieve this. The Hu sisters definitely didn't have such a heaven-defying opportunity, but in this barren land with thin world energy, they were able to reach this level with their own efforts. It was obvious that their aptitude was extraordinary. Seeing the suspicion on Yang Kai's face, the woman on the left pursed her lips and smiled. "I am Jiao. I am a..." The woman on the right added. Her voice was soft and extremely pleasant to listen to. The temperament and demeanor of the two seemed to be very different from before, a fusion of the boldness of the older sister and the shyness of the younger sister. Now they were of one mind, which made them appear even more alike. "If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed." Yang Kai scratched his head. This somewhat childish action made the two women laugh. "Very few people can tell," Hu Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. "Even father often confuses us." Yang Kai nodded gently. Even Hu Man couldn't tell his two daughters apart, so it wasn't strange that he couldn't recognize them. "By the way, you heard what happened just now. Do you want to stay, or we'll go with you?" Before Yang Kai could finish, the two women answered in unison, as if they were telepathic and didn't need to discuss anything. "In that case, you should also prepare. I don't plan to wait too long, I'll set off in half a month." "Okay, we'll go see father first and send a message to master," Hu Jiao said and immediately left with Hu Mei without delay. However, they seemed a little reluctant to part. After not seeing each other for so many years, they really wanted to talk more with Yang Kai, but when they thought about how they could often see each other in the future, they weren't in a hurry. When they passed by Xianxia, the two women gently nodded, their beautiful eyes bursting with envy. Xianxia could naturally accompany Yang Kai, but they couldn't. "Senior sister, let me teach you something in this half a month." After everyone left the hall, Yang Kai quickly walked towards Xianxia and pulled her towards the secret chamber. What Yang Kai wanted to impart to Xianxia was naturally the trick of condensing one's own potential and the things to pay attention to. Yang Kai had condensed his shi with the help of the emperor pressure emitted by the emperor garden, which was a cheap trick. Although the effect was amazing, it was not suitable for Xianxia. However, this kind of understanding, comprehension, and experience was universal. Moreover, he had learned a lot of valuable experience from Qian Tong and the others. Now, he had also taught them to Xianxia. In addition to this, Yang Kai also passed on the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Little senior sister had a special constitution like the sacred spirit medicine body, so she naturally knew how to refine pills and didn't need anyone to teach her. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture was profound and mysterious, so Xianxia could draw useful information from it to improve her alchemy skills. Half a month was neither long nor short. Yang Kai and Xianxia never left the secret chamber. Naturally, during this period there were some romantic moments, heavenly thunders, earth fire, rain, and clouds. Since Yang Kai set foot on star territory, he had never been close to a woman. Now that he was reunited with such a beautiful woman, he was like a ferocious beast that had just broken free from its cage. Xianxia's complexion was getting better and better, and even her skin gradually became more translucent, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. After all, beautiful flowers needed to be watered by rain and dew. Half a month later, Yang Kai and Xianxia came out of seclusion together. In just half a month's time, Xianxia was naturally unable to condense her own shi, but after obtaining the experience from Kai Yang, she was able to understand what shi was. Furthermore, she already had a small understanding of this mysterious power. Now all that was left was herself. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture was effortless for her, and the various techniques and spirit arrays recorded in it often made her eyes light up. 9 Heaven's Holy Land was now crowded with nearly 10,000 people from the human, monster, and demon clans. Among these 10,000 people, there were 2,000 from the Holy Land, 3,000 to 4,000 from the central capital, 1,000 from the monster race, and 2,000 from the demon race. With such a huge number of people gathered here, the scene was extremely quiet. No one was making any noise, not even whispering. Everyone was just quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. They all wanted to know what method Yang Kai would use to bring so many people into Star's territory at once. With a flash of light, Yang Kai appeared, attracting the attention of over 10,000 people. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai gently nodded, "Since everyone is here, let's begin." "Yang Kai, what do you need us to do?" "Just give us the order." Thunder Dragon shouted from below. "And we will cooperate fully," Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. "It's nothing, just relax and don't resist." Yang Kai smiled lightly, opened his mouth, and spat out a seemingly inconspicuous bead. This bead floated in front of him, attracting everyone's attention. They didn't know what mysteries this bead contained, nor did they know what Yang Kai wanted to do by taking it out at this time. The answer was soon revealed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, pointed at the bead, and flicked his finger, sending it flying out like an arrow, directly arriving above the place where the 10,000 people had gathered. With a soft pop, the sound of something exploding came from inside the bead and a mysterious force swept out. Everyone who felt this force felt as if they were being restrained. Out of their trust in Yang Kai, none of them circulated their Saint Qi to resist. Their vision blurred, and when they came back to their senses, they found that they had come to a completely unfamiliar place. This was not 9 Heaven's Holy Land, but the scenery here was beautiful. Moreover, the world energy aura here seemed to be extremely rich, at least 100 times higher than Tongxian realms. This discovery shook everyone's spirits. "Hey, what's that?" A man from the demon race seemed to have discovered a new world and shouted as he looked towards a certain direction. Following his gaze, everyone immediately discovered a long, pitch-black shuttle-shaped object that was more than 100 feet long was quietly suspended in midair. "A starship!" Demon Commander Zhang Yuan muttered, a look of horror flashing across his face. Although he had heard from Demon General Mangu that Yang Kai had an intact starship, he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. Now that this starship had appeared in front of him, he immediately understood that the news was true. Under the demon capital, there was a similar starship, but that starship was in tatters, and in terms of grade, it wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the one in front of him. Zhang Yuan had some insight and could tell at a glance that this intact starship was extraordinary. What surprised him even more was that there were actually some people standing below the battleship. When these people looked at him and the others, their eyes were filled with surprise as they pointed at them curiously. Zhang Yuan habitually released his divine sense and swept these cultivators' bodies, his face changing dramatically. He found that the cultivation of each of these people far exceeded his own. Although they didn't give him the same sense of oppression as Yang Kai, they were definitely the legendary Saint King realm. Have we arrived at Star Territory? Are these people the cultivator of Star's territory? A trace of suspicion flashed across Zhang Yuan's heart. Many people had similar thoughts. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere as his figure flickered and he appeared in front of the Saint King realm cultivator and explained, "These are my disciples." Greetings, sect master. These people, who made all cultivator from Tongxian realm feel unapproachable, quickly saluted Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to the leader of this group and saying, "Lu Ping, these are my friends and family from my homeland. I will take them back to Shadowed Star and will stay here for a while. Take good care of them." The man named Lu Ping quickly nodded. Yang Kai then walked over to Chu Ling Xiao and Ling Tai Su, bowed and said, "Martial Ancestor, Grand Master, this is a small sealed world. Although it is not very big, it is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. You will be safe here. When I arrive, I will call you out. This humble one has established High Heaven sect on a place called Shadowed Star and will need the two of you to oversee it. And the journey will probably be a bit long, so it will take some time, perhaps several years. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask these people, they will cooperate fully. You can go about your business, there is no need to worry about us." Chu Ling Xiao smiled kindly. The sealed world bead, an Origin King grade starship, he didn't know how precious it was. If he had known, he would not have been so calm. "Then I'll take my leave first. When I have time, I will come to visit you," Yang Kai said before leaving this small sealed world. After Yang Kai left, the man named Lu Ping immediately ran over and asked Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others about their well-being. Just now, he had clearly heard Yang Kai call these two old men Martial Ancestor and Grandmaster. Although his cultivation was much higher than these two, he did not dare show the slightest neglect, so when facing these two, he had to show the proper etiquette of a junior. Seeing this little brat act so courteously, Chu Ling Xiao and Ling Tai Su didn't hold back and asked Lu Ping about the situation on Shadowed Star and High Heaven sect. After learning that High Heaven sect was now the dominant force on Shadowed Star, it could be said that it dominated all of Shadowed Star. Both of them felt greatly relieved and proud. In just over 30 years, Yang Kai had single-handedly made an entire Shadowed Star submit to him. This was simply not something a human could accomplish. Both of them suddenly had a new understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. Immediately, they began to inquire about more information. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put it away and swept his divine sense across the empty Nine Heavens holy land. Putting away the slightest trace of nostalgia in his eyes, he turned to Xia Ningchang, who was standing nearby, and said, "Senior sister, help me find someone." Chapter 1563. Xia Ningchang did not enter the sealed world bead. She was now a first-order origin returning realm, so she would not drag Yang Kai down. Moreover, she had just broken through and had a lot to learn, so Yang Kai let her follow him around to make it easier for him to teach her. What's more, it was very pleasing to travel with a beauty. Hearing Yang Kai say this, she immediately asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Li Lao." Yang Kai looked at her. Xia Ningchang immediately understood, gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and began to investigate. Now that she was the star master of Tongxian realm and had refined the star's source, she could shuttle back and forth anywhere in the world with a single thought. Here she was the master. Looking for someone was a piece of cake for her. She used her divine sense to communicate with the star's source of Tongxian realm, perceiving the information transmitted back to her by the flowers and trees in the world, distinguishing the traces of the person she was looking for. In less than half a day, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Found him!" Yang Kai's spirit shook as he stepped forward and grabbed Xia Ningchang's small hand. "Take me to him." Xia Ningchang gently nodded her head. Extending her jade-like hand, she pointed forward. Immediately, a black vortex appeared in the air, as if it wanted to devour everything. The two of them entered it and disappeared in an instant. On a nameless barren mountain, barren and desolate, a few thatched huts stood at the top of the mountain. No one would have thought that this was actually the place where the famous old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Ru, lived in seclusion. Yang Kai respected Li Lao very much, not only because he was the longest-lived sage in the entire world, having lived for thousands of years with the Saint Realm cultivation, but also because he had not been stingy with his teachings. When the bone race was recovering, Li Lao had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land and used his great reputation to rally the entire human race to help Yang Kai. When he returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land this time, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Li Lao or his apprentice Zhai Yao. Obviously, with Li Lao's temperament, it was impossible for him to stay in one place for too long, which was why he had left Nine Heavens Holy Land. Now that Yang Kai was going to start territory again, of course he wanted Li Lao to come with him. Is this the place? Xia Ningchang brought Yang Kai to a barren mountain that was less than 1,000 feet high. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Xia Ningchang nodded gently. But I didn't sense Li Lao's aura. Only Brother Zhai's. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He raised his head and looked in front of him. A few simple thatched huts came into view. In front of the thatched cottage, there were also a few medicinal fields. However, they weren't growing spirit grasses and medicines for cultivation, but rather some ordinary herbs. These herbs were very effective in treating ordinary people, but they were completely useless for cultivation. There was one person. In the middle of the medicinal field, this person was tending to the medicinal plants, watering and fertilizing them, repeating monotonous actions with a meticulous expression. Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards him. Do you want to see a doctor? The man who was watering the plants heard movement and didn't raise his head, asking casually. Brother Zhai, long time no see. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and greeted him. Zhai Yao's movements paused, as if he had realized something, slowly straightening up and looking at Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but grin. He had a mouthful of bright white teeth, and a face that would make any woman jealous. Behind him, the afterglow of the setting sun poured down on his body, sputtering out a golden halo. This brat is still as handsome as ever. Zhai Yao took 2 steps forward and hugged Yang Kai fiercely. Brother Yang, when did you come back? He didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew that Yang Kai would return safely. It's been almost 2 months. Zhai Yao gently nodded, shook off the dirt on his hands, and warmly greeted, Come, let's drink and chat today. But Yang Kai readily responded. In front of the thatched cottage, the two sat on the ground. There was no delicious food, but the twinkling stars in the sky and the blowing wind were dishes to go with the wine. Xia Ningchang sat on the side, holding a wine pot in his hands, pouring wine for Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. In front of the thatched cottage, in the starry sky, there were friends coming from afar. It was very pleasant. Master passed away more than 20 years ago. Zhai Yao suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Although he had already guessed, when Yang Kai heard this news, his hand that was holding the wine cup still trembled slightly. Zhai Yao grinned. He passed away peacefully. Master has been around this age for a long time. With the cultivation of the Saint Realm, living for more than 1,000 years was not something that others could do. Li Lao was proficient in pills and used pills to regulate his body, which was why he could live such a long life. Brother Zhai, my condolences. Yang Kai thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Zhai Yao smiled. Master's legacy is still there. Master lives in my heart. Yang Kai looked at him and also smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Brother Yang, why are you looking for Master this time? Zhai Yao asked. It's nothing. It's just that I'm going to leave again, and I want Li Lao and Brother Zhai to come with me. Enter the territory? Zhai Yao narrowed his eyes. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao was silent. After a while, he shook his head and said, Master raised me and taught me. My kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can't let him be here alone. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Zhai Yao smiled and said, Brother Yang, there's no need to say more. I've made up my mind. Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Kai could only sigh. With wine, he drank until he was drunk. At dawn, Xiaoyao was lying on the ground, snoring. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang found a simple grave on the peak of the mountain. After devoutly worshipping it and leaving some cultivation resources for Xiaoyao, they silently said goodbye. Are we really leaving Brother Zhai there alone? Xia Ningchang was still a little worried. It's his own decision, Yang Kai responded faintly. But Xia Ningchang seemed to want to say something else. It's not necessarily a bad thing. When you succeed in your cultivation one day, the world will be revitalized. Whether Brother Zhai leaves or not, it's the same. Xia Ningchang nodded, indicating that he understood. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where are we going now?" "The central capital. There should be a shortcut to the territory of the star. We can find someone we both know." Yang Kai smiled slightly. After a while, the two arrived at the free and unfettered territory and entered a place not far from High Heaven Pavilion through the void corridor. After the seal set by Great Demon God was lifted, Tongxian Realm and the central capital were connected. The void corridor had always existed in the original free and unfettered territory. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. The central capital was the starting point of his life. After arriving, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed that there were many more people in the original High Heaven Pavilion. He didn't know which family or small sect occupied it, but it seemed quite prosperous. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. Now, the cultivator here was as weak as a child to him. He also didn't go to the central capital. The original central capital 8 great families. The 3 families close to him were all in the sealed world bead. The remaining 5 families were now thriving in the central capital. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took his little senior sister with him, flying directly to the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although his little senior sister was the star master of Tongxian Realm, in the central capital, she couldn't travel thousands of kilometers in a flash. This place had its own world principles and was a separate world. Yang Kai didn't know how this world was formed, but after witnessing the process of Tongxian Realm's birth, prosperity, and decline, he vaguely felt that the central capital should be related to the ancient and powerful cultivator. Perhaps, it was one of those masters with heaven-defying cultivation who had created this world. The ash-gray cloud evil land was as chaotic as ever. In the past, there were several great evil kings who governed and suppressed it. Although this land was filled with filth and evil, there were still some rules that needed to be followed. But since those great evil kings died or disappeared, the ash-gray cloud evil land had completely become a chaotic land of evil. There were all kinds of people here, burning, killing, looting, anything could happen. Here, there was no reason to speak of, only those with bigger fists were right. Along the way, all the things the two of them saw and heard were insane and heinous. Yang Kai was able to remain calm, but his little senior sister couldn't help but fiercely teach a few shameless bullies a lesson, calming her anger. Fragrant City, originally a city under the jurisdiction of the beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo, was the last pure land in the ash-gray cloud evil land. But since Shanqing Luo disappeared, this last pure land had been polluted, and the city had fallen into darkness and chaos. When passing through this place, Yang Kai naturally couldn't help but reminisce. Back then he and the Dragon Lady had become acquainted with each other in this land, but after Yang Kai returned from Tongxian Realm, he had never seen her again. He had thought that he would never meet Shanqing Luo again in this life. Unexpectedly, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, he had learned of her whereabouts, met her, and fought side by side. Towards this extremely charming enchantress, Kai Yang found it hard to forget her. The place he was going to this time was the Spider Mother's nest. According to Shanqing Luo's personal maid, Biluo, she and Shanqing Luo had accidentally opened the altar in the Spider Mother's nest and were sent directly to Monster Star's territory. Therefore, Yang Kai also wanted to borrow the altar. If he succeeded, not only could he see how the Dragon Lady was doing, but he could also save a lot of time. He didn't want to spend several years on a starship just to travel. The Spider Mother's nest wasn't too far from Fragrant City, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. With Yang Kai's current speed, it would only take half a cup of tea's time to arrive. The Spider Mother's nest was as dilapidated as ever. After it collapsed, no one cared about this place anymore. After arriving here, Yang Kai entered the huge spider statue and easily found a strange altar. The altar was only about the height of a person, but it was engraved with many profound and complicated patterns. It looked like a wonderful array, but also like some ancient characters. Yang Kai released his divine sense but didn't find anything unusual. On the other hand, there were some dark traces left on the altar. This was Xianxia Luo's blood. Chapter 1564. Junior brother, what is this for? Xianxia poked her head out from the side and asked curiously. This is the shortcut. Yang Kai smiled slightly and explained to her in detail. Hearing that Xianxia Luo and Biluo had entered star territory directly from here, Xianxia was immediately curious. She also finally knew who Kai Yang wanted to see. She couldn't help but giggle to herself. From time to time, she would look at Kai Yang with her clear eyes, looking at him meaningfully. And it's not what you think. Yang Kai helplessly defended himself. Forget it, I'll study this thing, you can do as you please. Xianxia nodded and found a clean place nearby to sit down. While comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, she also tried to condense her sure. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked the strange patterns on the altar in front of him, releasing his divine sense to carefully examine them. Since Xianxia Luo and Biluo could both go to Monster Star and Monster Star from here, it meant that this altar had the ability to connect the two ends of space. In other words, as long as the conditions were met, this altar could form a tunnel between the two ends of space, ignoring the obstruction of space. This was even more profound than the most powerful space array. Yang Kai knew that some of the most ancient space arrays in star territory could teleport a cultivator from one cultivation star to another across hundreds of millions of kilometers, but this kind of space array was extremely rare. Not only were they rare, but most of them were also damaged, making it extremely risky to use them. Perhaps someone like Heaven Battling Union's Mo Shaoxing could repair ordinary space arrays, but this kind of special space array, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Therefore, generally speaking, even if a force had this kind of special space array, it would not be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. They would rather take a starship, travel slowly, and spend a lot of time traveling to their destination than risk their lives. The best way to activate the altar in front of him was Xianxia Luo's bloodline. In the past, she and Biluo had inadvertently used their own blood to open the altar. However, Yang Kai could not use this method. His golden blood was indeed powerful. However, it did not have the effect of Xianxia Luo's bloodline. So he could only rely on his own profound attainments in the Tao of space. Under his investigation, the ancient characters on the altar remained calm. Without any reaction, Yang Kai did not become impatient and instead immersed himself in them. Gradually, he felt a sense of wonder. These ancient characters seemed to have a life of their own. There was also a very subtle connection between them. He tried again and again. Bit by bit. He felt that he had made some gains, but when he looked carefully, he found nothing. Time slowly passed. Little senior sister sat quietly to the side, not disturbing Yang Kai. Currently, she was immersed in the process of condensing sure and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, so she was completely oblivious to the movements around her. One day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light bursting from them, seemingly having made some progress. He mobilized his own space force, allowing this mysterious power to shuttle back and forth across the ancient altar, connecting the complex characters. Like a needle, these characters became more and more closely connected to each other until they were inseparable. When Yang Kai's space force penetrated the last character, the pattern on the altar suddenly burst with light, as if it had been given a new life and floated out from the altar. These lines swam through the void like fish, rearranging themselves, and finally forming the phantom of a large gate in front of Yang Kai. Little senior sister. Yongkai shouted. Xia Ningchang quickly gathered her thoughts and her tender body flickered, arriving beside Yongkai and grasping Yongkai's hand. She knew that the time had come. Yongkai did not delay as he stared intently at the phantom of the tightly closed gate, a dignified expression on his face. Although he had successfully comprehended the mysteries of the altar with his attainments in the Tao of space and formed the phantom of this gate, he did not have the key to open it. Shanqing Luo's bloodline was the key to this gate. However, Yang Kai had his own method. He condensed his space force at the tip of his finger, pointed forward in a seemingly slow but urgent manner, and then fiercely slashed downwards. The void seemed to tremble as a crack suddenly appeared on the tightly closed gate. At first, the crack was very small, almost imperceptible, but it quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up the gate, revealing a dark passage. This was a void corridor that connected the two ends of space separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers. The interior was a chaotic void, like the maw of a ferocious beast, capable of swallowing everything in the world. Xia Ningchang's tender body could not help but tense up as she gripped Yang Kai's hand even tighter. Yang Kai did not hesitate as he pulled Xia Ningchang into the passage. When the two figures disappeared, the dark passage also closed up and disappeared. The surroundings were silent. In this place, there was no sound, no light. Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai could only see darkness. However, Xia Ningchang could vaguely feel a mysterious power flowing around her. This power was like a rushing river, wanting to drown her. Yang Kai had protected her. This was a void corridor, a mysterious and unknown place that ordinary people could not reach. It was a forbidden zone where all living things could not survive. Any powerhouse could get lost in this mysterious world, eventually being swallowed up by the darkness and never being able to rise again. Even if it was Yang Kai, he had to be extremely vigilant as he walked around, his divine sense constantly scanning the surroundings, helping Xia Ningchang avoid the murderous auras that came from the void. This strange place seemed to be able to affect the thoughts of living beings and their perception of time. Yang Kai could only desperately mobilize his space force to resist the interference coming from all directions. Shanqing Luo and Biluo had used the altar to enter the Monster Star and Monster Star, so there was not much danger because her bloodline was compatible. However, Yang Kai had used a special method to forcibly open the altar, so the risk he had to bear was many times greater than the beguiling Demon Queen. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite good, so even though he was treading on thin ice, he was still able to cope with it. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly became spirited and rushed in a certain direction with Xia Ningchang. After arriving there, he stretched out his hand and tore through space, falling out of this mysterious unknown place with Xia Ningchang. The little senior sister only came back to her senses at this moment, her confused eyes gradually becoming clear. She thought it had only been a moment, but she did not know that Yang Kai had been carrying her through the void corridor for many days. This mysterious place affected Xia Ningchang's judgment of the passage of time. This should be an underground cave, damp and dark, but there were some white skeletons scattered in front of them. From the size of the skeletons, these skeletons must have been huge when they were alive. This is... Xia Ningchang looked around, a blank look on his face. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and picked up a piece of bone, carefully examining it. After a while, he grinned. "We're here. This is Monster Star, Monster Star?" "Monster Star, Monster Star?" Xia Ningchang murmured. "Is this the stars where Big Sister Queen lives?" Yang Kai nodded. He could make this judgment thanks to the white bones on the ground. If he guessed correctly, these white bones should be the bones of the ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. When Shanqing Luo and Biluo arrived here, the first thing they encountered was the skeleton of a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Shanqing Luo had absorbed the essence of this ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, which was why she was chosen by Red Moon Tribal Lord and adopted as her daughter, allowing her to survive on Monster Star. Otherwise, with her human identity, how could she have gained a foothold on this Monster Star? It would have been even more impossible for her to reach the Third Order origin returning realm in just a few decades. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's essence had helped Shanqing Luo greatly. Her bloodline had some traces of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, so she was able to open the altar and obtain the opportunity that belonged solely to her. Opportunities were really mysterious. Yang Kai had worked hard over the years and his luck was not bad, but he had only just broken through to the Second Order origin returning realm, but Shanqing Luo had already surpassed him. Yang Kai pondered as he recalled all the information Biluo had revealed to him in the Emperor Garden. He didn't know much about Monster Star, only that it was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Although there were also humans on Monster Star, they were nothing more than foils for the monster race. The human race had its own advantages. Although the monster race was powerful, they did not exterminate the human race and instead allowed them to roam freely. Only when some masters emerged from the human race who could threaten the monster race's dominance would the monster race's masters take action. On Monster Star, the human race had no status. The 10 tribal lords were the rulers of Monster Star, each of them an Origin King Realm Master. Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had adopted Shanqing Luo as her daughter, was one of them. Yang Kai thought about it for a while, but this was all the information he had obtained, which gave him a headache. "Let's get out of here first," Yang Kai called out to Xianxia and led her out of the underground cave. Outside, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that this place was filled with towering mountains and precipitous peaks. The world energy here was rich, but there was also a thick demonic chi everywhere. From time to time, the roars of fierce monster beast and the sounds of fighting could be heard. Yang Kai really didn't know how Shanqing Luo had managed to leave this place safely back then. Obviously, she had suffered a lot. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and swaggered through the jungle with Xianxia. This place might be extremely dangerous for others, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He was not afraid of anyone below the Origin King realm. Even if it was an ordinary Origin King, he could face them calmly. Having cultivated the Tao of Space, few people could force him into a desperate situation unless they were like Star Emperor Mountain Sect Master, Xianxia, who had dragged him into a small sealed space. However, that alone was not enough. One needed absolute force to suppress him. Xianxia did not have such ability, so he died. Chapter 1565. What Yang Kai needed to do the most right now was to gather some information. It should be easy to find out where Shanqing Luo was. Since she was the adopted daughter of Red Moon Tribal Lord, she must be with Red Moon Tribal Lord. When they parted in the Emperor Garden, Shanqing Luo's heart-wrenching cries still echoed in Yang Kai's ears. Since he had come to Monster Star, he naturally wanted to see if this dragon lady was living well. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xianxia flew out of the mountains and forests. However, along the way, although Yang Kai encountered many creatures, they were all uncivilized monster beasts. He couldn't get any information from them at all, which made him feel very helpless. He could only pin his hopes on what lay ahead. While flying aimlessly with Xianxia, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate their surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something and pointed in a direction. "There's some movement over there, let's go take a look." Xianxia naturally had no objections. The two landed and walked side by side in the direction Yang Kai had just pointed out. Not long after, a group of about a dozen cultivator figures appeared in front of them. These cultivators exuded a wild aura, which was very different from the energy response of a normal human cultivator. Moreover, each of them more or less had some physical characteristics of a monster beast. This group of more than a dozen cultivators were clearly monster race. They were riding on wolf-shaped demonic beasts with golden armor. They looked majestic and awe-inspiring. They were urging their mounts to gallop madly. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were like a flood of steel. It was a grand sight. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the highest cultivation of these monster race cultivators was only a second-order Saint King, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So, he led Xianxia forward to meet them. Sorry to disturb you. When he got closer, he cupped his fists at the leader of the demon clan with a warm smile on his face. The other party had obviously noticed him long ago. Riding the wolf-shaped monster beast, he leaped in front of him and looked down at him from above. His slightly white eyes revealed a natural sense of contempt and scrutiny. The monster beast he was sitting on panted and breathed out a foul smell on Xianxia's face. It seemed like it wanted to stretch its head out. She sniffed the Xianxia to see if it was delicious. Xianxia smiled. He remained unmoved. This was the monster star, the world of the monster race. Therefore, the monster race had a natural sense of superiority when facing creatures of other races. They felt that there was no other race that could be compared to the supreme demon race. In front of the powerful demon clan, no matter which race it was, all of them could only bow their heads and serve as slaves and servants. Human? The leader of the demon race cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia, recognizing his identity at a glance. The wolf-shaped monster beast he was sitting on snorted. As if sensing the displeasure in its master's heart, it circled around Xianxia and Xianxia. After returning to his previous position, the demon race cultivator coldly snorted and said, "What are you two humans doing here?" "Hee, I accidentally got lost. May I ask, where is this place?" "This is the Red Moon territory." The demon race cultivator proudly replied, "This is the territory of the Great Red Moon territory. You don't know where this is and you came here?" I know this is the territory of the Red Moon territory." Xianxia chuckled. "What I want to ask is, where is the nearest city? If it's convenient, can you tell me where the Red Moon Territory Lord's palace is?" "You want to know the location of the Territory Master's palace?" When the demon race cultivator heard this, his expression turned cold, and he looked at Xianxia with even more hostility. "Why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing. I have a friend in the Red Moon Territory Lord's palace, and I want to see her," Xianxia casually replied. "The friend?" The demon race cultivator was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was full of ridicule, and even the other demon race cultivators also laughed. "Human, I advise you to give up. The Territory Master's palace is not open to anyone without being summoned, not even us demons, let alone you humans. But don't worry, the Territory Master has always been benevolent to humans. Your friend is a servant in the palace, so she should be living a good life." He subconsciously thought that the friend Xianxia mentioned was just an insignificant person in the Red Moon Territory Lord's palace. This was very normal. The humans in the Territory Master's palace were all beautiful and handsome men who were carefully selected. They did not do anything else other than work as servants. In the monster race's territory, humans had never had much status. Thank you for your reminder, but I still want to know the location of Senior Red Moon's palace," Xianxia insisted. "Humans are all as arrogant as you, that's why I don't like it." The demon race cultivator coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "I can tell you, but not for free. Give me something in exchange." "Sure." Xianxia nodded and threw a bag of Saint crystals to the demon race cultivator. The demon race cultivator caught it, opened it, and was suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, "High-rank Saint crystals." As soon as these words came out, all the demon race cultivators showed a look of greed, looking at the bag, then at Xianxia and Xianxia. Many of them looked at Xianxia with malicious eyes. "Can you tell me now?" Xianxia looked at the other party with a smile. "And you're quite tactful, human. I'll tell you." The demon race cultivator pondered for a while before his expression gradually calmed down and he began to tell Xianxia the information he wanted. After a short while, Xianxia cupped his fists to the group of cultivator and calmly left with Xianxia. "Master, this human looks very rich. Why did you let them go?" A young-looking demon race cultivator came up to the leader and asked suspiciously, You think I can't see how rich he is? Then why didn't you let them stay? This is the wilderness. Even if Master Red Moon didn't let us kill humans, no one would know if we did." "Idiot. If we really did, I'm afraid it wouldn't be those two who died, but us." "Master, that's not necessary." The demon race youth didn't believe it. That's not necessary. He is so rich, but when facing so many of our companions, did he show the slightest bit of fear? Even that human woman beside him didn't panic at all. What does this mean? It means that the two of them don't put us in their eyes at all. You idiot, you only see the light of the Saint crystals, but you ignore their strength. It's because this is the wilderness that I don't dare to act rashly, otherwise. Hearing him say this, the demon race youth couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He reluctantly looked at Yang Kai and Xianxia as they left and sighed. That woman looks so delicate, if only I could take a bite. Some of the demon race cultivators were transformed from monster beast, so they still maintained the habit of eating raw meat and drinking blood when they were monster beast. But overall, there weren't many such cultivators. Most of the demon race cultivators were born in human form, but they still retained some traces of monster beast. This monster race youth was obviously a monster beast in disguise, so he wasn't interested in Xianxia's face that was hidden under the black veil. Instead, he was drooling over her fair skin and sparkling flesh. Human flesh and blood had always been delicious, especially the flesh and blood of young human women. Enough nonsense, Qianyan Master's little lord should already be on his way. We need to inquire about his whereabouts and then send a message back. Tribal Lord Master will send someone to pick him up. This is our mission, we can't afford to make any mistakes, the demon race youth said solemnly. The monster race cultivator quickly said, but soon, a gloomy look appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and muttered, I wonder how many women will fall into the hands of this little lord. Hearing them mention this young lord of Senior Qianyan's, all the monster race cultivators fell silent out of fear, seemingly quite afraid of this guy. Junior brother, what should we do now? Xianxia followed closely behind Yang Kai and asked softly. Let's go to the nearest city first. Yang Kai sighed. Although he had easily inquired about the location of Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace from the demon race cultivator, it was impossible to find Shanqing Luo there. The cultivator had said very clearly that without being summoned, no one was allowed to approach the tribal Lord Master's palace, otherwise they would be killed without mercy. Even the demon race didn't dare to overstep this rule, let alone Yang Kai and Xianxia, who were still humans. Qi Yu, one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star, was in the palace, so even if Yang Kai was confident, he didn't dare act rashly in front of her. She was an origin king, and according to Biluo, she seemed to be a second-order origin king. Rushing in rashly would definitely be courting death. Yang Kai had to think of a way. It would be best if he could send a message to Shanqing Luo and ask her to come out and see him. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. One day later, he and Xianxia arrived in front of a monster race city. Shimmering Moon City was somewhat different from the other cities Yang Kai had seen before. The buildings in this city showed the rough and wild style of the monster race. They weren't exquisite, but they gave off a rather grand feeling. Naturally, not everyone in the city was from the monster race. There were also human figures coming and going. Red Moon Tribal Lord was better than the other tribal lords in this regard, and that was, in her territory, no monster race member was allowed to kill innocent humans. Although the status of humans was low, humans had their own advantages, and it was precisely because Qi Yu saw these advantages that she gave them space to live. The other 9 tribal lords weren't as far-sighted as she was. This was especially true for Wild Lion Tribal Lord, who was the most bloodthirsty of them all. There were no traces of human existence in his territory, and his subordinates also adhered to the concept of a master tribal lord, directly killing and eating any humans they saw. As a result, the humans who originally lived in his territory had all scattered and fled, flocking to Red Moon territory, which was relatively safe for humans. Overall, Shimmering Moon City's human and monster races lived in harmony. Of course, the status of humans was always inferior. Chapter 1566. For example, to enter Shimmering Moon City, a monster race cultivator only needed to pay 3 mid-rank Saint Crystals to enter, but Yang Kai had to pay 1 high-rank Saint Crystal to enter. Regarding this, Yang Kai had no complaints. After paying 2 Saint crystals, he entered the city with Xianxia. The extremely spacious streets were large enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of shops, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there would be human and monster race cultivator coming in and out, looking very busy. The owners of these shops were also very welcoming, trying to attract business for their shops. Along the way, Yang Kai found that most of the shops were run by human race cultivators. On the contrary, there were very few monster race cultivators. In terms of business, human race cultivators were obviously more talented than monster race cultivators. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. He found that on this monster star, there were many cultivation materials that were not available on Shadowed Star. This was a very normal thing. Every place or territory had its own unique products. Monster Star was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Here, the most common goods that appeared on the market were naturally monster beast body materials and monster core. When he discovered this, Yang Kai was taken aback. He had not expected that in a monster race city, everyone was blatantly doing business with monster beast. This made him very puzzled. After all, many monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Did they not have any sense of rejection? For example, in the cities of Shadowed Star, if someone sold human limbs or organs, no one would patronize them. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai was relieved. It was reasonable. Since monster beast business was so popular here, everyone must have become accustomed to it. What's more, not all monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Even the monster beast cultivator would kill other weaker monster beast cultivators and eat their flesh, devour their monster cores, strengthen themselves. Yang Kai looked around with interest. Junior brother, there are so many high-grade materials here. Xianxia's eyes were shining. On Tongxian realm, she was limited by the grade of materials produced there, so she could not refine high-grade pills. But as soon as she came to Monster Star, it was like entering a huge treasure trove. The dazzling array of high-grade materials made her want to buy them all and return to refined pills. Now that she had refined the star source of stars, the prosperity and decline of Tongxian realm were closely related to her, so Xianxia could not wait to improve her strength. To her, concocting pills was a form of cultivation. Through concocting pills, she could increase her cultivation at a freakish speed. Unfortunately, we don't have many Saint crystals left. Yang Kai also had a headache. Xianxia had taken a fancy to these materials, so did he. But most of the Saint crystals he carried had been used up when Xianxia refined the star source of stars, so what was left could only be used as a backup and could not be bought in bulk. Looking at Xianxia's disappointed eyes, Yang Kai smiled slightly, but it doesn't matter if we buy some. The little senior sister suddenly smiled, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. The two immediately walked into a shop and began to check the goods, bargaining with the shop owner. Half a day later, Xianxia's space ring had a lot of alchemy materials. Yang Kai also had a lot of herbs in his space ring, most of which were the ones he obtained from the floating continent and the Emperor Garden. The rest were things he had purchased on Shadowed Star. If combined with the monster beast's monster core, many of the ancient pill recipes recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture could be used. Yang Kai had never been able to collect the materials needed for these ancient pill recipes, most of which required the monster beast's monster core. On Shadowed Star, powerful monster beasts were rare, so Yang Kai could not make bricks without straw. However, this monster star greatly satisfied his requirements. There were not many things here, but there were countless monster beast materials. He was already considering whether or not he should stay in this place for a while and plunder it. In addition to alchemy materials, Yang Kai also needed the monster beast's soul to cultivate his blood beast and origin king grade pills to refine. However, the lack of Saint crystals was still the biggest problem. After purchasing the materials, Yang Kai took Xianxia to the nearest inn and asked for a good room. Although the architectural style of Shimmering Moon City was very rough, The room Yang Kai and Xianxia lived in was very well maintained. Not only was the environment of the room excellent, but there were also barriers around it that could block the divine senses of others from prying into it. This could be regarded as a way to protect guests. The owner of the inn was a monster race cultivator, but he was not as overbearing as other monster race cultivators. On the contrary, this old man was very amiable and warmly received Yang Kai's senior sister and brother, which slightly changed Yang Kai's negative impression of the monster race. After arranging accommodation for Xianxia, Yang Kai left the inn and began to inquire about useful information in Shimmering Moon City. He did not forget that the main purpose of this trip was to take a look at the Shanqing Luo, but now, the biggest problem he faced was how to get close to Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. After staying in Shimmering Moon City for several days, Yang Kai was at his wit's end. However, with the limited Saint crystals he had, Yang Kai was able to buy some precious monster beast materials. Young man, you seem to have something on your mind. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking and meditating in the inn when the owner of the inn came over with a smile, took the initiative to add a side dish for Yang Kai, and sat down across from him. I see you've been looking for people to inquire about the tribal master's palace these past few days. Do you have something you want to see the master? This monster race old man had an amiable look on his face and seemed to be in his 50s or 60s with a slightly stooped waist. In recent days he had taken great care of Yang Kai, doing his best to satisfy all of his requests. Seeing the old man sit down, Yang Kai chuckled and said, I won't hide it from old sir, I was inquiring about the tribal master's palace not because I wanted to see the master. The owner of the inn looked at him with interest. Then what do you want to do? Do you know that your inquiries have attracted the attention of many people? The monster race is not very friendly to humans. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded. When he was looking for people to inquire about the tribal lord's palace these past few days, he had indeed felt this. The monster race cultivator either ridiculed him, disdained him, or even threatened him. If it weren't for Red Moon Territory's many rules, it was likely the monster race cultivator would have attacked him. A mere human dared to inquire about the matters of the tribal master's palace. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you don't want to see the tribal master, then what do you want? The owner of the inn asked. To be honest, I have a friend who should be in the tribal master's palace. I haven't seen her for decades. The last time I saw her, we parted in a hurry. I didn't even have time to say goodbye, so I want to visit her, Yang Kai answered honestly. Friend, woman? The owner of the inn smiled a little slyly, with an expression of, I know everything on his face. Yang Kai laughed dryly. That woman likes you? The owner of the inn asked again. Old sir, you're so nosy. Yang Kai's face turned red. The old man smiled slightly and didn't dwell on this issue, instead sighing with emotion, Young man, you have good fortune. I see that the woman who came with you is also a good girl. Living in seclusion, yet there are still women out there who miss you. And this old man is envious. Changing the topic, the old man said, in fact, it's very simple to inquire about the matters of the palace. Please enlighten me, old sir. Yang Kai immediately became spirited and humbly asked for advice. Every month or so, the people from the palace will go out to purchase some supplies. Our Shimmering Moon City is not too far away from the palace and can be considered quite prosperous, so we are generally regarded as their primary target. Every month, there will be people from the palace coming over. You only need to wait a few days and you will be able to see the maidservant in the palace. If you're lucky, you may be able to meet her directly. Obviously, like the first monster race cultivator Yang Kai met before, he thought that Yang Kai's friend was a maidservant in the palace. After all, humans who could enter the tribal master's palace were of such status. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although the owner of the inn misunderstood the identity of Shanqing Luo, this was not necessarily a bad idea. If he could get the maidservant to pass a message to Shanqing Luo or something, then all the problems would be solved. Thank you, old sir, for your guidance. Yang Kai happily cupped his fists. It's no matter, this old man didn't do anything, no need to thank me. Old sir. Yang Kai looked at him with a chuckle. I feel that your attitude towards humans is very different from other monster race cultivators. Don't you dislike humans? Dislike? Why would I dislike them? The owner of the inn looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Humans are very good. This old man also knew a very special human when he was young. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of rich tenderness flash through the old man's eyes. He suddenly understood something. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Young man, enjoy your meal. This old man is old. I'll go lie down for a while. The owner of the inn suddenly seemed a little dispirited. As he spoke, he stood up. His back seemed to become even more bent. Yang Kai silently sighed. It seemed that when the owner of the inn was young, he seemed to have liked human women. A love union between different races was not something that could be easily tolerated in any place, not to mention that this was the monster star where the monster race reigned supreme. Humans had no status at all. However, it was precisely because this was not allowed that in many places, love unions between different races would eventually lead to separation and even the death of both parties. It was an inspiring and tragic legend. Yang Kai did not think too much about it. After drinking a few cups of wine, he returned to the side room. After exhorting Xia Ningchong, who was refining pills, he went straight to the city gate. According to the owner of the inn, the maidservants in the palace would be purchasing supplies in the next few days. Yang Kai was going to wait and see if he could find a suitable person to pass a message to Shanqing Luo. Chapter 1567. Not far from the city gate of Shimmering Moon City, there was a tea house. The location was good, just enough to see the situation of the cultivator coming in and out of the city gate. Yang Kai went out early and returned late, waiting in this tea house for several days, but did not see any maidservants from the palace appear. On this day, just as he was bored and tasting tea, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city parted to both sides of the road, as if they were making way for some kind of big shot. Among the crowd, there were also some shouts, and Yang Kai vaguely heard cries of, "He's here, he's here." Did the maidservants from the palace come? Kai Yang's spirit shook as he took it for granted. The commotion at the city gate also passed to the tea house, and the cultivator who was drinking tea in the tea house also came out of the tea house and gathered on the street. After a while, the spacious street was full of people, all of them looking at the city gate. Although there were many people, it was very quiet. Yang Kai also came out of the tea house and squeezed into the crowd, looking at the city gate with a look of expectation, looking for a suitable person to explain his request and let her help him pass the message. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibration came from the distance, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing here. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that things seemed to be a little different from what he thought. After all, if it was only the maidservants of the palace going out to purchase supplies, there should not be such a big commotion. What's more, since those maidservants came out once a month, the residents and cultivator of Shimmering Moon City should not be surprised by this, so it was impossible for them to just stand around and watch. Realizing this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not the maidservants of the palace who came. However, he was very curious about who came to Shimmering Moon City and attracted the interest of so many cultivator. After a while, a majestic wolf-shaped monster beast suddenly jumped in from the outside, and on this monster beast, there was a monster cultivator that Yang Kai looked familiar to. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The demon race cultivator leisurely stepped into Shimmering Moon City. He shouted loudly and waved a long whip in his hand, driving the onlooking cultivator further away to make way for a wider street. They followed closely behind him. More than 10 wolf-shaped monster beasts of similar size appeared. Every monster beast had a monster race cultivator riding it. They consciously scattered to the sides and waited respectfully in formation. Wasn't this the Demon Clan team that he had questioned a few days ago? Yang Kai looked at the leading cultivator and quickly remembered. This friend. Which master has graced Shimmering Moon City with his presence? Why is there such a grand display? Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from the side. Obviously, the owner of this voice was also confused and was trying to get information from others. I don't know. The person who was asked looked outside curiously. I don't know what you're here to see. The person who asked the question immediately became unhappy. I came to take a look because I didn't know. Aren't you the same? Cough, cough. Just as everyone was puzzled and whispering to each other to find out the truth, two huge heads suddenly popped out from the city gate. These two heads had a single horn on them and were pitch black in color. Their skulls were covered with hard scales, and their eyes were like those of snakes, emitting waves of cold light that made people shudder. This is... A knowledgeable person immediately exclaimed. He could already see the origins of these two monster beasts. The two monster beasts' full appearance was soon imprinted in everyone's vision. Apart from the huge heads, these two monster beasts had a pair of wings on their backs, and their bodies were covered with dragon-like scales. Their long tails swung freely behind them, full of explosive power. Ninth Order Monster Beast, Thunder Flame Flying Lizards. Not all monster beasts had the ability to transform into human form. Some monster beasts would maintain their beast form for their entire lives. This Ninth Order Thunder Flame Flying Lizard was obviously one of them. Among the Ninth Order monster beasts, it was a famous existence. It was born proficient in controlling thunder and fire and had a violent and cruel temper. Even a Second Order origin returning realm cultivator would have to flee at the sight of it. There were not many masters who could subdue this monster beast. But now, these two Thunder Flame Flying Lizards had been reduced to pulling a carriage, with the reins tied around their necks. Following behind them, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly drove into shimmering Moon City. This carriage was extremely luxurious and beautifully decorated. As the wheels turned, a crisp tinkling sound could be heard coming from inside, pleasing to the ear. The carriage was large and had no doors or windows, only some pink curtains hanging around it. It seemed that the owner of this carriage liked to be the center of attention. There were 3 people sitting inside the carriage, but almost everyone's eyes were focused on a single person at this moment. It was a man wearing a pure white robe, sitting on a soft couch. He was handsome and dignified. He just sat there casually, but his whole body was emitting a luxurious aura, making people unconsciously feel that they were a head shorter. At first glance, they would only think that this person was very handsome, but if they looked at him a second time, they would be immersed in his eyes. His eyes were very bright, very spirited, and seemed to be exuding a strange power. Any woman who looked into his eyes would unconsciously lose herself, like a moth that saw a flickering light, and would throw herself into it without a care. On the man's lap, there was a stunning woman who was half-crouched. The man's slender and beautiful hands were gently stroking her black hair. The woman's eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a look of extreme enjoyment, as if she was a pet that was enjoying the caress and care of its master. There was also a woman lying in the man's embrace. Her expression was similarly blurred, and her beautiful face was rosy, as if she had just been nourished by rain and dew. She was panting slightly, and her red lips emitted a captivating and beautiful light. Although he was surrounded by countless people, the man still had a smile on his face. His eyes, which were filled with an evil power, looked around without leaving a trace. Any woman who met his gaze would feel their hearts jump with joy. They could not wait to rush onto the beast carriage and accompany him, dedicating their bodies and minds to him. I know who he is, he's young Master Evil-Eyed. He's the young Lord of Thousand Eyes, tribal lord, meet him. Exclamations came from the crowd, revealing the noble identity of the man sitting on the carriage. Many people recognized him. The complexions of many men changed drastically as the looks in their eyes towards Meteon gradually changed, becoming one of dread. This couldn't be helped. This young Master Evil-Eye's reputation on Monster Star was simply too terrible. It was rumored that there were at least 800 women who had died at his hands, if not 1,000, and none of these women were killed by him by force or by his own hands. Instead, these women had taken the initiative to offer their lives to him. It was rumored that Meteon cultivated a kind of secret technique that allowed him to pluck Yin to supplement Yang. If he made love to a woman, no matter how outstanding they would die. Even so, there were still more women who threw themselves into Mi Tian's arms without hesitation. The most hateful thing was that Mi Tian, whether it was a woman from the human race or the monster race, he would wantonly touch them. Many women had been poisoned by him in this way, so generally speaking, no matter where this Mi Tian went, men would not allow their women to come out and do their best to avoid meeting him. No one had heard that Mi Tian would come to Shimmering Moon City before, so no one had been on guard. If they had known earlier, they would have avoided him at all costs. But now, with the carriage pulled by 2 Ninth Order monster beast thunder flame flying lizards, and Mi Tian had appeared in front of them, how could they just leave? It's over, it's over. Many cultivators looked at the lovey-dovey women around them and saw the admiration and love in their eyes towards Mi Tian, wishing they could rush up and tear this bastard into 1,000 pieces right now. But this was just a thought. Without even mentioning that Mi Tian was a 3rd Order origin returning realm master, few were his opponents, and the 2 Ninth Order monster beast pulling his carriage were not to be trifled with. What's more, Mi Tian also had a huge backer behind him. Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord. He was a true tyrant, an origin king realm master, so which one dared to attack his son? Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord doted on his son very much, otherwise, he would not have used the thunder flame flying lizards to pull his carriage. Yang Kai, who was standing in the crowd, also learned the identity of this guy from the exclamations and discussions of the people around him and secretly felt a little strange. Why would the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord's family come to Red Moon territory? As far as he knew, the relationship between the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star was not very harmonious. However, Yang Kai did not think too much about it. After learning that the person who had caused such a ruckus was not the maidservant he had been waiting for, he no longer had any interest in watching the fun. He did not like the look in the eyes of this young Master Evil Eyes very much. It was a kind of arrogance that seemed to say that all the women in the world belonged to him. Yang Kai wanted to turn around and leave, but after recovering he could not help being stunned. Because the cultivator on both sides of the street were all half kneeling on the ground, respectfully welcoming Mi Tian into the city. Yang Kai looked around and could not help frowning. He suddenly found that he stood out from the crowd. There were countless onlookers, and at this moment, all of them were half kneeling on the ground. Only Yang Kai stood there alone, so of course, he was particularly eye-catching. Mi Tian looked over at Yang Kai and raised his chin slightly. Even though he was just sitting on top of the carriage, he was still looking down on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with an oppressive aura. Bold! An angry roar came from the side as the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast pulled on the reins in his hand and his mount rushed in front of Yang Kai, waving a long whip as he reprimanded, still not kneeling. Saying so, he was about to whip Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. The monster race cultivator was startled and suddenly recognized Yang Kai's face. Wasn't this guy the human cultivator who had asked him for directions a few days ago? At that time, he felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. Chapter 1568. Thinking so in his heart, the monster race cultivator flicked his wrist slightly and the long whip that was originally aimed at Yang Kai was deflected, causing a loud crack to ring out. He couldn't figure out Yang Kai's depths, so he didn't dare act rashly, but on the other side he had to protect young Lord Mi Tian's face. After all, even so many monster race masters had to bow to Mi Tian, yet a trivial human was still standing here. This was contempt for Mi Tian and an insult to the monster race as a whole. For a time, the monster race cultivator was at a loss, not knowing what to do, turning his eyes to Mi Tian for help. Human, you're quite bold, daring not to kneel before this young lord? Mi Tian smiled lightly, seemingly harmless, but anyone could hear the contempt in his words. Mi Tian's noble status and extraordinary strength gave him the qualifications to say such words. This human is doomed. Many cultivator had such thoughts in their hearts as they directed sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai. However, most of them were taking pleasure in Mi Tian's misfortune. With Yang Kai attracting Mi Tian's attention, this young lord evil-eyed, who had a terrible reputation, would not have any spare energy to pay attention to the beautiful women of shimmering Moon City. Thinking so, many people felt grateful to Yang Kai and quietly pressed down the heads of the beautiful women beside them, not allowing them to fully reveal their faces. "Kneel." Yang Kai chuckled, meeting Mi Tian's gaze without fear. "Why should I? A monster race master actually dared to boast about kneeling?" Yang Kai was amused by his arrogant tone. To be honest, he didn't want to cause trouble on this monster star. If Mi Tian had pretended not to see him, this matter would have passed and no one would have said anything. But now, conflict seemed inevitable, so Yang Kai naturally had to stand up and meet it head-on. "Because you're a human." Mi Tian sneered, his momentum still full. Human beings must kneel before this young lord. As if feeling his anger, the two thunder flame flying lizards pulling the carriage also became manic and turned their heads. All of them cast their gazes towards Yang Kai's position. Their nostrils flared and their beastly eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. The faces of the people around Yang Kai changed greatly and without hesitation, they scattered. None of them dared to stay with Yang Kai anymore. They were afraid that the city gate would catch fire. The fish in the moat. In an instant, with Yang Kai's position, all the cultivators within a radius of him. Only him. Kai Yang became more and more conspicuous. "Human, you better not be so presumptuous on Monster Emperor Star. Otherwise, you will pay a very heavy price." Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai indifferently, and even the two stunning women beside him glared at Yang Kai, as if Yang Kai was the most rude person in the world. "Monster Star is my monster race's territory, you human, and you should obediently tuck your tail between your legs. This young lord is not a stingy person, so since this is your first offense, I can pretend I didn't see you. If you kneel, this young lord will spare your life." Mi Tian stretched out a finger and nodded, putting on an air of arrogance. "And if I don't?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Mi Tian with a smile. "That's not up to you." Mi Tian coldly snorted. As soon as these words fell, the thunder flame flying lizard on the left suddenly opened its mouth wide and sent out a ball of flashing lightning towards Yang Kai with astonishing momentum. Feeling the overwhelming heat and the terrifying lethality contained in this ball of fire, many cultivators showed looks of shock. Although most of them had long heard of the terror of thunder flame flying lizards, they had never seen them with their own eyes. Today, their horizons had been broadened. No wonder it was said that even a second-order origin returning realm cultivator would flee upon seeing a thunder flame flying lizard. This ball of fire alone was not something an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator could resist. As the terrifying ball of fire approached, Yang Kai simply stood there, as if he was unaware of the danger. It wasn't until the ball of fire was right in front of him that he suddenly stretched out his hand and tried to grab it. Courting death. Many cultivator who saw this thought in their hearts. How could the attack of a thunder flame flying lizard be so easy to deal with? This little brat seemed a bit out of his mind, actually trying to resist it with his physical body. No wonder he dared to confront Mi Tian. But what happened next shocked everyone. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed the ball of fire, he was not directly burned to ashes as everyone had expected. Instead, the ball of fire let out a light crackling sound as it touched his hand. An extremely mysterious fluctuation of power spread out and disappeared in a flash. The terrifying ball of fire was like a deflated balloon, shrinking at an extremely fast speed before finally disappearing. Yang Kai was completely unscathed. A series of gasps rang out. Mi Tian finally sat up straight slowly and pushed aside the woman who was half lying on his lap, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. "Good, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator." Mi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "No wonder you dared act so arrogantly, it turns out you have some skill." The moment Yang Kai attacked, he saw through Yang Kai's cultivation. A second-order origin returning realm master was not weak on Monster Emperor Star, not to mention that he was only a human. Monster Star was dominated by the monster race, and although it was rich in materials and world energy, it was rare for an origin-returning realm master to emerge from the human race. Those with such aptitude had long been strangled in the cradle. It was impossible for the monster race to allow the human race to grow. They left the human race to survive in this crevice only because they fancied the various unique talents of the human race, so how could they allow the human race to have the opportunity to turn the tables? So, after realizing that Yang Kai was a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, Mi Tian immediately became interested and, standing on top of the beast carriage, waved his hand, and coldly snorted, "Kill him." The two ninth-order monster beasts immediately went berserk, standing upright and opening their mouths, flames and lightning leaping from them. The city gate was in chaos as most of the cultivator hurriedly fled. Yang Kai laughed. Two beasts dare act presumptuously. With a flash of golden light, the two golden blood threads, under the control of Yang Kai, shot out like arrows towards the thunder flame flying lizards. Two pillars of fire sprayed out from the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths to meet the golden blood threads, but they were still unable to slow down the speed of the golden blood threads. The terrifying flames did not cause any damage to the golden blood threads at all. In the blink of an eye, the golden blood threads shot into the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths. In the next moment, the two ninth-order monster beasts let out a roar similar to a mournful wail as their huge bodies swayed from side to side, smashing through the nearby houses and collapsing them. The golden blood threads that had rushed into their bellies, under the control of Yang Kai, began cutting into their bodies, causing unimaginable damage. Yang Kai did not remain idle either, his figure flickering as he leapt out and soon arrived at the head of the thunder flame flying lizards, throwing a punch towards the back of its head. It seemed like a light punch, but it was impossible to tell what kind of strength it contained. However, when the fist hit the thunder flame flying lizard's head, everyone clearly saw this huge monster beast's body tremble, as if its head had been hit by a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer. First, it was forced back, then like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The earth trembled. A large crater immediately appeared in the ground as the thunder flame flying lizard's head sank into it. Worthy of being a ninth-order monster beast, even with the golden blood threads wreaking havoc in its body and Yang Kai's punch to the back of its head, it still did not die. Instead, it became even more ferocious, roaring as it flapped its wide wings, trying to shake Yang Kai off of it. Turning around, Yang Kai arrived directly in front of the thunder flame flying lizard, stomped his feet on its lower jaw, and raised his hands high, stopping the thunder flame flying lizard's upper jaw from biting down. What is he doing? The onlookers were stunned as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. He assumed this posture as if he wanted to tear this ninth-order monster beast apart, but the small human body formed a strong contrast with the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth. It was as if the thunder flame flying lizard could swallow this human into its stomach with just a light bite. Yang Kai's body was bent like a shrimp, his exposed muscles bulging as if they contained unimaginable strength. He and the thunder flame flying lizard were in a contest of strength. Everyone thought that Yang Kai had gone crazy. As everyone knew, in terms of strength, the demon clan was born with an unimaginable advantage, not to mention a ninth-rank demon beast like the thunder flame flying lizard. Its bite force was especially shocking to the extreme. Yang Kai took the initiative to approach the monster beast's mouth, challenging the thunder flame flying lizard's strongest and most tenacious body part. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Many people had this thought in their minds. But the result made their eyes pop out of their sockets, and the result came so quickly. Just as they began to suspect that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's mind, his body, which was originally bent like a shrimp, suddenly straightened up. As if he had a violent strength that could penetrate the entire territory of the planet, the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth couldn't stop Yang Kai's body from straightening. That huge mouth displayed an extremely exaggerated angle of bouncing. The upper jaw suddenly flew up, and the lower jaw fell down. Slash, blood filled the air, and the thunder flame flying lizard's head was split open. The muscles and tendons on the head were torn apart by a powerful force, exposing it to everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, as if they couldn't wrap their heads around it. If someone said that Yang Kai was a monster race expert known for his strength, then the scene in front of them could be explained. But he was just a human. How could a human have such terrifying strength? The thunder flame-flying lizard's huge body fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Yang Kai stood in the air, bathed in blood, with a murderous aura, like a god of death from ancient times, making people shudder. He turned his head and looked at the other thunder flame-flying lizard that was rushing towards him, grinning. Although the thunder flame-flying lizard didn't transform into a human, it had more or less developed spiritual intelligence. Seeing that its companion had been killed by the human in an unimaginable way, how could it dare to approach? It let out a low roar and flapped its wings violently, trying to stop its pace. Chapter 1569. But it was already too late. Yang Kai shot forward like an arrow and arrived in front of the second thunder flame-flying lizard, twisted his body, and dove straight into its open mouth. The next moment, an extremely terrifying sound came from the thunder flame-flying lizard's body that made one's scalp tingle. Visible to the naked eye, circles of energy ripples spread from its neck all the way down, finally disappearing at its abdomen. Kong. A large hole appeared in the thunder flame-flying lizard's abdomen and Yang Kai's figure leapt out from it. The second thunder flame-flying lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Mi Tian ordering Yang Kai to Yang Kai killing the two thunder flame-flying lizards, only 3 breaths had passed. This change happened so fast that the onlookers were unable to follow it. It wasn't until Yang Kai leapt out of the second thunder flame-flying lizard's abdomen that they suddenly recovered. 2 powerful 9th-order monster beasts had died just like that. Were these really thunder flame-flying lizards? Could this be a weak monster beast that looked a bit like a thunder flame-flying lizard? Everyone had such a thought in their hearts as they stared at Yang Kai in shock and confusion. That wild and violent fighting style dazzled everyone who saw it, and at the same time, they were extremely frightened. The monster race's battles were known for their barbaric and violent nature, something they had always prided themselves on. They felt that the battles of their own race were the real battles. As for humans, they were nothing more than fancy and impractical. But this human in front of them, who had just collided with young Master Mi Tian, had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be truly barbaric and violent in a way that was even more shocking. The audience fell silent. Even Mi Tian stared at Yang Kai solemnly. He finally realized. This human seemed to be not to be trifled with. Although the 2 thunder flame-flying lizards used to pull his carriage had been domesticated since childhood and had lost some of their wild nature, making them incomparable to their native monster beast brethren, they were not so easily killed by a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator. In front of this human, the 2 monster beasts pulling his carriage were unable to put up the slightest resistance and were both killed. Mi Tian asked himself if he could do such a thing. He released his divine sense suspiciously to investigate Yang Kai and found that he was indeed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, not hiding anything at all. Mi Tian narrowed his eyes as a wicked light flashed across them. Inexplicably, the blood in his body suddenly started to boil. Monster race cultivators were all warlike, and although Mi Tian was the young Lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his bloodthirst and madness had not diminished because of his status. On the contrary, it was even better than the cultivator of the same race. He felt that Yang Kai would definitely be a good opponent. Perhaps it would allow him to go all out. He wanted to have a good fight. Kacha, there was a slight noise. All of a sudden, this sound spread from Mi Tian's body, almost imperceptibly spreading to every part of his body. They were all trembling in an extremely subtle manner. That was a sign of excitement. What happened? At that moment, several streaks of light flew over from afar, and before they even arrived, an angry shout rang out. Immediately, these streaks of light landed in front of the crowd, and after seeing the monster beast's corpse and the tense atmosphere in front of the city gate, they could not help being stunned. Master Maguna! The monster race cultivator who had been riding the wolf-shaped monster beast rushed over and saluted respectfully. Shimmering Moon City Lord, the monster race master Ma Guna, was naturally a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, although he was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, he knew nothing about what had happened here, not even the arrival of Meteon. It was not that Ma Guna was not well informed, but rather that Meteon simply did not play by the rules. Originally, the group of cultivators riding the wolf-shaped monster beast were only responsible for investigating Meteon's whereabouts and then reporting back. Naturally, the palace would send someone to meet him and bring him directly to the palace. How could they have known that Meteon would not allow the monster race cultivator to send a message at all? Instead, after meeting up with them, Meteon coerced them into bringing him directly to Shimmering Moon City. Obviously, Meteon also knew that he had a bad reputation and was not very popular wherever he went, so in order to prevent news of his arrival from leaking out and causing the residents of Shimmering Moon City to be prepared and hide his beautiful woman, he did not allow anyone to inform the city lord of Shimmering Moon City about his arrival. Instead, Meteon came here directly, intending to hunt for some curiosity before heading to Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. It was a wonderful idea, but as soon as he entered the city, his authority was challenged by Xianxia, and even the 2 Ninth Order monster beasts used to pull his carriage were killed. Young Lord Meteon? Ma Guna recognized Meteon's identity at a glance and his face could not help sinking. He did not welcome this Meteon from the bottom of his heart to stir up trouble in his city. Meteon greets Senior Ma Guna. Meteon came uninvited. I hope Senior will not take offense. Meteon smiled and cupped his fists, still as gentle and elegant as ever, his smile dazzling, infatuating countless women. What's going on here? Ma Guna's face sank as he looked at the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast. Cold sweat dripped down the monster race cultivator's forehead as he knew that the city lord master was very unhappy, so he did not dare to conceal anything and quickly explained what had happened. Impudence! When he heard that Xianxia had actually killed Meteon's carriage monster beast, Ma Guna immediately roared, his sharp eyes glaring towards Xianxia. Although he didn't like Meteon messing around in his territory, a human daring to offend a noble of the monster race was definitely not something he could tolerate. In contrast, he didn't feel any disgust towards Meteon's unsolicited approach. However, who was this human? Being able to kill 2 Ninth Order monster beasts in such a short time, his strength was not to be underestimated. Ma Guna looked at Xianxia suspiciously, unable to remember where such a master had appeared in the human race. Xianxia ignored him and instead silently probed for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and summoning 2 golden lights from the corpses of the 2 thunder flame flying lizards. These 2 lights then twirled around Xianxia's fingertips as if they were sentient. Looking at these 2 golden and red golden blood threads, Xianxia showed a satisfied smile. He had not been able to find a suitable monster beast to condense his blood beast secret technique from, but he had not expected to pick up 2 ready-made ones here, so after the conflict with Meteon, he had not hesitated to take action. The blood beast secret technique condensed from the soul and physique of 2 Ninth Order monster beast was quite good. After Xianxia took back the golden blood threads, the thunder flame flying lizards lying on the ground suddenly shriveled up like deflated balloons, all of their essence drained in an instant. Oh! Meteon's eyes lit up. What kind of secret technique is this? He seemed to be interested as he stared at the 2 golden blood threads between Xianxia's fingers in amazement, not even blinking. Although he was a respected master of the monster race, Meteon was very interested in the various secret techniques of the human race. The human race was not comparable to the monster race in terms of physical strength, but when it came to creating secret techniques, the human race was far superior to the monster race. Both races had their own advantages. Meteon was well aware of this, so unlike many monster race masters, he did not reject or despise the secret techniques of the human race, nor did he consider them to be fancy and impractical. Instead, he was willing to calm down and study them. With the powerful physique of the monster race combined with the ever-changing secret techniques of the human race, Tian believed that one day he would be able to create his own secret technique and walk further than his father, Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. He would stand at the top of the monster star and become the leader of the 10 tribal lords. This position had been vacant for a long time. Now, he was very interested in Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique. He had studied many of the human race's secret techniques, so his eyesight was quite good. At a glance, he could see that these 2 golden blood threads were extraordinary, and, after flying out of the thunder flame flying lizards, these 2 golden blood threads seemed to have gained sentience. Obtain it. This overbearing idea immediately flashed across Tian's mind as he pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Human, hand over the thing in your hand to this young lord, and this young lord will forget what happened before." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him, curled his lips into a smile, and with a thought, the 2 golden blood threads wrapped around his fingertips disappeared as he said concisely, "No." Tian frowned and looked at him strangely for a moment before chuckling. "Human, is there something wrong with your head? Do you think that after killing this young lord's 2 chariot monster beast, you can let things go so easily? Do you think you can leave Shimmering Moon City alive? If you want to live, cooperate with this young lord obediently and I can let you go. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As he spoke, Shimmering Moon City's city lord Ma Guna and the several origin-returning realm masters around him also glared at Yang Kai, ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. When it came to his attitude towards Yang Kai, Ma Guna unconditionally stood on Tian's side. As such, he glared at Yang Kai and coldly said, "Boy, don't fail to appreciate kindness. In my Shimmering Moon City, there is no place for you to act presumptuously." Presumptuous? Yang Kai squinted at him, not giving him the slightest bit of face as he shouted aggressively, "So what if I'm presumptuous? Are you going to bite me?" Arrogant. Ma Guna flew into a rage. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant human before. Throughout Monster Star, which human did not know the immensity of heaven and earth like this boy? Even the most powerful human would have to treat the monster race with respect, let alone a city lord like him. Ma Guna glanced over at Tian just as Tian happened to be looking over at him. The 2 men's eyes met and both understood what the other was thinking. They had to join forces to kill or capture this human, otherwise, the monster race would lose all face. But before they could act though, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere in Shimmering Moon City. Tian and Ma Guna were both 3rd-order origin returning realm masters, so they naturally noticed it immediately. What puzzled them though was that they were unable to determine what was causing this energy fluctuation. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he glanced in the direction of the energy fluctuation, frowned for a moment, but soon, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he rushed over. His speed was incredibly fast. Chapter 1570. Stop right there. Ma Guna was furious, and the moment Yang Kai moved, he fiercely threw out a punch to intercept Yang Kai's advance. With a flash of purple light, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and easily blocked this blow. Without stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed over to the other side. He had a bad feeling about this, so how could he waste time here? His figure flickered and a burst of space force erupted from his body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ma Guna and Tian were stunned on the spot. They did not see how Yang Kai had left just now. Their eyes and divine sense had clearly been locked onto him, but the other party had easily escaped. The 2 monster race masters couldn't help wearing dignified expressions as they exchanged a glance again before rushing towards the source of this energy. They also wanted to know what was going on over there and why such strange energy fluctuations were being emitted. Shimmering Moon City, in front of a certain inn, many cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were attracted by the strangeness of this place, both from the human race and the monster race. At this moment, all of them were standing on the street in front of the inn, pointing and whispering to one another. When Yang Kai arrived, he glanced up at the sky and showed a helpless and bitter smile. That ominous feeling of his had indeed been verified. The owner of the inn was also standing in front of the inn, his waist hunched and his hands tucked into his sleeves. Like most people, he was looking up at the sky with a complicated expression, his eyes flashing as if he was trying to discern something. When Yang Kai arrived, he immediately noticed this. Quickly waving to Yang Kai, he called out, "Young man, come here." Yang Kai glanced at him before rushing over and saying apologetically, "Old sir, I'm afraid I've caused you some trouble." The old man chuckled and shook his head. "This old man's trouble is nothing, but I'm afraid your troubles are much bigger." Saying so, he glanced faintly at City Lord Ma Guna and Mi Tian, the two monster race masters who had just arrived, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he added, "It seems that your troubles aren't limited to the one in the inn." Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. If it was only Ma Guna and Mi Tian who were targeting him, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. At most, he could just use his space secret technique and take his little senior sister away. Monster Star was so big, how could there not be a place for them to hide? Furthermore, below the Origin King realm, he was not afraid of anyone. If a fight really broke out, Yang Kai dared to turn the entire shimmering moon city upside down. But now, the phenomenon before his eyes gave him an extreme headache. After arriving here, he could tell at a glance that this strange phenomenon was caused by his little senior sister. Xianxia had been staying in the inn for the past few days, living in seclusion. He had been using all kinds of materials to refine elixirs to improve his cultivation. Yang Kai did not disturb her. Who would have thought that in this kind of place, little senior sister would actually be able to concoct such an amazing pill? Yang Kai had experienced this before, so he could tell that this phenomenon was clearly a sign of a pill forming pill clouds. When he was on Rainfall Star, he had refined a fire attribute spirit pill that formed pill clouds and used it to treat Shuiyu who had been injured by the profound Yin sunflower water. This scene was very similar to the one in front of him. Yang Kai had only ever produced a single spirit pill that had formed pill clouds so far. He also knew that pill clouds were something that could only be encountered by chance. Unlike pill veins, with his alchemy skills, he could more or less control the formation of pill veins. But how to make a pill form pill clouds, he had no clue at all. His little senior sister had a special physique and was a heavenly talent, so it was natural that she could reach this step. But this was Monster Star, shimmering Moon City. Once a spirit pill appeared, it would definitely attract the attention of countless masters, especially Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had just had a conflict with Yang Kai. They would definitely not let go of this spirit pill. Most likely, they would not let go of Xianxia. An alchemist who could refine pill clouds was obviously a peak heavenly talent, worthy of the title of Grandmaster. How could the monster race let go of such a heaven-defying talent? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, weighing the pros and cons of this situation. It was impossible for him to stop Xianxia now. Alchemy was about comprehension and opportunity, and his little senior sister being able to take this step would have a great impact on her growth. Stopping her now would be tantamount to ruining her comprehension and perhaps even affect her future achievements. Yang Kai could only let her refine this spirit pill. It looks like it's going to be really troublesome. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes became as sharp as the edge of a blade. Ma Guna and Mi Tian both stared at the sky in a daze. Directly above the inn, a large amount of world energy was gathering, as if attracted by something, forming a small vortex visible to the naked eye. As this vortex rotated, it absorbed even more world energy to strengthen itself. Senior Ma Guna, what is this? Is this the birth of a rare treasure? Although Mi Tian had good eyesight, he had never seen the birth of a pill cloud, so he was confused about this and could only ask the slightly older Ma Guna. Ma Guna frowned as he stared at the sky, trying to determine what was causing this phenomenon, but after hearing this question he slowly shook his head and said, "This city lord is unable to determine." Even Senior can't recognize it? Mi Tian was surprised. The world is big and full of strange things, so it's not surprising that this city lord is unable to recognize it. And which of you can determine what caused this phenomenon? Ma Guna turned to the other origin returning realm masters and asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon before. Interesting, Mi Tian smiled brightly. Mi Tian smiled brightly. His smile was very charming, always just enough to reveal his flawless white teeth. Combined with his somewhat devilish appearance, he was extremely attractive, causing many women who were secretly paying attention to him to be dazzled. From the looks of it, this doesn't look like someone is breaking through or cultivating a secret technique, nor does it look like a rare treasure is about to appear. So what could be the cause? If you want to know, it's very simple, just take a look and you'll understand. A second-order origin returning realm master next to Ma Guna shouted as he unscrupulously released his divine sense to probe the inn. But before he could extend his divine sense into the inn, he suddenly noticed a dangerous aura approaching him. The divine sense he extended out transmitted back a scalding hot aura, as if he was being burned by a raging fire. A scream rang out as this monster race master could not help retreating a few steps, clutching his head as his face turned pale. In an instant, all the cultivators' eyes turned towards Yang Kai. They all felt that it was Yang Kai who had just released his divine sense that forced back their fellow monster race master and injured him. Ma Guna's face was gloomy while Mi Tian's smile was playful. This is just a warning, if anyone dares to spy on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Kai stood in front of everyone and said in a cold voice. Right now, it was a critical moment for his little senior sister's alchemy, and even he did not dare to disturb her, so how could he allow this monster race cultivator to spy on them with their divine senses? What if they interfered with Xia Ningchang's alchemy? Both of them were second-order origin returning realm cultivators, but in a battle of divine senses, the monster race cultivators seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, causing Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had attached great importance to Yang Kai, to become even more solemn. Little brat. Ma Guna's deep voice rang out. Are you determined to oppose my monster race? Courageous, but a little overconfident. Mi Tian chuckled lightly and said sarcastically. Yang Kai did not speak and simply stared at them coldly. No one dared to doubt Yang Kai's determination. Those monster race masters who were still a little restless and wanted to release their divine senses to spy on them could not help but put aside such thoughts at this moment as fear filled their eyes. Obviously, this human did not have a burly body comparable to the monster race, but just by standing there, he made all the monster race masters feel like they were facing a towering mountain, blocking all the wind and rain for the inn behind him. Inexplicably, while some monster race masters feared Yang Kai, they also felt a trace of admiration for him. Not every human had the courage to face the covetous eyes of so many monster race masters without batting an eyelid. Good, good, good. Little brat, you've repeatedly not put this city lord in your eyes, not even putting my monster race in your eyes, and even contradicting young Master Mi Tian. Today, this place will be your burial ground. I hope you're mentally prepared. Ma Guna could no longer bear it. He was already very dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and now that Yang Kai's attitude was so harsh, how could he compromise? He was only prepared to kill this human brat first. As for what mysteries were hidden in this inn, it would not be too late to investigate them later. Little brat, you're finished. Mi Tian smiled gloatingly at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. He seemed to be acting free and easy, but Yang Kai had killed the 2 ninth-order monster beast he used to pull his carriage. How could he tolerate such a thing? Now he could join forces with Ma Guna. All the origin-returning realm masters secretly pushed the energy in their bodies, preparing to attack Yang Kai at any time. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted as an invisible force suddenly spread out from him. All the cultivators surrounded by this force couldn't help feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp, their Saint Chi unable to circulate properly and their meridians blocked. Sure. As soon as Yang Kai released his sure, Ma Guna couldn't help paling. He was shocked to discover that even he was somewhat inferior to this human youth in terms of sure. How was this possible? He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator while the other party was only a second order. Although there was only a single minor realm difference, this minor realm should be a world of difference, so how could this boy's Shi be stronger than his? The monster race cultivator had already displayed their Shi to resist Yang Kai, but even so, they were still completely unable to erase the invisible force around them. Not only that, but every monster race cultivator noticed that there seemed to be some special power mixed in the Shi of this human youth. This power made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and were as silent as cicadas in winter. It was as if as long as they moved, they would die on the spot in the next moment. Chapter 1571. Yang Kai's Shi was mixed with his comprehension of the Tao of space, making it one of his biggest cards. Unless he was forced to use it, he would not reveal it, but the monster race masters who were enveloped by his Shi could still feel the strange murderous intent radiating from it. Ma Guna's face went pale while Mi Tian's expression was equally dignified. The two monster race masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai's attainments in Shi would be so deep, and thinking about the terrifying combat power and spiritual energy this human had just displayed, they didn't dare act rashly for a while. On the other hand, the innkeeper's originally drooping eyes suddenly opened and his eyes lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Immediately, he raised his head again and carefully observed the phenomenon in the sky, his nose twitching slightly. Soon, as if he had discovered something, an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. "Stop!" he shouted in a low voice. "Everyone, please remain calm." Yang Kai glanced over at him with a strange expression. Ma Guna frowned as a look of displeasure flashed across his face. He was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, when had it been someone else's turn to point fingers at him? What's more, this old man was just an innkeeper. Sweeping the old man with his divine sense, Ma Guna found that he didn't have the slightest trace of cultivation, causing him to feel even more disgruntled. "Old man, there's no place for you to speak here, step aside." Mi Tian coldly snorted. "Ha!" The innkeeper didn't show the slightest fear, simply chuckling as he shot a meaningful glance towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian frowned, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the innkeeper suspiciously, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this young lord seen you somewhere before? Why do I feel like you're somewhat familiar?" Being able to see through such clues, worthy of Master Qian Yan's young lord, your vision is truly extraordinary. The innkeeper praised, using the tone of an elder to praise a junior. This caused Mi Tian's face to sink as he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Ma Guna was also stunned. He had never thought that he would be the owner of an unknown inn in his city. He seemed to have a powerful background. If it weren't for his status, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai looked at this, then looked at that, his eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly he grinned. After being disturbed by the innkeeper, the situation changed. Everyone's attention was diverted away from him. Of course, this was something he was happy to see. However, he was also very curious about the background of this tavern owner. He clearly did not have any energy fluctuations on his body. However, being able to speak in front of Ma Guna and Mi Tian without fear was not something an ordinary monster race cultivator could achieve. The old man was still smiling faintly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his body suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. His originally stooped waist slowly straightened, and his short body also grew taller. His dry and wrinkled skin disappeared, and in its place was a rosy and healthy complexion. The wrinkles on his face were also smoothed out. In that instant, he seemed to have become dozens of years younger. From an old man, he had become a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Not only that, as his physique changed, his aura also underwent a drastic change. Originally, anyone who swept this old man with their divine sense would not be able to detect any energy fluctuations and would think he was a monster race cultivator who had never cultivated before. But at this moment, powerful energy fluctuations were pulsing from his body, and these fluctuations were gradually increasing until they reached the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Compared to Ma Guna and Mi Tian, This old man was clearly stronger. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the innkeeper in a daze, almost unable to believe his eyes. Ma Gana and Mi Tian were also stunned, never having expected that there would be someone in this world who could hide themselves so deeply. If the innkeeper had not taken the initiative to expose himself, no one present would have been able to discover his depths. Your Master Ba He? Ma Gana carefully looked at the face of the innkeeper again and suddenly called out in shock. After the innkeeper changed his appearance, Ma Gana immediately recognized him, his voice trembling as a look of panic appeared on his face. What? He's Master Ba He? It can't be. Didn't you say that Sir Ba He was killed by the Lord himself? How is he still alive? Yes, he is Master Ba He. 200 years ago, when I went to visit the tribal master's residence with the city lord's master, I met him once. At that time, he was the first general under the tribal lord's command. How could it be Master Ba He? This is really interesting. All kinds of shouts and exclamations came from all around, and when Yang Kai heard this, his expression became strange. He could faintly see that this innkeeper's reputation was not small, as even Ma Gana had some scruples and respect towards him. Who is this guy? Why did others say that he was the first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord and that he had been killed by Red Moon Tribal Lord? What kind of situation was this? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't figure it out. So, it's Senior Ba He. Mi Tian took a deep breath. No wonder you looked so familiar. Mi Tian greets Senior Ba He. Even though they were all third-order origin returning realm masters, Ba He's seniority was higher than any of the monster race masters present. Even though Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, he did not dare neglect etiquette. Young Lord Mi Tian need not be so polite. You are also a rising star of my monster race and have a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future, Ba He praised. Mi Tian smiled lightly and said confidently, Senior Ba He is mistaken. This young lord does not have a great chance, but will definitely break through. It's only a matter of time. This brat is quite arrogant. Yang Kai glanced at him and snickered in his heart. However, it was undeniable that he did have the capital to act so arrogantly. Ba He gently nodded. Good, then I wish you all the best. Master Ba He. Ma Gana's forehead oozed some cold sweat as he glanced at this legendary figure who had disappeared for almost 200 years before turning his attention to the phenomenon in the sky and asking, What's going on here? What's going on? Ba He pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know what's going on, but for now, please don't be impatient and don't disturb what's going on inside. This old master is the owner of this inn and has a responsibility to protect the safety of the guests staying here. Please give this old master some face. Since Master Ba He says so, we'll wait. Ma Gana nodded. In front of Ba He really didn't dare act presumptuously. What about this human? Mi Tian suddenly turned to Yang Kai with a sneer on his face. Senior Ba He, are you also going to protect his safety? Of course, this young man is also my guest, Ba He replied matter-of-factly. Then Mi Tian will give Senior some face, but it's only limited to Senior. This human killed 2 of my monster beast pulling my carriage, so this account will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian chuckled as he turned an aggressive look towards Yang Kai, provoking him, Human, don't let this young lord find an opportunity, otherwise. Yang Kai curled his lips, not caring about this threat. Right now, for him, making sure no one disturbed Xianxia was his top priority. Everything else was secondary. Calming down such a storm, no matter who it was something he was looking forward to. But what exactly did this Ba He want to do? Yang Kai's playful eyes swept over the owner of the inn. From the mouths of the onlookers just now, he vaguely heard some secrets and knew that this Ba He had been hiding his identity for the past 200 years, but now he suddenly took the initiative to expose his identity and even tried to protect him and Xianxia. What was he trying to do? Yang Kai didn't believe that he was really just trying to protect his guests. The older he got, the wiser he became, the more noble he became. Hey, what's this smell? Suddenly, A cry of surprise came from the crowd. It smells so good, it seems to be the smell of a spirit pill. Has a top-grade spirit pill appeared? Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by alchemy? These words stirred up 1,000 waves as the crowd began to shout. The phenomenon caused by Xianxia's spirit pill was extremely conspicuous and grand. In the early stages, not many people could distinguish it, even masters like Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had extensive knowledge and experience, were able to distinguish it, but as time passed and the rich medicinal fragrance began to fill the air, the secret hidden in the inn could no longer be concealed. As the fragrance continued to spread, almost everyone cast fiery gazes towards the inn. They had already identified that this fragrance was coming from this seemingly simple inn. Almost every cultivator's face showed a look of intoxication and comfort. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel enlightened. If they were to eat this pill, what effect would it have? What kind of spirit pill could produce such a fragrance and cause such a phenomenon? The eyes of many cultivators gradually became fiery and greedy. If it weren't for Ba He, Ma Guna, and the other masters standing in front of the inn, it was likely this small inn would have been crushed by the crazy flow of people. Young Lord Mitian, after determining that the phenomenon in front of them was indeed caused by alchemy, Ma Guna quietly turned to Mitian and sent him a divine sense message. That old dog Ba He seems to want to monopolize this spirit pill. No wonder after hiding for more than 200 years, he didn't hesitate to expose his identity today. If that's the case, this spirit pill must be extraordinary, but I don't know which human alchemist is refining it, Mitian replied coldly. Then if he wants to monopolize it, that will depend on whether he has the ability. 200 years ago, he and Red Moon Tribal Lord had a very unpleasant relationship. I don't know what kind of concealment technique he used, but he was actually able to escape from Lord Red Moon's clutches. Since he has been exposed today, his good days have come to an end. I think even if we kill him, Lord Red Moon won't blame us. Good, we'll listen to young Lord Mitian, Ma Guna replied. Although he didn't like Mitian's style very much, it was undeniable that joining forces with him now was the best choice. After all, Ba He's reputation was too strong, and if he was alone, he wouldn't have the courage to oppose Ba He. As for obtaining the spirit pill, this was Shimmering Moon City, his territory, so how could Mitian compete with him? Chapter 1572. The two monster race masters secretly communicated with each other and decided to act as soon as the pill was 10% complete. No matter what, they had to obtain this spirit pill. How could a spirit pill that even a master like Ba He coveted be lacking? Perhaps the spirit pill would allow one to break through to the third order origin returning realm in one fell swoop and become an origin king. After all, Ba He had reached the third order origin returning realm more than 200 years ago and was the one with the greatest potential to become a tribal lord on Monster Star. Just as Ma Guna and Mi Tian were secretly communicating with each other, Ba He glanced over at them and a faint smile appeared on his face. Young man, don't you want to go to the palace to see your old friends? Ba He suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai. Senior, and does Senior Ba He have any advice for me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why the other party had suddenly brought this up. I wouldn't dare give advice, but this old master does have a way to ensure you enter the palace safely. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. However, this method is a bit risky. If you believe this old master will do as he says, but if you don't, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. This junior and senior have only met by chance, so there's no need to mention whether I believe you or not. Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so how could he easily trust someone he was not familiar with? You should have such concerns, but really, this method also carries a certain amount of risk for this old master. If you can join forces with this old master can promise. As long as I am alive, nothing will happen to you. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before asking, Senior, can you explain it in detail? No problem. Ba He was very straightforward and didn't beat around the bush, bluntly explaining his plan to Yang Kai. After Yang Kai listened, his brow furrowed. There are indeed some risks, but senior's calculations are quite good. Once you do this, how can my senior sister and junior brother still have any freedom? So you refuse? Ba He asked with some disappointment. I agreed. Senior, feel free to do as you please, Yang Kai grinned. Ba He looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so daring. Speaking of which, he didn't have to worry about his plan failing. He could guarantee that he would be able to send Yang Kai into the Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. And they were valued. However, this method was different for Yang Kai and the woman in the inn. It might not be a good thing. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Yang Kai agreed. Ba He looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, secretly feeling that this human was simply too fearless, his courage far too great. However, since he had already agreed, there was nothing for him to worry about. Thinking so, Ba He smiled slightly and said, "This spirit pill hasn't even been refined yet, but the aura it is emitting is already so grand. It must be an excellent pill, and judging from the richness of this fragrance, it is likely a pill above origin grade." What Master Ba He says is correct. Ma Guna agreed casually, not knowing what kind of trick Ba He was trying to play. Such a spirit pill, I'm afraid only the tribal master is qualified to possess it. Ma Guna, don't you agree? Ba He looked at the other party with a smile. Ma Guna's brow furrowed even more as he faintly felt that something was wrong. The alchemist who refined this spirit pill must be a grandmaster level character. Ma Guna nodded, an even more ominous feeling lingering in his heart as he suddenly understood what Ba He was planning. The tribal master has always been interested in humans with special talents. Over the years, the palace has been recruiting talents, and now such a talent has appeared in Shimmering Moon City. Ma Guna, your luck is good. With your intelligence, you should know what to do next. Ba He looked at Ma Guna with a smile. The latter's expression became solemn as he said loudly, "Many thanks for Master's guidance." Ma Guna understands. After this Grandmaster finishes refining this pill, Ma Guna will escort him to the palace. The tribal master will definitely appreciate him. If the tribal master is happy, you will also receive a lot of rewards, Ba He chuckled. Hearing this, Ma Guna's eyes lit up and his smile became even wider, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "This is all thanks to the master's protection." After saying so, he quickly shouted, "Guards!" A group of monster race masters nodded. Disperse all unrelated people and kill anyone who dares to approach within 500 meters of the inn. Do not disturb the Grandmaster's alchemy. Mi Tian stood to the side, dumbfounded. The agreement he had secretly reached with Ma Guna just now had been broken by Ba He's words. Not only that, Ma Guna had directly sided with Ba He and taken the initiative to provide manpower to protect the safety of the alchemist in the inn. Ba He had no intention of monopolizing the pill at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very interested in sending this alchemy grandmaster into the palace. The monster race was not good at alchemy, this was common knowledge. On the contrary, on Monster Star, the human race, who were weak, often produced masters who were proficient in alchemy. Qiyu tribal lord gave humans space to live and strictly ordered them not to kill indiscriminately in the Red Moon territory because she wanted to protect those with special talents. For example, alchemists, artifact refiners, and the like. Every 10 years, Qiyu territory would hold some alchemy and artifact refining competitions, in which the humans who stood out would be able to get rid of their lowly status and move into the palace to serve the tribal master. Qiyu Palace had been recruiting talents over the years, and any alchemy grandmaster who could refine pills that could produce spirit phenomena would undoubtedly be favored by Qiyu tribal lord. In other words, the grandmaster in the inn now had the label of Qiyu tribal lord. Even if Mi Tian's courage was big in Qiyu territory, he would not dare oppose the tribal master or the masters of the entire Red Moon territory. Right now, he was just here to watch the fun. Tian felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a dead fly. Looking at the many monster race masters from Shimmering Moon City surrounding the inn, Yang Kai chuckled. He was not afraid of entering the palace. Even if Qiyu Tribal Lord was an Origin King Realm Master, as long as he found an opportunity, with his attainments in the Tao of Space, he could easily leave. Not to mention, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. His current alchemy skills were even better than Xianxia's, and he could even refine Origin King grade pills. If this kind of skill were to be leaked, Qiyu Tribal Lord would likely treat him as an honored guest. After all, Origin King grade alchemists were extremely rare. Throughout the entire star territory, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Monster Star and Monster Star had never appeared before. Young man, this old master can only help you this much. What you do inside the palace will depend on your own means, but this old master has to warn you in advance. If you want to live, you'd best not be too presumptuous inside the palace. He glanced at Yang Kai and quietly sent him a message. Yang Kai did not comment and instead asked with great interest, Sir he did not hesitate to expose your identity this time, not just to help our senior sister, but what is your purpose? If it is convenient, can you tell me? Naturally, it's not just to help you. I just want to take this opportunity to return to the palace and ask for Master Tribal Lord's forgiveness. He's face flashed a lonely look. Yang Kai raised his brow as he suddenly remembered that the monster race onlookers had said that 200 years ago, he seemed to have been killed by Tribal Lord Master Tribal Lord himself. But for some reason, he was alive and well in this world. It seemed that there was indeed something between He and Qiyu Tribal Lord. At least, the rumors were wrong. He had not been killed by Qiyu Tribal Lord. Perhaps Qiyu had simply let him go. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about other people's affairs, so he simply nodded and said, if that's all, then we can be considered to be cooperating with each other. It's not a big deal, we each take what we need. In addition to returning to the palace, this old master actually has one more thing he wants to ask you for help with. He suddenly became embarrassed. What? I want to ask your senior sister to help me perform alchemy. He said bluntly before quickly adding, you can rest assured, I have gathered all the materials. As long as I can refine the pill, I will definitely reward you handsomely. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Depending on senior sister's mood, perhaps she will be willing to help you, Yang Kai grinned. This little bastard, it's like he's burning the bridge after crossing the river. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more powerful. As time passed, the vortex also covered the sky, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that gathered together made people tremble in fear. This kind of phenomenon was no worse than the world energy baptism that would appear when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm, perhaps even more so. No matter who it was, no one would have thought that a trivial alchemy could cause such a phenomenon. As a result, everyone became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of pill the Grandmaster inside was refining. However, the rich medicinal fragrance made everyone judge that this alchemy was definitely not below origin grade. On Monster Star, there were more than a dozen origin grade alchemists, the most powerful of which was an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Although this alchemist was a human, no monster race cultivator dared to disrespect him on Monster Star. The human race had a very low status on this cultivation star, but those with real talent were valued, resulting in a serious polarization. All of this was thanks to the wise leadership of Red Moon Tribal Lord. If it weren't for her efforts to recruit talented humans, Red Moon territory would not have become so powerful. Among the 10 largest territories on Monster Star, Red Moon territory definitely ranked in the top 3. One had to know that 1,000 years ago, Red Moon territory was the weakest territory on Monster Star. For such a transformation to occur in just 1,000 years, Red Moon territory's contribution could not be ignored. It was conceivable that in the future, Red Moon territory would become the most powerful territory on Monster Star. Unlike the surrounding monster race cultivators, Yang Kai was also an alchemist, so he could judge the progress of his little senior sister from the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance. He was always paying attention to the changes in the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance, secretly feeling nervous for Xianxia. Chapter 1573. This was the first time Xianxia had refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. If she succeeded, her alchemy skills would grow by leaps and bounds. With her special constitution, the insights she gained from this alchemy would become a beacon of light that would illuminate her progress on the martial Tao and heavenly way. The insights and experience gained from this alchemy were of great significance to little senior sister. Yang Kai paid more attention to this than anyone else, so his divine sense was constantly covering the inn to prevent anyone from plotting against it. Fortunately, there were masters like Ba He and Ma Guna protecting them, as well as many monster race origin returning realm masters, so no one dared to act rashly. This medicinal fragrance seems to have become much stronger. Is the pill about to be formed? What kind of spirit pill is this? Why do I feel like my bottleneck has loosened just by smelling its medicinal fragrance? The surrounding cultivator were still discussing this matter, but no one could figure out what kind of spirit pill it was. At that moment, though, the rotating vortex in the sky suddenly changed again, as if an inexplicable suction force was coming from the inn, madly sucking in the condensed world energy. The huge vortex also spun and took the shape of an inverted funnel as it poured down. In just half a cup of tea's time, the vortex disappeared and the world energy that had been gathered disappeared without a trace. Even the medicinal fragrance that had been lingering at the tip of everyone's nose suddenly faded. Inside the inn, there was silence. Did it succeed? Or did it fail? Countless cultivators craned their necks to look around, wanting to know the final result of the alchemy grandmaster in the inn. They didn't know whether the grandmaster was old or young, male or female. But inexplicably, they were looking forward to this alchemy and feeling nervous. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but Ma Guna, Ba He, and Mi Tian were also like this. Even if they appeared calm, the look in their eyes was obvious. Only Yang Kai, after silently perceiving for a moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Success! With little senior sister's talent in alchemy, it was only natural that she would be able to refine such a spirit pill without any distractions, but she should be immersed in her comprehension and harvest right now, so it would take some time. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply stood guard. They waited at the side. A day passed. 2 days passed. Many cultivator spectators could not bear the loneliness. Without waiting for the result, they all quietly scattered. Only the experts who were related to this matter remained. He was still waiting. Ba He glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, as if he wanted to get some clues or answers from him, but to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression was impeccable. He couldn't infer anything and could only wait patiently. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement in the inn. No matter who it was, they would be impatient after waiting for so long. Enough! Mi Tian shouted. It seems that the alchemist in the inn has failed and doesn't dare to come out. Senior Ma Guna, give the order to arrest him. Arrest? Who are you arresting? Yang Kai squinted at him and shouted fiercely, Who dares to arrest me? Mi Tian sneered, Human, what kind of place do you think this is? Do you think you have the right to order around here? Senior Ma Guna, this person is acting so presumptuous and doesn't put you in his eyes at all. If you don't take action, this young lord will. This is a good opportunity to settle our previous grievances. Ma Guna frowned, not knowing what to do, so he couldn't help casting an inquiring look to Ba He. Ba He said lightly, even if this grandmaster failed in his refinement this time, being able to create such a big commotion in alchemy shows that he is an extraordinary person. Tribal master will welcome such talents. Hearing what he said, Ma Guna regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. Master Ba He is right. This city lord has never seen anyone who can create such a big commotion in alchemy. This person must be presented to tribal master unscathed. While they were talking, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the inn. Everyone's expression changed as they turned their eyes towards this sound. Yang Kai greeted this newcomer with a smile and quickly walked over. A moment later, a beautiful figure walked out of the inn. Her figure was graceful, her waist was flawless, her jade fingers were slender and white, and the skin on the back of her hand seemed so delicate that it could be broken at any moment. Mi Tian was originally very hostile towards the so-called grandmaster in the inn and couldn't wait to kill him, but when he saw this figure, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes began to shine brightly. As the young Lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his status was naturally respected, and because he cultivated a demonic art, Mi Tian had no shortage of women around him, let alone beautiful women. He could wantonly pick the beauties of both the human and monster races. However, when he saw this figure, his eyes lit up. Just looking at this figure made Mi Tian want to know what this woman looked like. Looking up, Mi Tian couldn't help frowning. This woman was wearing a black veil, making it impossible for him to see her true appearance, but her clear and flawless eyes were like the purest gems in the world, instantly attracting his attention. This woman's white forehead was adorned with a sapphire, making her appear even more beautiful. Clean. This was Mi Tian's first impression of Xianxia. She was as clean as a mountain stream, causing Mi Tian's heart to stir a little, wishing he could sully this purity to satisfy his heart's desire to profane her. After re-examining her, Mi Tian suddenly found that the black veil covering her face was no longer so irksome and instead seemed to have sublimated her flawless appearance to a supreme level. If not for this veil, without this haze, this pure beauty would have been discounted. It was precisely because of this layer of haze that people were more interested in her. Mi Tian suddenly became interested and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. "Junior brother, I'm sorry." Xianxia looked a little embarrassed and apologized softly. While she was performing alchemy, she had noticed some movement outside the inn. It was just that she had been distracted and hadn't been able to investigate carefully, so it wasn't until the end of her alchemy that she realized what had happened. Creating such a big scene while performing alchemy would definitely attract a lot of attention. Now that there were so many people outside, including Yang Kai, she immediately understood how much pressure Yang Kai had endured for her during the alchemy process. "What are you talking about? Thanks to senior sister's blessings, we can quickly enter the palace." Yang Kai grinned. He took her little hand, bringing her over to Ba He's side. The corners of Mi Tian's eyes twitched as he glared at Yang Kai with even more hatred. It was as if his exclusive property had been touched. A woman? Ma Guna was dumbfounded. The moment Xianxia appeared, the countless monster race cultivator were dumbfounded. They never expected that the alchemy grandmaster in the inn would be a woman. And such a beautiful and pure woman at that. So young. In their imaginations. To be called a grandmaster. A person who could create such a scene in alchemy would definitely be an old man, or at the very least, an elderly person. How could they have known that reality would be so different from their imagination? Magana could hardly believe his eyes and couldn't help turning his eyes to Bahi. "There's no need to doubt it, she is the grandmaster from the inn, and she came with that human boy," Bahi said lightly. Hearing this, Magana was convinced and quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists and said, "Shimmering Moon City's City Lord Magana greets Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard." With a kind smile on his face, he appeared very cordial. Xianxia was a little flustered, but soon calmed down and gracefully returned the greeting, softly saying, "City Lord is too polite, this young woman really does not deserve the title of Grandmaster." Her voice was clear and sweet, dazzling the countless monster race cultivators present. Such pure and moving beauty, such a beautiful voice, and proficient in alchemy, such a human, not to mention the difference in status between the human race and monster race, Magana was willing to risk his life to pursue her. What a pity! Looking at Yang Kai holding Xianxia's hand, every monster race cultivator couldn't help glaring at him with jealousy, as if they couldn't wait to turn into thousands of sharp arrows and stab Yang Kai full of holes to vent their hatred. Xianxia's modesty made Magana laugh heartily and quickly said, "Right, this young lady, let me introduce you. This is my monster race's strongest master below the Origin King realm. N. The former first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord Master, Ba He. Greetings, Senior Ba He. Xianxia bowed again. Ba He chuckled and said, Young lady need not be so polite. It is this Ba He's honor to witness such a grand event. He still had a request to make of Xianxia, so he didn't dare to put on too much airs. This is the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord Master, young Master Mi Tian. Maguna pointed to Mi Tian and introduced him. Mi Tian took a step forward and put on a gentle and polite appearance. Mi Tian is fortunate to be able to meet young Lady Tian's face. Xianxia gently nodded but didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but she felt that although this Mi Tian's performance in front of her was perfect, she couldn't help feeling a sense of vigilance. Yang Kai sneered to the side. Young lady, you refined a spirit pill a few days ago. I wonder if that spirit pill? Magana looked at Xianxia expectantly, wondering if she had succeeded. Ba He also turned his attention to her. Xianxia frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. She didn't want to show the results of her hard work to everyone. Take it out, whether we can enter the palace or not will depend on that spirit pill. Yang Kai whispered in her ear, this intimate gesture causing the little senior sister's tender body to tremble and her delicate earlobes to turn pink. However, since Yang Kai had said so, of course, she wouldn't hide anything anymore and summoned a jade bottle into her palm. Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and didn't even look at it before throwing it directly to Ba He. The pill is here, Senior can take a closer look. Ba He's expression became serious as he carefully pinched the jade bottle, slowly opened it, and poured out a spirit pill. When the spirit pill came into view, Ba He couldn't help exclaiming, Pill Cloud. Chapter 1574. As soon as these words were spoken, they shook the heavens. Magana's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the spirit pill like a leech. On the surface of the spirit pill, there was a layer of cloud-like substance. It was as if there was a cloud, making the spirit pill appear dense with spirit chi. There was no doubt that it was indeed a pill cloud. Although none of the monster race experts present had ever seen a pill with a pill cloud, when they saw this pill, they could immediately determine that this cloud-like thing was indeed the legendary pill cloud. This was because the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was slowly and steadily gathering towards this spiritual pill. In time, the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit pill would be astonishing, but of course, this would take a lot of time to accumulate. Even so, the value of such a spirit pill was already immeasurable. Master Ba He, is this an origin grade pill? Magana leaned forward and asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it is indeed an origin grade pill. Ba He nodded solemnly, the shock on his face still not subsiding. The higher the grade of a pill, the more difficult it was for it to form pill veins and pill clouds. An excellent alchemist, if they were lucky enough, would have a slight chance of forming pill veins and pill clouds when refining some low-grade earth-grade or heaven-grade pills. However, Ba He had never heard of an alchemist who had formed pill veins when refining an origin-grade pill, let alone pill clouds, which were above pill veins. Even the most outstanding human race alchemist on Monster Star had not been able to accomplish such a feat. That person was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Just how high was this human woman's attainments in alchemy? Was it a coincidence or was she truly capable? She had actually caused an origin-grade pill to form pill clouds. Ba He was shocked to the extreme. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood why the vision in the sky had appeared before. It wasn't because the grade of this spirit pill was high, but because of the formation of pill clouds. This was simply more precious than high-grade pills. It could be said that with this pill, this human woman was enough to show disdain for all of Monster Star. She fully deserved the title of Grandmaster. Ba He glanced over at Xianxia in awe. His expression was grave as he said to Magna, "Moreover, and this is a void-condensing pill." Magna gasped. Although the origin-condensing pill was only an origin-grade low-rank pill, it was even more difficult to refine than some origin-grade mid-rank pills. Because of this pill, It was for the cultivator to take when breaking through to the origin returning realm. It had the effect of helping one break through bottlenecks. With such an origin condensing pill, it could be said that any third-order Saint King could break through to the origin returning realm without any hindrance, without any fear of failure. In that case, this Grandmaster is at least an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist, right? Ma Gana asked quietly. I don't think so. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous and carefully put the pill back into the jade bottle before carefully storing it in his space ring. No matter what, this Grandmaster must be safely escorted to the palace. You should know what to do. I know, Master Ba, he can rest assured. Ma Gana nodded solemnly. Master Tribal Master had been recruiting special talents from the human race for many years, and this human woman was one of his favorites, so how could Ma Gana not do his best? After confirming the grade and value of the pill, Ma Gana's attitude towards Xianxia became more and more amiable, and he strongly invited Xianxia to rest in the city lord's mansion. Xianxia felt wronged. The first spirit pill that she had refined with pill clouds had actually been taken away by a demon clan expert without a word. Yang Kai comforted her with a few words, which improved her mood a little. With Ma Gana's invitation, Yang Kai also knew what he was planning, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse and agreed on behalf of Xianxia. Only then did Ma Gana understand that Yang Kai was the one who could really influence Xianxia. Out of respect for Xianxia, his attitude towards Yang Kai also changed. He no longer mentioned the chaos in Shimmering Moon City and instead warmly welcomed the senior sister and junior brother into the city lord's mansion. Naturally, Mi Tian also entered the city lord's mansion with them. As the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, he should have been the focus of attention wherever he went, but this time in Shimmering Moon City, his limelight was completely overshadowed by Xianxia. In this regard, Mi Tian had nothing to be jealous or angry about. After all, she was a beautiful woman who would become his sooner or later, so Mi Tian naturally didn't care too much. He took it for granted. They stayed in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and Xianxia didn't leave the mansion and instead discussed the alchemic way and comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture together in the room Ma Gana had arranged for them. After refining an origin condensing pill that formed pill clouds, Xianxia's understanding of the alchemic way really improved by leaps and bounds, allowing Yang Kai to benefit from it. 2 days later, Ma Gana personally came to invite Yang Kai and Xianxia, saying that everything was ready and that all they needed to do was wait for the two of them to set off for the tribal master's palace. Yang Kai and Xianxia didn't delay and quickly followed Ma Gana out of the city lord's mansion. Outside the city lord's mansion, at least 30 origin returning realm masters were waiting, all of them wearing solemn expressions, as if a great battle was about to break out. In fact, they were only responsible for escorting Xianxia on the road. For a talent like Xianxia, Ma Gana didn't dare to be careless and directly dispatched most of the masters in Shimmering Moon City. Accompanying him were masters like Ba He and Mi Tian, so it was likely that no one would dare provoke them at will. Ma Gana was very good at his job and arranged a magnificent monster beast carriage for Xianxia. Although the two monster beasts pulling it weren't as strong as Mi Tian's thunder flame flying lizard, they were still 8th order monsters. At Ma Gana's request, Xianxia boarded the carriage with some embarrassment. At the front was a team of a dozen or so wolf-riding cultivators, followed by a dozen or so origin returning realm masters. Many masters were hidden nearby, responsible for dispersing idle passers-by. The group left Shimmering Moon City in a grand and imposing manner. Although with the cultivation of these people, it would have been faster to use star shuttles, Ma Gana had still arranged such a grand procession in order to show the importance he attached to Xianxia. Yang Kai also basked in the glory and sat in the carriage with Xianxia. In fact, he didn't want to be so ostentatious, but his little senior sister seemed very helpless on her own. She had never been the center of attention like this before. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only accompany them. Mi Tian followed behind on his wolf-type monster beast, his eyes spitting fire. Only a man like him was worthy of such an outstanding woman. What was that human named Yang Kai? Although his combat strength was indeed good, he was still just a lowly human. The intimacy between the two of them on the beast carriage almost blinded Mi Tian's charming eyes. Just you wait, the debt of killing this young lord's two-carriage monster beast will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian secretly swore to himself. This was Red Moon territory, so although the news that Shimmering Moon City's city lord was escorting a human race alchemy grandmaster to the palace with a large number of origin-returning realm masters had spread, no monster race cultivator in Red Moon territory dared to cause trouble. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast, almost comparable to flying. After only 5 days, a large group of majestic buildings appeared in front of them. There were many palaces and pavilions. Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace was built on top of a large mountain, and from the bottom of the mountain all the way up, one could see neatly arranged palaces and passages of varying width. Half Moon Mountain, this was Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. It was also the holy land in the minds of all monster race cultivators in Red Moon territory. Their spiritual leader, Red Moon's master, lived here all year round. Yang Kai stood on the carriage and stared forward with a deep look in his eyes. "Is elder sister Qing Luo inside?" Xianxia Chang asked softly. "She should be," Yang Kai gently nodded. "I wonder how she is now, she must be even more beautiful," Xianxia Chang murmured. She had seen Shan Qing Luo before, and although she had only seen her a few times back in the central capital, that seductive woman had still left a deep impression on her. Xianxia Chang had never seen such a seductive woman before, and even she couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement when she saw her. She seemed to be born to charm men, and Xianxia Chang wondered if there was any man in this world who could resist the dazzling charm of Shan Qing Luo. "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai patted the back of Xianxia Chang's hand, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lightly flew down from the carriage. Red Moon Master's palace is really extraordinary. This young lord has been looking forward to seeing it for a long time, and now his wish has finally been fulfilled. Mi Tian didn't look at the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xianxia Chang. What the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over as he sighed with emotion towards the palace. "Let's go, we'll have to walk from here. Master Tribal Lord should have already received the news and sent someone to greet us." Ma Gana waved his hand, indicating for the other monster race cultivators to wait in place before leading Yang Kai and the others forward. Red Moon Tribal Lord had indeed received the news long ago and had sent someone to wait for them at the foot of the mountain. When Ma Gana and the others arrived, the monster race cultivator who was waiting here glanced at Xianxia Chang faintly and gently nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that Ma Guna has performed a meritorious service in escorting us and will be rewarded at a later date. Please go to the guest house to rest and wait." Ma Guna beamed with joy and hurriedly thanked him. The monster race cultivator nodded lightly before suddenly turning his eyes to Ba He and shouting, "Seize him!" Several monster race cultivators suddenly appeared and rushed towards Ba He. Ba He stood in place and showed no intention of resisting, allowing these monster race masters to tie him up and seal his Saint Chi. "After not seeing you for so long, Dongshi, you're still so ruthless." Ba He chuckled. "You still have the face to come back? This time, you won't walk out of Half Moon Mountain alive." The monster race cultivator named Dongshi coldly snorted. "Whether I can live or not depends on Tribal Lord Master. Dongshi, you and I have known each other for so many years, you should put in a few good words for me." "You're delusional." Dongshi squinted at him, "but you can rest assured, as long as Tribal Lord Master gives the order to kill you, I will personally send you on your way. You really are ruthless." Chapter 1575. Ba He was escorted away. This result stunned Yang Kai, but seeing the confident look on Ba He's face, Yang Kai estimated that his life would not be in any danger. Mi Tian was also warmly welcomed to the side while Yang Kai and Xianxia Chang were led by a monster race woman to Half Moon Mountain, where they walked up a neat mountain path. The monster race woman walking in front of Yang Kai could not tell what kind of monster beast bloodline she possessed. She was petite, but her figure was extremely vigorous. Clearly, she was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and her 2 ears were not like those of a human but rather more like those of a cat, short and delicate. Yang Kai was not surprised by this sight and simply observed the scenery of Red Moon Territory's Holy Land. The surrounding world energy was very rich, so there should be a good earth vein at the foot of this half-moon mountain, otherwise, it would not be able to meet the needs of a large number of monster race cultivator. Girl, are we going to see Chiyu's master now? After walking for a long time, Yang Kai asked. Master has an important matter to attend to and will not see you for the time being, but someone else will receive you, the monster race woman in front replied lightly without turning her head. Understood, Yang Kai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Although Xia Ningchang's performance in Shimmering Moon City was shocking enough, Chi was still one of the 10 great tribal lords and an origin king realm master, so it was reasonable that she would not personally receive Xia Ningchang. However, she would not underestimate Xia Ningchang too much and would arrange for a capable person to receive him to show the importance she attached to Xia Ningchang. Yang Kai came here just to see Shanqing Luo, the dragon lady. Whether he could meet with Chiyu or not did not matter. Not seeing Chiyu was actually better. After all, facing an origin king realm master, Yang Kai felt some pressure. Now that he heard this monster race woman say that someone else would receive him, it was exactly what he wanted. Following behind her, Yang Kai was already considering how to find Shanqing Luo. In this kind of place, Yang Kai did not dare to use his divine sense too recklessly. If he really did so, it was very likely to cause trouble. After walking for about an hour, the Yao woman finally brought Yang Kai and his senior sister to a magnificent palace. She walked straight in. Inside the palace, a spacious and bright hall. Many demon cultivators lined up on both sides and looked at the entrance curiously. They had all received news that a human had refined a pill with pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, and the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, Ma Guna, would be escorting her to the palace to serve the tribal lord. They were naturally very curious about what kind of human had such amazing alchemy skills. Above the demons, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sat at the head of the table. The one on the left. He was tall and sturdy. It was like an iron tower with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The one on the right was tall and slender. Her facial features were picturesque and seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She was already a beautiful woman, but now, when she was set off by the ugly man on the left, she seemed even more otherworldly. Many of the monster race cultivator waiting below stole glances at this woman from time to time, but they quickly averted their eyes, as if they were afraid that if they stared at her for too long, they would fall into her charms. At this moment, the face of the tower-like man on the left was twitching slightly, as if he was very impatient, his buttocks swaying from side to side, a very uncomfortable look on his face. On the other hand, the woman on the right was frowning slightly, a look of suspicion on her face as her beautiful eyes stared out of the hall, as if she was trying to see through the barrier of space and into the distance. As time passed, the woman's expression began to change, gradually becoming one of joy and excitement. Her originally lazy posture gradually straightened and her tender body could not help trembling slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes burst out with amazing splendor as she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appearing on her pretty face as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The many monster race cultivators below took in this scene and felt their hearts beating violently in their chests as their mouths went dry. They'd never seen this lord reveal such a charming smile, and for a time, they were actually unable to resist the temptation brought about by that smile. They wished for nothing more than to immerse their minds within it and allow themselves to sink into oblivion. Even if they were bound by darkness and would never be able to see the light of day, they wouldn't hesitate. Many monster race cultivators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to attack their minds. They would rather harm themselves to regain their senses quickly. If they continued to sink, they were afraid that they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. What a disaster! The adopted daughter that Sir Monarch took in back then was indeed a troublemaker. Even the most famous woman from the Fox clan in the monster race was inferior to her in terms of seduction and charm. How could a mere human have such charm? Many monster race cultivators could not figure it out even after racking their brains. With such an existence, it was likely that even the most outstanding monster race disciple was not worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? This uncle is worried to death. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the palace, completely waking the monster race cultivators from their stupor. They all looked up at the towering brawny man. The burly man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he scratched his head with his thick hands before turning to the enchanting woman next to him and putting on a flattering look, an ugly smile on his face as he hummed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here while elder brother takes care of his own business first?" The enchanting woman glanced at him and chuckled, "You Xiong, this is adoptive mother's order. The one who has come is an alchemy grandmaster, so etiquette cannot be lacking. If you run away and adoptive mother finds out about this, little sister won't speak up for you." Ahem. Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother, and could not help shivering, his tall and strong body suddenly seeming to shrink. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." As soon as Yu Xiong's voice fell, a monster race woman walked in from the door, walked up to the main hall, and bowed gracefully, lightly opening her red lips and saying, "To master, the one has been brought. She's finally here." Yu Xiong coldly snorted, a look of displeasure filling his face. This uncle wants to see if this alchemy grandmaster really has any skill. If she's like the previous ones, just fishing for fame, don't blame this uncle for being impolite and tearing her apart. Because Red Moon valued humans with special talents. Therefore, in Red Moon territory, many humans dreamed of being appreciated by the Master Tribal Lord and living on Half Moon Mountain. However, some people clearly had no ability but bragged about how amazing they were in an attempt to make up the numbers. Without exception, all of these people were cruelly killed by Yu Xiong. As such, this time, Yu Xiong did not believe that there was really a human who could refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds. Most likely, it was just shimmering Moon City's city lord who wanted to profit from it. Quickly invite them in. The enchanting woman above suppressed the excitement in her heart. She called out in a trembling voice. "Yes." The monster race woman nodded. Turning around and looking behind her, she beckoned. A man and a woman walked over side by side, the man's figure tall and sturdy. The woman was petite and dainty. The eyes of the two swept around the hall casually. Both of them then fixed on the enchanting woman. Yang Kai grinned. Xianxia also pursed her lips and chuckled. The enchanting woman's tender body trembled slightly as a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, but fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good. In front of so many people, she did not lose her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed her excitement and raised her smooth chin slightly as her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a look of love and hatred flashing across them. No one noticed that her silver teeth were lightly clenched, making a slight noise. "To master, they have arrived," the monster race woman reported respectfully. "Oh, wasn't it said that only women were alchemy grandmasters? What's this man doing here?" Yu Xiong looked at Yang Kai curiously. The monster race woman replied, "These two seem to be senior sister and junior brother from the same sect. So it's just a little boy toy." Yu Xiong sneered, "Uncle despises this kind of person the most." He subconsciously regarded Yang Kai as someone who relied on Xianxia to live off a woman. Yang Kai did not care about his evaluation and continued to stare at the enchanting woman with a playful smile on his face, seemingly unable to bear Yang Kai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The enchanting woman glared at him fiercely, a look of rebuke flashing across her beautiful eyes. "In front of so many people, bold humans, why haven't you saluted the two master?" From the monster race crowd on both sides, angry shouts suddenly rang out. Red Moon territory had dispatched so many people and even had two esteemed masters personally greet them, which was more than enough to give the alchemy grandmaster face. It was only reasonable that these two humans should not stand here foolishly and should at least show some humility. But they actually stood there without moving. They really thought too highly of themselves. Without the appreciation of a master tribal lord, what were these humans worth? They were nothing more than accessories to the monster race. What was even more intolerable to the monster race crowd was that this little boy toy had been staring at their master since he entered the hall, not even blinking once, as if he wanted to swallow this master alive. How rude! Even if this master's charm was boundless, a trivial human should not act so presumptuously. How could this master be blasphemed by a mere human? Many monster race masters glared at Yang Kai at this moment. You little boy toy, where are you looking at? Yu Xiong also noticed that something was wrong and quickly got up, glared at Yang Kai, and said fiercely, "Do you believe Uncle won't dig out your eyes? Human, there are some people you can't look at, just relax and act as a little boy toy." A monster race master nearby sneered. This human was too insatiable. Although the face of the woman beside him could not be seen clearly, just by looking at her figure and skin color, one could tell that she was definitely a rare beauty. It was fine that he was not satisfied, but he actually dared to cast covetous eyes on that lord. He really did not know what was good for him. This human girl must be blind. How could she be with such a man? Such an excellent alchemy grandmaster could only be matched by the elite disciples of the monster race. Chapter 1576. Human, Master Yu Xiong's temper is not very good. If you want to live, quickly admit your wrongs, apologize, and kowtow. You may be able to keep your life. A monster race man shouted, seemingly wanting to instruct Yang Kai on how to behave. After all, the charm of the master above was obvious to all, so it wasn't entirely his fault that this human race man had lost his composure like this. Admit my wrongs, apologize, kowtow? Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking like he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but his eyes were still fixed on the enchanting woman as a playful smile appeared on his face. "Beauty, are you sure you want me to do this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, revealing looks of disbelief. This human actually called the master a beauty? This was not just rude, but blatant flirting. Although the master was originally a human, for some special reason, she had been adopted as the adopted daughter of tribal lord master. Over the years, she had been carefully trained and cultivated, and her talents were well known throughout the world. Even the elites of the monster race had to act humbly and respectfully when they saw her. A human race man, in front of everyone's eyes, actually dared to flirt with the master so blatantly? Had he never died before? Bold. A monster race master shouted, his face filled with anger. Flirting with the master was tantamount to insulting the monster race and Red Moon tribal lord. No monster race master could tolerate Yang Kai's impudence, so for a time, everyone in the hall was filled with anger and murderous intent. Yu Xiong froze for a moment, seemingly unable to recover from his shock, but after a while, he burst into laughter. Pointing to Yang Kai, he turned to the enchanting woman and said, "Little sister, this little gigolo actually called you a beauty. Am I not?" The enchanting woman glanced at Yu Xiong lightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Xiong's laughter immediately got stuck in his throat as he shrank back and hurriedly said, "Of course, that's not what elder brother meant, it's just that I've never heard anyone call you that before, so I was surprised. And this little gigolo is too shameless. Do you want elder brother to teach him a lesson?" As he spoke, he glared at Yang Kai. In the Red Moon territory, Yu Xiong could be said to be under only one person. As the adopted son of the Red Moon tribal lord, his strength and status were not something an ordinary monster clan member could compare with. His temper was upright and unyielding, and he was not afraid of anything. There were only two people who could make him submit. One was naturally the Red Moon tribal lord. The other was the coquettish woman sitting to his right. If one were to say that he was in awe of the Red Moon tribal lord, in that case he admired his little sister. He admired her aptitude and cultivation speed, which was something he would never be able to reach. His foster mother had once said that, in Red Moon territory, his little sister was the most promising existence to break through to the Origin King realm besides Bahi. In this aspect, he was no match for him. No need. The enchanting woman refused Yu Xiong's proposal. You're letting him go just like that? That would be letting him off too lightly. He must pay the price for his frivolity. Yu Xiong shook his head, somewhat unhappy. The coquettish woman smiled lightly, got up from her chair, and walked down, chuckling lightly as she said, "Let him off? Naturally, there's no such thing as letting such a shameless guy off so casually. I'll teach him a lesson myself." That's fine too. Yu Xiong nodded before turning a gloating look towards Yang Kai, grinning as he said, "Little gigolo, you're finished." If this uncle were to take action, I could give you a quick death, but if little sister were to take action, haha. When the monster race masters standing on either side heard that this master was going to teach this little gigolo a lesson herself, they immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the show. But then again, to be able to be taught a lesson by this master herself, this little gigolo was truly blessed. Many monster race masters showed looks of envy. A moment later, the coquettish woman arrived in front of Yang Kai, her smooth white chin still slightly raised, giving her a noble and inviolable look, revealing her white slender neck, a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply stared back at her with a smile. The woman grit her teeth and slowly stretched out her hand, her jade finger poking towards Yang Kai's chest. Yu Xiong watched unhappily, looking forward to what kind of inhumane and heinous method his little sister would use to torture this shameless guy. Many monster race masters also stretched their necks forward, a look of satisfaction on their faces, pointing her jade finger at Yang Kai's chest. The coquettish woman grit her teeth and said, "Tell me, should I dig out your heart, pull out your liver, or directly cut open your stomach and see if there's black or white inside? Do you hate me that much?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Yes." The coquettish woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone. I wish I could tear you into 10,000 pieces. I wish I could grind your bones to dust." Ha! Yang Kai chuckled dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, her jade finger gently poked Yang Kai's chest as she ground her teeth, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between her and Yang Kai. Yu Xiong's face flashed with excitement as he secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's reaction. His little sister didn't seem to be using any overly harsh means, but with her ability, it should be easy for her to cause this little gigolo some internal injuries. Yu Xiong wondered if this little gigolo's 5 viscera and 6 organs would turn into a pool of pus after being poked a few times by his little sister, but why did his little sister's tone sound so sad? Yu Xiong scratched his head, puzzled. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai showed a helpless look as he grabbed the coquettish woman's little hand. The other party tried to pull back but was unable to do so. The group of monster race masters were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. Audacious! This little brat not only dared to flirt with their master, but now even dared to take advantage of her. How could they tolerate this? Just as they were about to rush out and teach Yang Kai a good lesson, they saw a shy look appear on the master's face, her white cheeks blushing slightly, even her neck becoming pink. Her raised chin lowered at some point and her proud temperament became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What was going on? Why did the master have such a reaction? The group of monster race masters were dumbfounded. "You bastard!" The coquettish woman cursed softly, a look of grievance appearing on her beautiful eyes. "Didn't I tell you I was on Monster Star? Why didn't you come to see me until now?" "I couldn't help it. Sailing through Monster Star's territory is not a place where I can come and go as I please." Yang Kai explained helplessly, "Being able to come here this time was really a stroke of luck. Aren't I here now? Qing Luo, don't be angry, you're making a fool of yourself." "They've been making a fool of themselves for a long time." Qing Luo glared at Yang Kai. "Did you want the situation to become like this? Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned. In fact, I didn't expect you to be the one to receive me and little senior sister. You've wronged me. If that's the case, then I won't argue with you, Xianxia Luo snorted lightly. While the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the many monster race masters in the hall all stared blankly. By now, how could they not know that their master and this little gigolo seemed to have known each other for a long time and had a very close relationship? Otherwise, how could they be flirting like this? This was almost unacceptable to them. Yu Xiong was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so kindly, and when his little sister was talking to this little gigolo, she actually showed a look of satisfaction and happiness. Yu Xiong had seen his little sister appear lonely more than once when she was alone, but now, her satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with her previous loneliness. Your status here seems to be very high, Yang Kai asked softly. To be honest, seeing Xianxia Luo sitting high up in the hall here really surprised him. Although he had long known that Xianxia Luo had been adopted by Red Moon Tribal Lord as an adopted daughter, after all, they were from different races. Yang Kai had thought that Xianxia Luo was living a very difficult life here, but now that he saw her, he realized he was wrong. An adoptive mother values me very much, so those monster race masters don't dare disrespect me, Xianxia Luo replied softly. Who is that guy? He seems to have the same status as you. Yang Kai looked up at Yu Xiong. Like me, he was taken in by adoptive mother and is nominally my eldest brother, but he is a genuine monster race master. Xianxia Luo explained softly, and after she finished speaking, she found that the trace of hostility in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Xianxia Luo knew better than anyone what it meant for a man to be jealous of a woman. Elder brother-in-law, hello. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yu Xiong, greeting him loudly. Yu Xiong's eyes instantly fell to the ground. If Yu Xiong had some speculations when he saw his little sister act so intimately with this gigolo just now, Yang Kai's greeting confirmed his suspicions. His little sister and this gigolo actually had that kind of relationship. How is that possible? Yu Xiong looked at Xianxia Luo in disbelief but was surprised to find that his little sister did not try to deny it and was instead smiling shyly. Yu Xiong seemed to have heard some kind of shattering sound and could not help glancing around at the other monster race masters in the hall, only to find that all of them wore looks of grief and indignation, as if their hearts were being twisted by knives as they stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, as if they wished to turn their gazes into sharp arrows and kill this gigolo on the spot. Yu Xiong's mind was a little confused and he did not know what to say to Yang Kai. Suddenly, he glanced at Xianxia, who had been standing quietly next to Yang Kai, and asked, "What is the relationship between you and this girl?" "Little senior sister is my woman." Yang Kai smiled, reaching out and hugging Xianxia's waist while pulling Xianxia Luo into his embrace with his other hand. Xianxia Luo struggled slightly but still complied with Yang Kai's wishes, snuggling into Yang Kai's arms with a blush. Yu Xiong's jaw dropped as he stared dumbfoundedly at this human gigolo with a brilliant smile on his face, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart as he gave him a big thumbs up. This is a true winner in life. A perfect example of a gigolo. Chapter 1577. Yang Kai and Xianxia settled down peacefully in the palace. After the farce in the hall, everyone knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and Xianxia Luo. This caused many monster race masters to feel envious and jealous while cursing Yang Kai's luck with women. Inside the guest room, Xianxia Luo brought Biluo to visit Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother. Just now, there had been too many people around, so she hadn't had much to say, but now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out. Although Yang Kai had learned many things from Biluo in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai didn't understand the details very well. After talking with Xianxia Luo, he learned that the Dragon Lady had indeed suffered a lot after arriving on Monster Star. She was already a beautiful woman with a natural charm, and when she arrived on Monster Star, her strength wasn't high, so it was natural that she was targeted by many men with ulterior motives. If she hadn't met Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had recognized her talent and accepted her as a foster daughter, Xianxia Luo wouldn't have believed what kind of fate she would have today. Therefore, to a certain extent, she was very grateful to Red Moon Tribal Lord. Furthermore, ever since he had taken her in as his adopted daughter, the Red Moon Territory Lord had placed even more importance on her. This could be seen from her position in the Red Moon Territory. Those who did not know the truth would most likely think that she was a pure demon. A human being able to hold such a high position in Red Moon Territory was inseparable from the cultivation of Red Moon Tribal Lord. After listening to Xianxia Luo's story, Yang Kai also felt a deep respect for Red Moon Tribal Lord, whom he had never met before. In short, foster mother is very good to me. Moreover, because I refined the heavenly moon demon spider source, I am no longer a complete human being. However, I also can't be considered a monster race cultivator, Xianxia Luo chuckled. Then what are you? Yang Kai asked in surprise. A half-monster. There is a group of special existences on Monster Star, but their status is really low, only a little higher than humans. Half-monster. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, these half-monsters were born from the union of the human race and the monster race. They are not recognized by humans, and not accepted by the monster race, so their status is quite awkward, Xianxia Luo explained casually. The union of the human race and monster race? Monster Star allows this kind of thing to happen? Of course it is not allowed. Monster Emperor Star was different from other cultivation stars. Here, Monster Race is as supreme, how can they tolerate their bloodline being's bloodline? So, a half-monster is a special half-monster, half-monsters, half-monsters, a half-monster. That's why this special group of half-monsters was born. Xianxia Luo slowly said, to tell the truth, this is the first time I've seen such a group of half-monsters. I really admire these people. For example, that senior Ba He who came here with you, he has experienced such things. You know about Ba He? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. And I didn't know at first. I only heard Yu Xiong mention some things before. Tell me about it. I'm also very curious about that old man, Yang Kai quickly asked. He had heard a lot of rumors about Ba He when he was in Shimmering Moon City. This old man's strength was indeed extraordinary, so naturally, Yang Kai was interested in him. Xianxia Luo didn't know much about him, but the reason why Ba He had concealed himself in Shimmering Moon City for 200 years, even changing his appearance and concealing his cultivation, was related to a human woman. This old man was the #1 general under Qi Yu's tribal lord several hundred years ago. His aptitude was top-notch, and he had cultivated to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm long ago. In terms of no Origin Returning Realm Master could compare to him. For a time, he was known as the #1 Master under the Origin King Realm on Monster Star. He was also the most promising existence on Monster Star to break through to the Origin King Realm. Once he achieved this, it meant that he could stand on equal footing with Qi Yu and become a powerful tribal lord-level existence. However, when Ba He was at his peak, he fell in love with a human woman at first sight and fell in love with her again. The monster race had always rejected the union of humans and monsters, let alone a future rising star like Ba He. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else, especially from Qi Yu's tribal lord, which made Ba He even more miserable. If things continued to develop like this, with Ba He's arrogant temperament, it was very likely that he would betray the monster race. At that time, he would definitely become a character hated by everyone on Monster Star. Qi Yu's tribal lord also had a headache. She naturally didn't want to see her most capable general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of her love for talent, she was even prepared to accept this fact and allow Ba He to marry that human woman. After all, although the monster race and human race couldn't openly unite, some monster race masters liked to play with human beauties. This was a very normal thing. Which monster race master didn't have a few human beauties as playthings in their mansion? It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding not to make this matter public. As long as he could break through to the Origin King realm, what did it matter if he married a human woman? But before she could make this clear to he, a melodramatic event occurred. The human woman actually became the demon race at a critical juncture when breaking through a minor realm and died suddenly. After learning this news, he was completely disheartened and furious. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman became the demon race was definitely related to Chiyu's tribal lord. Perhaps the tribal lord master had done something in secret. As such, he made a scene on Half Moon Mountain and went to Chiyu's palace to confront her face to face. No one knew what happened in her palace, but when Chiyu's master came out, she announced that he was ungrateful and had committed treason, so she personally killed him. Since then, there had been no news of he for 200 years. Until this time, when he took the initiative to appear in Shimmering Moon City. So, Chiyu's tribal lord didn't kill he back then and instead let him go? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded lightly. Adoptive mother is a second-order origin king. If she really wanted to kill he would have died without a doubt. It would have been impossible for him to survive. Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Kai. Shanqing Luo suddenly called out softly. HM? Do you think that human woman becoming the demon race and dying suddenly had something to do with adoptive mother? How would I know? What happened more than 200 years ago? I'm afraid no one knows except for the people involved. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but suddenly saw the worried look on Shanqing Luo's face and asked in a low voice, "What are you worried about?" Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head and squeezed out a smile. "It's nothing. By the way, you have to be careful of that Mi Tian. I heard that you had a conflict with him in Shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian is a proud and arrogant guy, so if you offend him, he will never let you go." "Don't worry, he can't do anything to me," Yang Kai smiled proudly. The two talked for a while before Shanqing Luo got up and left. "Junior brother, what should we do next?" After Shanqing Luo left, Xia Ningchang asked softly. "I haven't thought about it yet," Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai grinned. He had tried to enter the palace mainly because he wanted to see how Shanqing Luo was doing. Now that he saw that she was doing well and her status was high, he naturally felt relieved. "Then do you want to take elder sister Qing Luo away?" Xia Ningchang asked again. "I didn't think so, but based on what she said, I think it's better for her to stay here. After all, this is Monster Star, which is extremely beneficial to her cultivation and future development." Xia Ningchang gently nodded. After listening to He's story, she immediately understood that if Yang Kai really insisted on taking Shanqing Luo away, it would be very difficult. No one knew whether the death of the human woman who fell in love with he had anything to do with Red Moon Tribal Lord, but if it really was Red Moon Tribal Lord's doing, Xia Ningchang understood why Shanqing Luo showed a worried look just now. She was clearly afraid that Yang Kai would follow in the footsteps of that human woman. For the sake of her adopted daughter's future, Red Moon Tribal Lord would not mind the death of a human man. But since we're here, we should naturally search for a batch of unique materials here first. Yang Kai looked at Xia Ningchang with a smile. "Little senior sister, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your strength for this." After leaving the guest room, Shanqing Luo took Biluo straight to Chiyu's palace. She was highly regarded by Chiyu and was being cultivated as a future successor, so naturally no one dared to stop her from walking around the palace. All the monster race cultivator who saw her bowed respectfully to show their respect. Arriving outside the palace, Shanqing Luo happened to see a bare-waisted, tiger-backed man standing outside the palace, his brow furrowed and his body slightly tilted, as if he was listening to something. "Yu Xiong!" Shanqing Luo walked up and shouted. Hearing this call, Yu Xiong quickly turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. "Sneaking around in front of adoptive mother's palace. What are you doing?" "Be careful, adoptive mother doesn't know you'll be punished." Shanqing Luo frowned and reprimanded him. "Senior he is being tortured inside, listen." Yu Xiong pointed inside with a gossipy expression on his face. Xianxia Luo was surprised and listened carefully. Sure enough, she heard tragic screams coming from inside the palace. Her face couldn't help turning pale as she asked in shock, "Does adoptive mother refuse to forgive Senior Ba He?" Although she had never met Ba He's situation was somewhat similar to hers. If Red Moon Tribal Lord refused to let go of Ba He, then the future of her and Yang Kai would be bleak. Ba He's ending, to a certain extent, was a good example for her to learn from, so when she heard Ba He's screams while being tortured inside, Xianxia Luo became nervous. She seemed to be able to see Yang Kai being tortured in front of her adoptive mother. I don't know, adoptive mother has always been pleasant and rarely gets angry. She only instructs us rather than reprimands us, never punishes us. Seeing Senior Ba He being tortured so miserably this time, it seems adoptive mother is really angry. Yuxiong smacked his lips as his ears perked up, listening even more intently. Xianxia Luo's expression changed as she became even more worried, secretly wondering what she should say when she saw adoptive mother. Chapter 1578. Xianxia Luo and Yuxiong listened outside the palace for more than an hour before the screams inside gradually subsided. Even a monster race master like Yuxiong could not help feeling a little apprehensive upon seeing this. The door of the palace opened with a bang and a figure staggered out. This person was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak, as if he was not far from death. Xianxia Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell at a glance that this master should be Ba He. After all, he was exuding a powerful third-order origin returning realm aura. It seemed that adoptive mother was really angry this time, and it was hard to tell if she had forgiven Senior Ba He or not. "Senior, you're all right." Yuxiong walked over and helped Ba He up. Cough cough. "I'm fine, I won't die for the time being." Ba He waved his hands slowly, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yuxiong opened his mouth but didn't know how to comfort him. Ba He suddenly raised his head and looked towards Xianxia Luo. Even though this old man was extremely knowledgeable and had seen countless people, the moment he saw Xianxia Luo, his eyes couldn't help lighting up and his originally weak aura seemed to recover somewhat. Gently nodding, Ba He said, "This should be Sister Shan?" "Qing Luo greet Senior." Xianxia Luo bowed gracefully. "Sister Shan is too polite." "Good, the monster race has finally produced some decent talents." Ba He smiled. This old master acted willfully back then and failed to live up to the expectations of Tribal Lord Master. "I hope you won't disappoint her again." "I will follow Senior's teachings." Xianxia Luo whispered with a complicated expression. "In. Go in, Master is waiting for you." Ba He waved his hand, supported his weak body, and walked out step by step, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. Xianxia Luo and Yuxiong stared at Ba He's receding figure and couldn't help sighing. The future star of the monster race, the strongest master below the Origin King realm, was now being punished like this by adoptive mother. "Is that Qing Luo? Come in." Inside the palace, Qi Yu's voice called out. Xianxia Luo felt guilty for no reason. Biting her red lips, she braced herself and walked inside. I'll go back first," Yuxiong muttered to himself before turning around to flee. "Yuxiong, get in here too." Qi Yu's tender voice called out. Yuxiong's scalp went numb. His raised foot immediately fell back down. He turned around. With an expression as if her parents had died, she reluctantly followed behind Xianxia Luo. He should have withdrawn long ago. Yuxiong's intestines turned green with regret. In the spacious and bright bedroom, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stood there quietly. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. Her breasts were tall and straight, and her waist was slender and beautiful. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy fluctuation coming from her body. She looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. She was extremely beautiful, her red lips like the most beautiful rubies, flashing an alluring luster, her skin white as snow, and her 10 slender white fingers. In terms of attractiveness to men, she was not inferior to Xianxia Luo at all, only lacking the natural charm of Xianxia Luo. However, the noble aura exuding from her tender body was many times higher than that of Xianxia Luo. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman was one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star and the adoptive mother of Xianxia Luo and Yu Xiong, Qiyu. After the brother and sister pair came in, they first greeted Qiyu, and after receiving a response from her, they sat down carefully. Has the alchemy grandmaster from Shimmering Moon City been properly arranged? Qiyu asked casually. Reporting to adoptive mother, everything has been arranged. Does adoptive mother wish to see him? Xianxia Luo looked at Qiyu. There's no hurry. Since this person was able to refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds, she was indeed extraordinary, but compared to her, I was more interested in the human race man who came with her. Qing Luo, do you have anything to tell me? I vaguely heard some incredible rumors. Qiyu sat down in her seat and turned her beautiful eyes towards Xianxia Luo. Xianxia Luo's tender body trembled and she quickly got up, knelt on the ground, and said through gritted teeth, Adoptive mother, please forgive me that man, why are you so nervous? Adoptive mother won't eat him, stand up and speak. Qiyu stretched out her hand and lifted Xianxia Luo up. Seeing that Qiyu didn't seem to be angry, Xianxia Luo couldn't help feeling relieved and her nervous mood gradually calmed down. Tell me, is the rumor I heard true or false? Qiyu continued to ask. It's true, Xianxia Luo replied through gritted teeth. Oh, in that case, is that human really the one you like? Qiyu laughed softly. Yes. Is he that great? Why would even a woman like you fall for him? Yu Xiong said he's just a little boy who relies on women to eat. No, Yu Xiong is talking nonsense. Xianxia Luo glared at Yu Xiong fiercely, causing the latter to shrink his head back and scratch his chin while looking up at the sky. Tell me, what is so great about him that you can't forget him? Qiyu seemed to be interested and asked carefully. Daughter doesn't know. Xianxia Luo smiled shyly. In front of a powerful existence like Qiyu, her queenly aura was completely suppressed. We met when he was very weak. At that time, daughter was an immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator while he was just an Yuan Qi Boundary cultivator. The gap is quite big. Qiyu raised her brow, but he seems to have reached the second order origin returning realm now. Does that mean his cultivation speed is on par with yours? Understanding this, Qiyu finally showed a look of shock. The speed at which Xianxia Luo was breaking through was something she had witnessed with her own eyes. That human boy was actually not inferior to her adopted daughter was something she couldn't help feeling slightly shocked. I don't know where he has been all these years or what he has been doing. Last time, I accidentally met him in the Emperor Garden, but this time, he came to Monster Star specifically to find me. He went to the Emperor Garden? Qiyu became even more interested. And at that time, daughter joined forces with him to fight a group of people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, but before we had time to talk, the Emperor Garden closed. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Qiyu coldly snorted, a trace of disdain appearing on her pretty face. Since you joined forces with him, tell me, how strong is he? This. Xianxia Luo showed an awkward look. You don't know. Qiyu's face sank. Adoptive mother, please forgive me. The battle was not long at that time, so daughter was not able to observe carefully, but daughter is certain that he is not weak. Qiyu smiled softly and slowly said, Since you are so sure, I can give him a chance. Although his courage to come to Monster Star for you is admirable, in the end, he is still just a human, and he seems to have another woman. How can Qiyu's daughter share a man with another woman? Put away your feelings for now. I will personally observe what he is like. If he really has the ability to make me approve of him, I will not oppose your relationship. However, if he is only a superficial person, I will personally kill him. After saying so, Qiyu looked towards Xianxia Luo, thinking that she would panic and beg for mercy, but instead, she saw a look of joy on Xianxia Luo's face. Do you have so much confidence in him? Qiyu was surprised. Although I haven't seen him for several dozen years, he was a man who was good at creating miracles. Daughter believes that he will not let me or adoptive mother down. Shanqing Luo quickly said. Good, since you say so, I can rest assured. Qiyu nodded gently, very satisfied with Shanqing Luo's attitude, and shouted, Yu Xiong. Yes, daughter. Yu Xiong quickly got up. I'll leave this matter to you. Test the depths of that little bastard for me. If he's just an ordinary human, kill him as soon as possible, lest he becomes an eyesore. Qiyu waved her hand. Yes. Yu Xiong's eyes flashed a fierce light as he replied in a deep voice. You may leave. The brother and sister pair left Qiyu's palace, Yu Xiong looking excited as he rubbed his hands together, ready to go all out. Although he felt that Yang Kai was a very interesting guy, even daring to call him his brother-in-law, in the end, he was still a human being. On the premise that he already had another woman, yet he still coveted his little sister. It was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now that he had received Qiyu's instructions, of course, he had to carefully evaluate Yang Kai. No matter what, he had to beat the crap out of him first. Yu Xiong. Shanqing Luo shouted. What's the matter? Yu Xiong quickly looked up at her. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as she glared at him and said, If you dare take action against him personally, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Xiong was dumbfounded and said with a sullen expression, Little sister, big brother is only acting on behalf of adoptive mother. I don't care. In any case, you can't do it yourself, otherwise, you won't have a little sister like me in the future. After saying so, she didn't give Yu Xiong a chance to speak and simply left. Little sister, great aunt, great aunt. Yu Xiong called out from behind, but no matter how he shouted, he didn't get any response. He suddenly felt that this was a very difficult task. After living in the palace for 3 days, Qiyu finally summoned Xia Ningchang. As an alchemy grandmaster who could refine pill clouds, Xia Ningchang was qualified to do so. As for Yang Kai, Qiyu didn't pay him any mind and naturally had no intention of meeting him. Qiyu had a very good impression of Xia Ningchang. This human woman was docile and kind, with clear and pure eyes. Not only was her cultivation high, but her attainments in alchemy were also extremely profound. When she summoned Xia Ningchang, Qiyu specifically asked several famous alchemists in the palace to accompany her in order to test Xia Ningchang's skills. The result was to her satisfaction. In terms of understanding of alchemy, Xia Ningchang already had the demeanor of a grandmaster, not inferior in the slightest to the white-haired old men who had devoted their lives to alchemy. The alchemy competition held on the spot was also won by Xia Ningchang with an absolute advantage. Qiyu was overjoyed to obtain such a talent and immediately offered extremely generous conditions, allowing Xia Ningchang to live in the palace with peace of mind and perform alchemy for her. If it weren't for Xia Ningchang's inexperience and age, the position of chief alchemist in the palace would likely have changed hands. Chapter 1579. Xia Ningchang was now placed in an important position. Not only did she have her own loft, but she also had several young and beautiful maids to take care of her daily needs. All she needed to do was focus on alchemy for Qiyu. Everything was going according to Yang Kai's expectations. Sister Xia, these materials were allocated to you by Master Tribal Lord. Master hopes to see the finished pill in 1 month. Inside the loft, a maid in green handed a space ring to Xia Ningchang. Give it to me. Yang Kai smiled and took the space ring. The maid in green frowned slightly, seemingly a little unwilling, but she didn't refuse and gently placed the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai swept the ring with his divine sense and chuckled, Why are there so few materials? Is this still too little? This is already 40 origin-grade pills worth of materials. The maid in green frowned. And it's a bit too little. Can you get me more materials? Yang Kai asked. I can, but the other grandmasters in the palace only have so many shares each month. If you ask for more, they won't have time to refine. How can those people compare to my little senior sister? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Go get more materials, the more the better. The maid in green suddenly looked at Xianxia awkwardly. To be honest, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. Rumors that Yang Kai was a gigolo who only relied on women to make a living had already spread throughout the palace. No woman would have a good impression of such a man. He already had an alchemy grandmaster as his woman, but he still wasn't satisfied and actually extended his evil claws to Master Shanqing Luo. Sadly, Master Shanqing Luo's wise and bright eyes were obscured by something and she couldn't see through this shameless bastard, unable to see the filthy soul hidden under his facade. Inside the palace, almost everyone was sighing for Shanqing Luo, feeling that such a beautiful flower was willing to be stuck in a pile of cow dung, making them feel sad and indignant. Now that Yang Kai's tone was so arrogant, the maid in green, who already had a bad impression of him, felt even more disgusted. However, the Master Tribal Lord seemed to intend to put this new alchemy grandmaster in an important position, so she couldn't refuse. She just wanted to ask for Xianxia's opinion. As junior brother says, Xianxia said softly, "If her lordship asks about it, just say that I want it. She won't disagree." Yes. The maid in green nodded helplessly. By the way, the grandmasters in the palace. What is the general probability of refining a pill? Yang Kai asked again. 20%. The maid in green replied indifferently. 10 sets of materials. 2 successful refinements. Understood, many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. The maid in green looked at him seriously, as if she wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to say it and just said goodbye to Xianxia before turning around and leaving. This girl seems to hate me. Yang Kai looked at her back and chuckled. He naturally knew why the other party showed such a look of extreme disgust, but he didn't take it to heart. Junior brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai worriedly. What's wrong? After all, these are origin-grade materials, their value is not low. If we do this, it's tantamount to swindling materials from Red Moon Tribal Lord. Xianxia felt a little uneasy and guilty. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. Little senior sister, think about it. That girl just said that when the other grandmasters in the palace refine origin-grade pills, their success rate is about 20%. In other words, 80% of the materials will be wasted. But little senior sister is different. If you try your best to refine pills, even if you don't have a 100% success rate, you will still succeed. Even if you fail occasionally, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you only need to convert those materials into 30% pills. For Red Moon Tribal Lord, she will have already made a big profit. We will only be reaping some benefits from it. This is something that benefits everyone. Although what you said is correct, I still feel it's not right. Xianxia pursed her red lips lightly. Although she felt that she and her junior brother were like thieves in her heart, since Yang Kai wanted her to do this, Xianxia would not refuse. The two of them soon devoted themselves to the great cause of alchemy. The process of alchemy for Xianxia was similar to cultivation. For her, alchemy was a kind of enjoyment, not hard work. Moreover, she was now a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. After studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, her attainments in alchemy were no small matter. In addition, the last time she successfully refined a spirit pill that formed pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, her harvest was huge and her comprehension of alchemy was quite profound. Now, even Yang Kai admired her understanding of alchemy. One set of materials after another was converted into finished pills in her hands, her efficiency extremely high. Yang Kai was not idle either. He was experimenting with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture's final pill refining technique. If he succeeded, he would be able to produce more spirit pills from each set of materials, not just one. One could imagine how great of an impact it would have on the alchemy territory if his experiment was successful. This was definitely a groundbreaking development. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have a clue for the time being, so he could only refine spirit pills while studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The senior sister and junior sister worked together, and the trivial 40 sets of alchemy materials were all squandered in just a few days. A few days later, when the green-clothed maidservant came again and received a bottle of 12 spirit pills, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had only been a few days, yet this young and beautiful alchemy grandmaster had really finished refining all the materials? Moreover, the number of finished pills was 10% higher than the other grandmasters in the palace. The maidservant could hardly believe her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that these spirit pills matched the materials delivered before, she would almost suspect that Xianxia had used the spirit pills she had refined before to make up the numbers. No wonder the tribal master valued her so much. It turned out that she really had the ability. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Kai was an eyesore. This little gigolo really had a thick skin. All day long, he did nothing but stay by this girl's side, never leaving her side, as if he was afraid someone would snatch her away. However, one couldn't blame him for doing this. He didn't have much ability and could only rely on women to make a living, so of course he had to keep a close eye on her. For such an outstanding woman like Grandmaster Xia, there were likely countless suitors. Grandmaster Xia, these are the materials for 100 sets of origin-grade pills. The tribal master said that if you want more materials, you only need to tell this maidservant and the palace will unconditionally provide you with sufficient materials. The maidservant in green respectfully handed over more materials. Many thanks. Xianxia smiled lightly. Just put them there. Yang Kai gestured lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him fiercely before putting down the materials in her hands. After thinking for a while, she suddenly shouted, "I'll trouble you to treat Grandmaster Xia better, you shameless man." After saying so, she left in a huff. Yang Kai was puzzled and frowned. Why did she scold me? I didn't provoke her. Xianxia chuckled and comforted, "Don't worry, others may not know junior brother's excellence, but I know." Yang Kai's heart warmed. Xianxia lowered her head and whispered, "Actually, this is good. I was really afraid that more women would know how excellent you are. Since little senior sister says so, then I'll be at ease as your little gigolo." Yang Kai laughed. Xianxia's face blushed slightly. The word gigolo always made her think of some bad things. Red Moon Territory was one of the top 3 territories on Monster Star, so it was naturally rich and produced a lot of precious treasures. What's more, this was Monster Star, where there were countless monster beasts, so the palace didn't lack the herbs and monster beast monster cores needed for alchemy. No matter how much Xianxia wanted, the palace would be able to satisfy her. In order to get as many benefits as possible from this place, Yang Kai and Xianxia's senior sister spared no effort in alchemy. They only refined 30% of all the materials and handed the refined pills to the green-clothed maidservant before taking new materials from her. The remaining 70% was pocketed by Yang Kai. This kind of opportunity to plunder alchemy materials was rare, so how could Yang Kai let it go? He didn't care about it himself. Now that he was an Origin King-grade alchemist, unless he used Origin King-grade materials to practice, he could effectively improve his alchemy skills. Otherwise, no matter how many pills he refined, it would only increase his proficiency. But Xianxia was different. She needed a huge number of materials to perform alchemy and improve her cultivation. As the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the little senior sister was eager to improve her cultivation so that she could bring vitality to her homeland. The materials obtained from the palace would become a stepping stone for Xianxia's growth. Xianxia's outstanding performance made Qiyu very happy. Although there were several origin-grade alchemists in the palace, none of them could perform alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Xianxia. It could be said that even if all the origin-grade alchemists in the palace were added together, they would still be inferior to Xianxia. Qiyu felt that if Xianxia could serve in the palace for 10 years, it was very likely that Qiyu would be able to create hundreds of origin-returning realm cultivators. This was not a joke. If there really was 10 years, The pills refined by Xianxia and given to a talented monster race cultivator would definitely be effective in helping them grow. Qiyu was more and more optimistic about Xianxia, granting almost all of her requests without the slightest hesitation. This kind of indulgence made it even more convenient for Yang Kai to collect materials. Yang Kai was already considering whether he should obtain some Origin King grade materials from Qiyu. There had never been an Origin King grade alchemist on Monster Star before. This meant that there must be a large number of Origin King grade herbs stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned this from Shanqing Luo and knew that Qiyu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, many of which were Origin King grade. This made Yang Kai very excited. Chapter 1580. Inside the loft, Xianxia was concentrating on alchemy while Yang Kai was trying to figure out how to steal the Origin King grade herbs from Qiyu's storehouse. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one solution: using the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose could move silently through the earth, and because it was a very special kind of creature, it was extremely difficult for others to detect its life fluctuations. When he was a guest at Shadowed Star's Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai had used the stone mongoose to steal a large amount of Thousand Illusion colored glass from Colored Glass sect, using it as the main material to build an Origin King grade starship. However, the situation this time was somewhat different from that time. Although Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was heavily guarded by Colored Glass sect, there were still opportunities to be taken advantage of. The masters of Colored Glass sect could never have imagined that there would be a creature in this world capable of stealing Thousand Illusion Colored Glass right under their noses. As for Qiyu's storehouse, it was likely that the security around it was not something Colored Glass Mountain could compare to. Although the stone mongoose was useful, its sentience was not high, so if Yang Kai rashly sent it out, it was very likely to alert the enemy. Yang Kai could only take action himself. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand, summoning a golden stone mongoose in front of him. This stone mongoose could be considered the only member of Xiao Zhao's race, but when it was born, its soul was damaged due to various reasons, causing its originally low sentience to become like a dead creature. It just so happened that Yang Kai had taken it as an existence similar to his embodiment. It had also absorbed a large amount of Yang Kai's pure golden blood, so its color was pale gold. Looking at the golden stone mongoose in front of him, Yang Kai gently nodded and sent out the soul clone from his knowledge sea. This soul clone poured into the stone mongoose's body. In the next moment, the dull eyes of the stone mongoose regained some light and seemed to become much more lively. Yang Kai closed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. No matter how many times he had experienced this, Yang Kai still found it amazing. He injected his avatar into the stone mongoose and made the stone mongoose his Dharmakaya. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been split into two. Not only could he feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of his main body, but he could also see everything the stone mongoose saw and heard. This was an indescribable wonder. It was an indescribable feeling. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he tried to use his avatar to control the stone mongoose's movements. After familiarizing himself with this strange body, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. Solid ground for the stone mongoose. It was as if nothing had happened. Its peculiar body was able to perfectly merge with itself. It was like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Yang Kai also asked Shanqing Luo about the location of the storehouse. Therefore, he didn't need to look for anything. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the storehouse. After estimating the distance and location, the stone mongoose arrived at the bottom of the storehouse in no time. Yang Kai quietly released his divine thought and looked up. As he expected, even deep under the storehouse, there seemed to be a restriction. When his Dharmakaya's divine thought probed, it quickly encountered a layer of invisible resistance in front of him. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai had a thought and slightly increased the power of his divine thought. He condensed the power of his divine thought into one and blasted it toward the void. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even origin-returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master Tribal Lord looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon Tribal Lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qiyu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Yang Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Qiyu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself, "Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched, so why didn't she notice anything?" She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory, and no one could hide from her prying eyes, so she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly, "But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has." Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xianxia was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Yang Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void, his brow furrowed. At this moment he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed and Qiyu was monitoring me? Yang Kai's face went black. "Oh, this little guy actually noticed something?" Qiyu called out in surprise. With her powerful second-order origin king cultivation, it was a piece of cake for her to monitor a second-order origin returning realm boy without him noticing. However, Yang Kai's glance towards the void just now clearly showed that he had noticed her spying. However, that was all. It was impossible for him to really detect her divine sense. He was probably just suspecting her now. Qiyu saw this from the look on Yang Kai's face. "This is interesting." Qiyu suddenly became a little interested. Yang Kai frowned as he sat in place, secretly feeling troubled. After a while, his expression became calm as he pretended nothing had happened and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "My apologies. 2 young lords. You can't go in, this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that while Grandmaster is performing alchemy, no one is allowed to disturb Grandmaster Xia." Yang Kai's expression changed. He began to listen carefully. He discovered that the person speaking should be the green-clothed maidservant who had delivered the herbs to Xianxia before. At this moment, she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the loft. This young lord knows that this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy, so this is why he came here. If not for this, do you think this young lord would have come here? Step aside, I have something to discuss with Grandmaster Xia. A rough voice sounded, one that sounded very unfamiliar. 2 young lords, please conduct yourself with dignity. His lordship has already given strict orders, So please don't make things difficult for this servant. The maid in green begged bitterly as she brought up Chiyu's name, using both soft and hard methods. Scram! The owner of the rough voice seemed to become angry. Don't use Senior Chiyu to pressure this young lord. As for Senior, this young lord will explain himself. Who do you think you are to dare block this young lord's path? Little girl, please step aside. This young lord and brother Shuel Yen came here to ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy for us, not to do anything to her. Brother Shuel Yen has a bad temper, so if he has offended you in any way, this young lord will apologize on his behalf. Another voice sounded. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was none other than young Master Demonic Eyes, Mi Tian. Since entering the palace, Yang Kai had not seen him again, but someone as proud and arrogant as him would definitely not take the matter of Shimmering Moon City lying down. Shan Qing Luo had also warned him before to be careful to prevent him from retaliating. This time, he had come here with ill intentions. But who was this other person? Hearing Mi Tian call him Shuel Yen, it seemed his status was not low, otherwise, how could he call Mi Tian a brother? Yang Kai was curious. Ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy? The green-clothed maidservant froze for a moment before quickly responding, No, Grandmaster is a talent favored by Tribal Lord Master. Without Tribal Lord Master's orders, she cannot perform alchemy for others. The monster race master named Shuel Yen sneered, Why not? She's just a trivial lowly human slave. This young lord asking her to perform alchemy is simply giving her face. So what if she can perform alchemy? If she dares to disobey, this young lord will instantly consign her to eternal damnation. The green-clothed maidservant's face turned pale with fright. Although she feared the ferocious momentum of this monster race master named Shuel Yen, she still firmly stood in front of him, preventing him from breaking into the palace. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't move aside, prepare to die. With this young lord's identity, if I kill a little maidservant, I don't think Senior Chiyu will blame me. Think about it carefully. Shuel Yen stared at the green-clothed maidservant coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression violent. Girl, please move aside. Your delicate skin won't look good if it's broken. Mi Tian still smiled gently as he tried to persuade the green-clothed maidservant, his eyes flashing a wicked light. As soon as their eyes met, the eyes of the servant girl in green became a little sluggish and blurred. The struggling expression on her face gradually became docile. She blushed, nodded shyly, and stepped aside to let him pass. Shuel Yen coldly snorted, stretched out his hand, and pushed the green-clothed maidservant further away before striding straight towards the palace. Mi Tian followed behind him with a grin. Just when the two were less than 100 meters away from the palace, the door to the palace suddenly opened with a creak and Yang Kai walked out, gently closing the door behind him before turning around and staring at Mi Tian and Shuel Yen indifferently. Shuel Yen and Mi Tian stopped at the same time, the former sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai before disdainfully curling his lips. The latter, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a look of hatred and dread flashed across his face. He would never forget Yang Kai's terrifying performance in Red Moon City. This was an opponent worthy of his attention. Chapter 1581. Brother Shuel Yen, be careful, this is the human I mentioned to you before. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai coldly and reminded him softly. The monster race cultivator named Shuel Yen frowned as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, curling his lips as he said, This is the human who killed your 2 thunder flame flying lizards? He doesn't look like much. He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, his expression filled with contempt. Mi Tian chuckled, If Brother Shuel Yen looks down on him because he is a human, it would be a big mistake. He seems to be different from the humans on Monster Star. I haven't seen you for more than a decade, Midan. Where has your spirit gone? Now you're actually praising a human so highly. If my carriage monster beast is killed, he won't live to see the sun of the next day. Midan, you're done for. From now on, this monster star will belong to me, Shuelian. Shuelian didn't seem to take Mi Tian seriously and sneered. Mi Tian didn't get angry though and instead smiled. I'm just reminding you, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not, heh. The two monster race masters didn't lower their voices at all, so Yang Kai naturally heard them clearly. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at the cultivator named Shuelian with interest as a strange expression appeared on his face. The Shuelian really had a great background, otherwise, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai knew that Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord and was famous throughout Monster Star, but this Shuelian dared to speak to him on an equal footing and even mock him mercilessly. What kind of background did this Shuelian have? However, his cultivation was no weaker than Mi Tian's, and he was also a third-order origin returning realm master. Do you two have something to discuss? Yang Kai smiled. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he asked lightly. Naturally, we came here for a reason. Shuelian grinned as he looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, but you aren't qualified to talk to this young lord. Call that human woman surnamed Xia to come out and see me. You want to see little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not very convenient. Little senior sister is currently refining pills and won't see anyone. Refuse? Shuelian's expression became fierce as he coldly snorted. That's not up to her. Since this young master is here, she has to see him. Even if you don't want to, you still have to. Mi Tian stood behind Shuelian. Yang Kai smiled and echoed, Brother Shuelian came here this time to find that young lady for alchemy. And I heard that her alchemy skills are quite good. Brother Shuelian has already prepared the herbs. As long as she is willing to refine it, it will be fine. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't have to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I'll agree on her behalf. Give me the herbs. Then I'll go back and wait for a few days. Mi Tian raised his brow while Shuelian sneered, Give these herbs to you? Who do you think you are? This young master heard that you are just a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A trivial little human slut dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Be careful or I'll cut her into pieces. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes narrowed, suddenly revealing a cold and ruthless look. Did you just curse my senior sister? Are you deaf? So what if I curse her? So what? You'll pay the price. Yang Kai's tone was cold as he suddenly appeared not far in front of Shuelian and threw a punch towards his face, his Saint Chi surging fiercely as he punched out. The other party was obviously here to find trouble, so Yang Kai had no intention of continuing to argue with him. Shuelian was taken aback. He didn't even see Yang Kai's movements clearly before he felt a sharp murderous intent approaching him. Hurriedly roaring, Shuelian threw out a punch to meet this attack. Shuelian's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. Yang Kai's sudden attack really surprised him. There had never been a human being so bold as to take the initiative to attack him. However, this human was clearly overestimating himself and was actually trying to compete with him with pure physical strength. Even among the Monster Star and Monster Star, Shuelian's bloodline was one of the strongest. Even many monster race masters could only look up to him, let alone a mere human. Shuelian attacked with all his strength, thinking that Yang Kai would be smashed to pieces. Hong. The two fists collided in the void, and the void seemed to collapse in an instant. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings and spread out fiercely in all directions. Yang Kai's body shook as he raised his brow in surprise. Shuelian's eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When their fists collided, both of them felt the ferocious force transmitted from the other party and realized that the other was not to be trifled with. The huge force caused the two of them to stagger back a few steps before they finally stabilized themselves. Fierce. Mi Tian was not stingy with his praise. The moment Yang Kai made his move, Mi Tian had gracefully floated to the distance, and after stabilizing himself, he was able to see the collision between the two of them. He was greatly surprised. Although he had always felt that in terms of overall strength, he was superior to Xuelian, when it came to pure physical strength, Mi Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After all, Xuelian's bloodline was not something he could compare to. It was known for its tenacity and violent strength. If Mi Tian were to fight Xuelian one-on-one, he would try his best to avoid contact with his opponent's body and use his strength to attack his opponent's weaknesses. However, this guy named Yang Kai was actually evenly matched with Xuelian. It seemed that no one had gained the upper hand or suffered a loss in this first exchange. Mi Tian's expression became solemn as he immediately understood that Yang Kai being able to kill his 2 thunder flame flying lizards in Shimmering Moon City was not just a random eruption of strength. He really did have such ability. There's a good show to watch. Mi Tian suddenly became excited as he shifted his gaze to a certain position 1,000 meters away. Over there, Yu Xiong was standing on the roof of one of the palaces with his arms crossed, looking down condescendingly with a smug expression on his face. Noticing Mi Tian's gaze, Yu Xiong waved his hand in greeting before joining Mi Tian in watching. Interesting, you're quite interesting, human. Xuelian swept his eyes over Yang Kai, re-examining him as he shouted, "Again!" As soon as his voice fell, a strange blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. Any kind of power, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be underestimated. The more Xuelian fought, the more shocked he became. He had never thought that a human could actually fight to a draw with him in a contest of physical strength. He used all his strength to bombard Yang Kai with his fists, but every time he struck, it was as if he had hit the hardest rock in the world, producing a metallic clanging sound. The strength of Yang Kai's physique made Xuelian feel like he was facing a body of iron, not flesh and blood. How was this possible? Even the monster race, which was famous for its physical strength, could not compare to his bloodline, so how could a human achieve this? Is he even a human? Chapter 1582. But that wasn't all. What was most terrifying was Yang Kai's aura. As the battle progressed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the power behind each of his punches grew stronger and stronger. Xuelian, who was in the middle of this battle, could clearly feel this. After fighting for just a cup of tea's worth of time, the other party's strength had gone from being equal to his to actually suppressing him. What was going on? Could it be that he had not been using his full strength all this time? Xuelian's expression became more and more dignified as his expression became crazier and crazier. He was a proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Monster Star. He was not afraid of strong enemies, and the madness in his bloodline was eager to fight. Only by killing masters could he demonstrate his strength. He was finally interested in Yang Kai. "Yu Xiong, what's going on?" 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, on the roof of the palace, Shanqing Luo suddenly arrived, her brow furrowed as she looked down at the battle below and asked anxiously. With such a big commotion here, how could she not have noticed? After realizing that the fluctuations of the battle were coming from Xia Ningchang's palace, she immediately came here and saw Yang Kai and Xuelian fighting a bloody battle. Why is Yang Kai fighting with Xuelian? Didn't Xuelian only come here a few days ago? Shanqing Luo asked suspiciously. If Yang Kai and Mi Tian were fighting, she could understand. After all, there was a gap between the two. Yang Kai had killed 2 of Mi Tian's 9th order monster beast, so with Mi Tian's personality, how could he possibly let this matter go? However, Yang Kai and Xuelian had clearly never met before. There was no deep hatred between the two, so why were they fighting to the death down below? I don't know. Yu Xiong shrank his head and quickly waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him, but his flickering eyes allowed Shanqing Luo to see some clues. You really don't know? Shanqing Luo narrowed her eyes at Yu Xiong, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ahem. I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time, what the hell is going on? Xianxia Luo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Xiong's face suddenly became bitter as he stared at Xianxia Luo pitifully, a sad expression filling his face as he smacked his lips. He was speechless. As expected. It's all you're doing. Xianxia Luo was almost angered to death, her chest heaving up and down violently. Shuai Yan was not an ordinary monster race cultivator, so Yang Kai decided to fight him. No matter if he won or lost. Nothing good would come of it. After realizing that this was a trap set up by Yu Xiong, Xianxia Luo wished she could chop this cheap brother of hers into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. I didn't do anything. Yu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Shuai Yan just came to the palace a few days ago. I was just bragging about how outstanding Grandmaster Xia's alchemy skills were in front of him and me Tian, and it just so happened that blood refining needed some pills, so… Xianxia Luo didn't say a word as she ground her teeth and glared at Yu Xiong. This isn't Big Brother's fault. Big Brother originally wanted to instigate me Tian to take action, but that guy was too cunning and actually let Shuai Yan do it. Right? Speaking of which, it's all your fault. My fault? Xianxia Luo screamed, her anger growing. Yu Xiong anxiously whispered, wasn't it you who didn't want Big Brother to take action himself? It was adoptive mother who ordered Big Brother to figure out that little brat's depths, so Big Brother had to think for 3 days and 3 nights before coming up with such a good idea. If you had let Big Brother take action himself, I would have been more careful not to hurt that little brat. No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law, ha. So, it's really my fault. Xianxia Luo smiled sweetly as she ground her teeth. No, it's all Big Brother's fault. Yu Xiong immediately admitted his mistake. Yu Xiong readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he continued to pester her he would definitely not have a good end, so if he acted like a coward, his little sister would forgive him. If anything happens to my man, you're dead. Xianxia Luo grit her teeth and shouted. Worrying too much, Sister Qing Luo. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Xianxia Luo and Yu Xiong were startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to find that Ba He had arrived at some unknown time and was standing not far from them. Worthy of being the strongest master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. It seemed that after living in seclusion for 200 years, not only had his cultivation not regressed, it had actually advanced even further. Yu Xiong and Xianxia Luo were filled with awe and quickly saluted. Senior, what you said just now. Are you optimistic about Yang Kai? Xianxia Luo looked at Ba He with her beautiful eyes and asked excitedly. Although she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, comparable to Ba He, in terms of eyesight, she admitted that she couldn't compare with the other party, so Ba He's words made her feel much more relieved. Ba He chuckled. I didn't say that, but he really isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid Shuai Yan won't be able to take him down, in his current state. After saying so, Ba He sighed again. Amazing. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This little guy is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to force Shuai Yan into such a state. If he really breaks through to the third order, Shuai Yan will definitely not be his opponent. Xianxia Luo looked happy as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. This was the man she had chosen. That was how extraordinary it was. Back when he was in the central capital, he had set off a storm with his weak cultivation. At that time, he often created miracles, but after several dozen years, he seemed to be even more outstanding than he was back then. Shuai Yan was not an ordinary monster race master. He had a great background and was a top existence even among third-order origin returning realm masters. Xianxia Luo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as a sense of pride welled up in her heart, as if as long as it was Yang Kai, no matter how incredible it was normal. Senior, did you just say that in his current state, Shuai Yan won't be able to take him down? Yu Xiong, on the other hand, understood the hidden meaning in Ba He's words. Shuai Yan hasn't used his full strength yet. You should be able to see that the potential of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline hasn't been fully awakened yet, Ba He explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shanqing Luo's pretty face couldn't help sinking. She suddenly realized this problem. Yu Xiong glanced at Shanqing Luo cautiously and asked softly, "Then, Senior, if Shuelian were to go all out, would my brother-in-law be able to stop him?" "I don't know," He smiled faintly. "I don't know the details of this guy's strength, but if that's all he has, he shouldn't be able to stop him. If he has other means, though, I can't say for sure, but in my opinion, in a contest of physical strength, Shuelian has the upper hand. Shuelian has the advantage." Junior thinks so too, Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. However, a human being with a lower realm, being able to fight Shuelian to such an extent was something to be proud of. Adoptive mother's orders. It seems he can complete his task perfectly. Such a performance. The adoptive mother should approve of him, but this little brat's unfaithfulness is a problem. Adoptive mother would never allow little sister to share a man with another woman. "Little sister, you can rest assured. If things don't work out, big brother can go down and separate them," Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo glared at him fiercely, causing Yu Xiong to let out a hollow laugh. "Oh, golden blood?" He suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wounds was actually a pale golden color. This was not the color of a human's blood. Did he really possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline that allowed him to compete with Shuelian in terms of physical strength? But what kind of bloodline could produce such golden blood? The blood that exuded a pale golden glow seemed to contain a surge of vitality, and as soon as it appeared, it began to repair the wounds on Yang Kai's body. His cracked skin and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. What kind of powerful restorative ability was this? He was shocked on the spot, and his body involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. 1,000 meters away, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Both Yang Kai and Shuelian were bathed in blood, the pale golden and blood-red colors intertwining and staining their bodies. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions suddenly rang out from the point of contact between the violent forces, and Yang Kai and Shuelian separated. Both of their eyes were as sharp and resolute as an eagle's, not caring about their own injuries and simply staring at each other coldly. "Human, you really are amazing. I take back my previous boasting, you are a very good opponent." Shuelian took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, "But you don't seem to be that good." Shuelian laughed, "Arrogant enough, this young lord hasn't met a human like you for a long time. The last guy who dared speak to me like this was torn apart by me. I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me enjoy myself." As soon as his voice fell, drops of blood suddenly oozed out from Shuelian's exposed skin. As soon as these drops of blood appeared, they transformed into a blood mist that wrapped around Shuelian. This caused his already violent aura to become 30% stronger. In an instant, Shuelian seemed to have become a blood man, his entire body red, giving him a terrifying appearance. The blood mist wriggled around his body and suddenly transformed into scales that covered his skin. At the same time, 2 red curved horns appeared on Shuelian's forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. "Flood dragon transformation." He shouted in a deep voice as his expression became dignified. Shanqing Luo's expression also became tense while Yu Xiong's face became even more solemn. Shuelian was the son of the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord and possessed the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon. Mi Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also shocked. He had thought that after Shuelian displayed his Flood Dragon transformation, Yang Kai would lose, but now, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had also used some kind of mysterious secret technique to enhance his own strength. Human secret techniques are really broad and profound. Mi Tian was excited as he stared unblinkingly at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of magical effect this five-colored light had. The five-colored light had different hues: yellow, blue, white, red, gold, all of them intertwined and exuded five different auras, but these five auras fused together perfectly without the slightest sense of awkwardness. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength were extremely high, not only because his foundation was good, but also because he had taken a large amount of life-revitalizing jade cream to create a large amount of pure golden blood, which had greatly enriched his vitality and vitality. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art he cultivated had also raised his physical strength to a whole new level. This was an extremely mysterious body tempering secret art. When Yang Kai cultivated it, the grade of the 5 elements supreme treasures he chose was extremely high, so the effects were naturally remarkable. Now that he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he could use it to fight his enemies. Looking at Yang Kai shrouded in 5-colored light, Xuelian froze for a moment, but soon grinned. Good human, it seems you've also used your trump card. Let's see who is stronger between you and me. As soon as his words fell, his figure turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yang Kai. The red light was like a cloud of blood, directly pouncing on top of Yang Kai's head, opening a giant maw that enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him whole. The blood mist that filled the air was filled with an extremely evil and violent aura, drawing out the innermost brutality in the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light burst forth, transforming into 5 layers of energy armor that wrapped around his body. A dazzling golden light emerged from Yang Kai's fists, and in an instant, they seemed to be covered in countless tiny golden needles that bombarded the blood cloud. Among the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the metal element was the sharpest and most lethal, while the earth element had the most outstanding defense. These 5 elements complemented each other perfectly. The layer of fine blood-red scales on Xuelian's body was extremely sturdy at first glance, so Yang Kai naturally used the metal element indestructible sword chi to attack his enemy. All the masters who were paying attention to this battle held their breaths at this moment, wanting to know who was better between Yang Kai and Xuelian after using their respective secret techniques. However, the result was shocking. There was no intense battle, nor was there a prolonged entanglement like before. This time, after Yang Kai and Xuelian collided, Xuelian seemed to have immediately suffered a loss. From the blood-red light, Xuelian's exclamations and roars rang out while Yang Kai remained silent, but everyone could tell that he was launching a fierce and merciless attack. Blood splashed out as a series of scales fell out. These were Xuelian's scales. Bahi's eyes trembled. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength had surpassed those of the blood flood dragon lineage, which was known for its tenacity and strength. Bahi had completely misjudged this young man before. He subconsciously put himself in Xuelian's position and thought about how he would resolve the current crisis if he were Xuelian. The result he came to made his face pale. Powerless. He was truly powerless. The true strength of this second-order origin returning realm human was not inferior to any third-order origin realm master and was even fiercer than most third-order origin realm masters. Even if Bahi went down to fight him one-on-one, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. Bahi's forehead oozed cold sweat as he groaned in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Kai's origins were. Such a genius, even if one searched the entire star territory, there would likely be no other. Little sister, which cultivation star do you think my brother-in-law came from? Yu Xiong asked blankly. A very backward low-level star, Shanqing Luo smiled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Low-level stars. Yu Xiong felt like he couldn't think straight. How could a human from a low-level star have such strength? His strength was enough to make all the people in star territory who thought they were geniuses commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Good, can you report to adoptive mother now? Presumably, adoptive mother will be very satisfied with this result. Xianxia Luo glanced at Yu Xiong with a smile that was enough to dazzle all living beings. Absolutely. Yu Xiong nodded heavily. If adoptive mother wasn't satisfied with such a human, it was likely no one would be. In this battle, this cheap brother-in-law of his had proven his strength to everyone. Xianxia Luo no longer spoke and simply stared down in a daze, her mind immersed in Yang Kai's strength, unable to extricate itself. After confirming that Yang Kai had the upper hand, she no longer worried about Yang Kai and instead began to appreciate this battle. A scream rang out as Xuelian retreated, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai tremblingly. His aura had withered and countless blood-red scales had fallen from his body. Even the two curved horns on his forehead seemed to have dimmed, no longer exuding the dazzling luster they had before. A great humiliation. Being forced into such a state by a human cultivator who was a minor realm lower than him was simply a stain on his life. He could not accept such a result. On Monster Star, he, Xuelian, was famous for his fighting prowess and did not fear any cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even Tian had not been placed in his eyes, but this human of unknown origin had made him suffer a great loss and humiliated his bloodline. How could he accept this? How could he be willing to give up? Human, you forced me to do this. Xuelian roared, and after he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. This bead was the size of a baby's fist and contained a terrifying amount of power. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small snake-like thing swimming inside this blood bead. Xuelian has gone mad. Yu Xiong was shocked and shouted in horror. He actually spat out his monster core. Not good, Xuelian is going all out. Ba He's face also flashed a look of horror as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Saying so, he hurriedly rushed over to the battlefield. Xianxia Luo also seemed to have recovered and nodded before following closely behind Ba He. The experts of the demon clan, regardless of whether they were transformed from demonic beasts into humans or were born with a human body, had a special item called the inner elixir in their bodies. The inner elixir was the most important treasure of the demon clan. It was the existence of their life. A monster race cultivator would never use their monster core in battle unless it was absolutely necessary, because once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Xuelian spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become, so it was no wonder Ba He and the others were so frightened. Xuelian's identity was extraordinary, so if he was still defeated by Yang Kai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Chiyu's, so if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Xuelian won, with his current madness, Yang Kai's fate would not be any better. How could Ba He, Yu Xiong, and Xianxia Luo just stand by and watch? So, no matter what, they had to stop Xuelian before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart, so with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Ba He opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop, but before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Ba He felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been Dragon Roar. Inside her palace, Chiyu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible. Even with her second-order Origin King cultivation, when that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Qiyu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the Origin King realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shanqing Luo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shanqing Luo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful holy spirit. He had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient holy spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qiyu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct. But in her temporary residence, she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens, and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Shuelian was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Qiyu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Guizhu before, but the feeling Qiyu gave him was far more terrifying than Guizhu's. After all, Guizhu was just a first-order Origin King while Qiyu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Qiyu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Qiyu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite. Yang Kai grinned and said, Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit, but Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him. It's fine, this queen coming to see you is the same, Qiyu replied faintly. Adoptive mother, this time? Shanqing Luo saw Qiyu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai, so she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. You don't need to say anything, I know. Qiyu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, The outcome of this battle has been decided, shouldn't you return his monster core? Return it? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. You don't want to be so ruthless. Qiyu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that. Junior really doesn't know. Please enlighten me, Senior Qiyu. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. He broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race tribal lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Qiyu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old, talking so much is tiring. Is Senior very old? This junior feels that senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. Ba He and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal lord master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal lord master. Looking towards Qiyu cautiously, Ba He and the others were surprised to find that their tribal lord master didn't show the slightest sign of anger and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting, "This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qing Luo is so deeply in love with you. Is this how you managed to deceive her?" Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qing Luo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. Arrogant. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled, but after a moment, she restrained her smile and said seriously, "But in any case, you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Shuelyan, this queen won't be able to answer to Xuejiao. Return his monster core to him, and this queen will owe you a favor." Chapter 1585. Enough, Shuelyan, don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your Blood Flood Dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't Blood Flood Dragon teach you what to do? Qiyu reprimanded, "This queen can let bygones be bygones, but if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be." Shuelyan's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, "Shuelyan has been disrespectful. Please do not blame him, Senior Qiyu. Mitun, take him back to rest. In a few days you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible." Qiyu turned her eyes to Mi Tian, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. Mi Tian responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was in front of Qiyu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Qiyu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Shuelyan, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. "Human, remember this, today's matter isn't over." Shuelyan glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Shuelyan gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. "You all should also disperse." Qiyu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, "As for you, come with this queen." Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Qiyu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time. "Adoptive mother," Shan Qing Luo exclaimed. "Don't worry, little sister, adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist," Yu Xiong comforted. Shan Qing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth, and rushed towards Qiyu's palace. In the bedroom, Qiyu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Qiyu's residence. He speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Qiyu stared straight at him, her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Qiyu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. "Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you?" "I don't think so," Yang Kai chuckled. "Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak." "If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body." Qiyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "To tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third order origin king realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation." Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. "Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. And may I know why?" "You're quite smart." Qiyu coldly snorted, turned around, and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said, "There are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the third order origin king realm." Yang Kai nodded gently. "What about the third reason?" "You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's." Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. "Stop flattering me, this consort doesn't buy it," Qiyu said with a serious expression. Qiyu's expression was solemn. "Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time?" Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. "Senior is referring to Shuel Yen? What kind of trouble is he?" Qiyu coldly snorted. "The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star." Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Qiyu said so. "You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow, but it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing?" Qiyu's expression became solemn. "Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Qiyu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort?" Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this. "But Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility?" He had been fighting with Shuel Yen for so long, so Yang Kai did not believe Qiyu had not noticed. Since she had not stopped him even after noticing, it was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Qiyu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. "In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles," Qiyu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. "Heh, this Junior didn't ask Senior to protect him." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so." Qiyu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time, she sneered, "How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant, but none like you." "Only those with ability can be arrogant." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this Junior, she may not be able to succeed." Qiyu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, "You're provoking this consort." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that, he was just telling the truth. Qiyu stared at him seriously, as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her, but Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly, and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, an entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Shuel Yen, Qiyu was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him and was unable to extricate herself. You still have a trump card you haven't used yet. Qi Yu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Shuai Yan, but now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Shuai Yan's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mi Tian and Shuai Yan were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him. Yes. Yang Kai readily admitted. Qi Yu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster. After a while, she waved her hand dispiritedly. Forget it, at this point, it's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race, and as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. And this consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qing Luo. Just let nature take its course. How am I half a monster race? Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qi Yu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being from head to toe. Do you think I'm insulting you? Qi Yu stared at Yang Kai coldly. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression. An opportunity? Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking, Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source? Indeed. Your current situation is somewhat similar to Qing Luo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race. Qi Yu nodded. About the divine dragon source, can Senior explain it to this junior? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to know? Qi Yu asked. Everything Junior wants to know. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu with a smile. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining, you should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. And the one you fought with, Shuai Yan, possesses the blood flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core, because if it swallowed Shuai Yan's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself. Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Shuai Yan was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yan when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tong Xian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years, Yang Kai had never used it for anything. Only when he was dual cultivating with Su Yan did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qi Yu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants, or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Xianxia, they all belonged to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeniacs only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeniacs were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some were even stronger. Moreover, some of these savage variants still exist today. Of course, these are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Shuel Yan's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. Qiyu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source, unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline. We can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Qi was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. As this queen said just now, among the divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes, dragons and dragon race. The golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai, you young even among the divine spirits is to begin to be divine spirits now, you to the king to the heavens to the monster king's spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to Yang to you Yang to T's to me, S. To Yang soul to spirit of to Yang's to be, S to you, this king, ha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Qiyu suddenly seemed to discover something and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come? There seem to be two divine spirits in your body? One is the divine dragon force from before, and the other. Senior is talking about this? Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Qi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Qiyu condescendingly. Qiyu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, you still have this." With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Qiyu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Qiyu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, "If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but an Origin King is not something an origin-returning realm cultivator can resist." Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Qiyu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Qiyu faintly. He knew that what Qiyu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. However, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not belong to him and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon bone sword than let Qiyu discover the existence of the Ice Phoenix. If Qiyu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qiyu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and put the dragon bone sword back into his body. Qiyu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Qiyu raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, "Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Does Senior have a way?" "Huh, do you think this queen has a way?" Qiyu smiled slyly. "Just now, this queen saw your battle with Shuel Yen from beginning to end. Not bad, your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Shuel Yen's." This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the 5-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level, perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes lit up even more. That's an immortal existence. Qiyu's words were full of temptation. Yang Kai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Qiyu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it, there is no need to beat around the bush." This junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say and is willing to pay a price to obtain it, but please tell this junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it. Good. Qiyu shouted, "It's never tiring to talk to smart people. And this queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree, everything is voluntary. Please speak, Senior. Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain Star?" "I have." Yang Kai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Qian Tong and the others on Green Mountain's Star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Qiyu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the Third Order Origin returning realm masters from the entire Star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain Star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain. Qiyu smiled with satisfaction. This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain Star, enter the blood prison, and find something for this queen. Find what? An origin essence crystal. Qiyu shouted. What's that? Yang Kai frowned. An origin essence crystal that only a Third Order Origin king can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, chi, and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master from my monster star. Its true form is actually a monster core. A monster core? And you should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so Origin King realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the Origin King realm master's territory, which is why so many Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal. You want me to take it out? Yang Kai frowned. By the way, Mi Tian and Shuel Yen coming to the palace at this time, are they going to participate in the blood prison trial? He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord and the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had come to Qiyu's palace together. Qi Yu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yang Kai think there was some kind of connection between the two. Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace. Because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them, but Qin Luo, Yu Xiong, and Ba He will also participate, as well as 2 monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Qi Yu and sneered, isn't it dangerous? Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger, but since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has one life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my questions, Senior. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with, Qi Yu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Qi Yu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yang Kai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Qi Yu slowly shook her head. I need it to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm, and only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Kai nodded, but Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Qi Yu shouted angrily, don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a star master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing, but if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up? Fighting with him on his own turf, this queen isn't stupid enough to do that. Green Mountain Star actually has a star master? Yang Kai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Qi Yu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize this star master. Yang Kai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a star master presiding over it, so Qi Yu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so if they fought elsewhere, they might be evenly matched, but on Green Mountain Star, Qi Yu would definitely not be the star master's opponent. As for the monster race master's monster core, it could also be called an origin essence crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences, but the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it. Just like how he had suppressed Shuelian before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Qi Yu's surprise, Yang Kai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yang Kai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the golden holy dragon source power and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens and the origin essence crystal explodes? Presumably, senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Chiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So, to be on the safe side, I think senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word and will do his best to obtain the origin essence crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Chiyu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Chiyu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally and pass on some of her insights. Yang Kai raised his brow. Senior's good intentions, this junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it, the other half will be taught to you after you succeed. And that's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but after saying so, he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, you can teach me half of this secret art first and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain Star, so when this junior obtains the origin essence crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Chiyu frowned slightly as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Such a good secret art, Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yang Kai showed a harmless smile. Chiyu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding, good. But this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity, Yang Kai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Chiyu immediately took Yang Kai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the golden divine dragon, the monster transformation secret art. In order to ensure Yang Kai's success rate in obtaining the origin essence crystal, Chiyu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This monster transformation secret art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the divine spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the golden divine dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential, but now with Chiyu he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the golden divine dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the golden divine dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Chiyu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now, he had realized the value of the source strength in his body, but unfortunately, Chiyu had only taught him half of the secret art and had not allowed him to fully study it, a regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Chiyu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight and Senior Chiyu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. It turns out there is such a thing. And why else do you think me Tian and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here, Shanqing Luo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Shanqing Luo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qing Luo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Shanqing Luo. This is... Shanqing Luo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out, "An Origin King-grade artifact?" She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King-grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you." Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile, not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip from him and pouring her Saint Qi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Qi. "This seems to really suit me." Shanqing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form. And it seems that it needs to be circulated with monster qi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunder Fire Seven Birds Whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sect's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Fong Peng in the Sealed World Bead, this Origin King-grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Shanqing Luo's temperament well, so he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Shanqing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil, and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip. Shanqing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the monster clan's powerhouses. Eventually, it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time, when I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed, but now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it, Yang Kai, thank you. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King-grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment, she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xianxia asked weakly. Shanqing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xianxia, stretched out her jade white hand, lifted her little head, and immediately kissed Xianxia with her red lips. Elder Sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh. Before Xianxia could finish her words, Shanqing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided and Xianxia even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Shanqing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xianxia were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Shanqing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. Xianxia lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly felt restless. Although Shanqing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why. It made his blood boil, as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xianxia and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xianxia's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 Monster Race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain's Star to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Red Moon territory monopolized 2, naturally Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Shuel Yen from Thousand Eyes territory and Blood Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 Monster Race Masters, both Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters. However, now that Ba He had returned, he would naturally participate in this Blood Prison trial as well. Ba He had chosen this time to apologize to Qi Yu and return to the palace because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the Blood Prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every Blood Prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the Blood Prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them. But no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters to enter the Blood Prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their Sure to the Grand Accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King Realm Masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the Blood Prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object: Territory Stone. The formation of Territory Stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the Blood Prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory Stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most Third Order Origin returning Realm cultivator entered the Blood Prison trial in order to obtain Territory Stones. They did not expect to break through to the Origin King realm in the Blood Prison, but instead wanted to find some Territory Stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Dao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the Blood Prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no Territory Stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point, no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of Territory Stones that the probability of falling in each Blood Prison trial was so terrifying. Shanqing Luo's understanding of the Blood Prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information, so when he learned that there was a Territory Stone in the Blood Prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a Second Order Origin returning Realm cultivator now, one day he would also become a Third Order Origin Realm Master and launch an assault on the Supreme Martial Dao. The Territory Stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the Blood Prison trial to open. During this time, Xia Ningchang was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Qiyu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door, and saw Shanqing Luo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked. Shanqing Luo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After saying so, he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later, he reappeared in front of Shanqing Luo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several origin kings. However, everyone was silent, as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, demon clan experts would arrive and bow to the three lords above. Then, they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Xianxia Luo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 Origin King Realm Masters in this palace, and besides Qiyu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey, Qiyu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Qiyu, you never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Qiyu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss, but Qiyu, you must be mistaken. This time, we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison. Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison?" "Yes," Qiyu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Guangshi and I heard about this?" "It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Qiyu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances. This time, he is only going to Green Mountain's star through this queen's space array. You two don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Qiyu, asking in a low voice, "Qiyu, what the hell are you doing? What could this queen do? Can't you two see that he is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad eating swan meat. This queen and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qing Luo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. Are you two satisfied with this explanation?" The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Qiyu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Qiyu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Qiyu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. This little brat is quite arrogant. The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections, but Qiyu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance." The burly man nodded in agreement. Qiyu smiled and said, "I was a little rash this time. I promise that there won't be a next time." Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. "Qing Luo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Wuxia. These 2 are famous figures on Monster Star." Qiyu beckoned to Xianxia Luo. Xianxia Luo responded and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he immediately understood that these 2 origin kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord, but he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Shuelian looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Shuelian's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. "Yang Kai, come here," He called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him, and sat down. A few days ago, He had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted and were successfully refined by Xianxia. As such, he was very grateful to Xianxia and was very close to Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you, so don't be too arrogant," He whispered. "Junior has always been very low-key," Yang Kai chuckled. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. "By the way, Senior, who are those two?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. He naturally wouldn't conceal anything and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Shuesunde. She came from the Furious Crab territory and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Shue's son or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. "This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with," Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest, but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Chi Yu and the other tribal lord level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. "It's begun!" Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 Origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 monster race tribal lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. "Do it!" Chi Yu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Wuxia and Guangshi. As these seals emerged, the 3 powerful tribal lord-level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The Origin returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Chi Yu, Wuxia, and Guangshi's St. Qi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. "Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful." Chi Yu's voice sounded. "Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together." Did you hear that clearly? Guangshi couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. "Understood." The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Guangshi showed a satisfied look. "This king doesn't have much to say to you. Wuxia chuckled and said concisely, "Come back alive, and in the future, there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of 3 seniors." Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation, and then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long-distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Let's go!" Chi-Yu's expression became solemn as she shouted. He took the lead and nodded lightly to Chi-Yu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed closely behind He, rushing in one after another. Yang Kai was too lazy to compete with others and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long-distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Chi-Yu and waved, "Senior Chi-Yu, we will meet again if fate wills it." Chi-Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. But before she could ask anything, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "This human brat is really arrogant." Kuang Shi coldly snorted. "Close this array first," Wuxia hurriedly said, "lest we cause too much of a commotion and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices." Chi-Yu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xianxia had been. In the next moment, Chi-Yu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, "Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen." When she noticed that Xianxia was not in the palace, Chi-Yu immediately understood what Yang Kai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Chi-Yu had thought that by controlling Master Xia, she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Chi-Yu couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had made Xianxia suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, that woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? "Chi-Yu, what are you doing?" Wuxia and Kuang Shi both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. "Nothing." Chi-Yu shook her head and took a deep breath. "Close the array first." Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat, how could Chi-Yu say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Wuxia and Kuang Shi. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Chi-Yu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing, and if he had really obtained the Origin Essence Crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Chi-Yu secretly swore to herself. Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did, but he was still a rising star of the monster race and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and just like Yang Kai, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Qi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai who was 1,000 meters away. Oh! Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place and thought for a moment before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Shuel Yen a lesson?" Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier, otherwise I would have been able to watch the fun. Heh, I won't lie to you, I don't like that Shuel Yen guy, but it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. And I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled. "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain Star. My monster race cultivator has come here, so he definitely won't be treated well. Looking around, it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces, our safety will be greatly improved." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "But," Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble." "Ah." Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck. This one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while, his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Shanqing Luo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here, in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything, including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, at this moment he felt a tingling pain in his head, as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. "It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison." Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal lord Qi Yu was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shanqing Luo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire's Seven Birds Whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qing Luo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison and had never personally experienced it, but this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master, there was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm, but when facing an Origin King's territory, he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead, there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time, he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind and avoided conflict as much as possible, so when Yang Kai felt a few auras, he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Chi pulsing from his body flickering as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his Shi and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me. This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex and can't escape. Please help me, friend." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him, so he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an origin king's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. "Good, good, this Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful. This vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with." Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant, Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Qi being applied to him, causing the Saint Qi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was origin-grade high rank and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Qi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him, so for a time, he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Qi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that with Yang Kai's ability, he wouldn't be able to save him. "Friend, I'm sorry." Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai, "I didn't know you were only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep, otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Qi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was, and no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to origin kings. Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper. Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant, he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. Many thanks for the advice. Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang and thanked him. "You're welcome." Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Qi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while, his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint, almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's shi reached the grand accomplishment stage, he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, so even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention, they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the Blood Prison was a place that third-order origin returning realm masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their shi. A cultivator could condense their shi here, enhance their control over it, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his shi seemed to have become more flexible. The shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes with just his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were, so he thought that with Yang Kai's ability, he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person? Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend, this Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, please take some time to visit Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend. Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him. Just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust. Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Qi erupted at this moment and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Pring. With a loud bang, Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Qi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin returning realm master would dare to do this. They could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi, but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook, and his Shi suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his Shi and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A 5-colored light appeared as the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase, and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of Shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could fight those above his realm and was not afraid of any cultivator below the origin king realm, his cultivation was not high enough, so he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison, so he left Xian Tong and the others behind and went to Tong Xian realm to find his family and friends. But since Shanqing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin-returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their sure and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them, without exception, were origin kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way and martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tong Xian realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show, but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prisons safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the origin king realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the origin returning realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here, Purple Star had sent masters here, and Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 origin kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain Star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had origin king realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone brought out of the blood prison could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 origin kings, a man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, the man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding origin king realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient." Can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain Star, only you, as the Star Master, can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison. Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai, although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all, so what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up, and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss." And, during this blood prison trial, a little second-order origin returning realm cultivator entered. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator? The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. Such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The blood prison has always only been accessible to third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luohai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance? A beautiful woman looked at Luohai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order origin king cultivation, but when facing Luohai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luohai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain Star, Luohai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the star master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order origin king cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luohai on Green Mountain Star. Here Luohai was the master. When Luohai broke through to the third-order origin king realm, any master who came to Green Mountain Star would have to act according to his mood, and Luohai, who had refined the star's source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the origin king realm masters who came here, while being wary of Luohai, all spoke with a flattering tone. There's nothing extraordinary about his performance, Luohai smiled faintly. It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time and was a little curious. And he seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star, but this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the blood prison. Even if this king is the star master of Green Mountain Star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star. The old woman sighed slightly. It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it, there's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. And it happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain Star for that day? Hearing this, Luohai smiled and said, "Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here, but please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the star master of Green Mountain Star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones and ensure they receive fair treatment." Brother Luohai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course, it's all up to them. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I don't want them. This old master came here just to buy territory stones. Ha, those little guys can go grab them themselves. A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, "If it weren't for Brother Luohai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the blood prison to look for territory stones." Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luohai shook his head. It's not that this king forbids you, it's just that this blood prison has a barrier placed down by the previous star master of Green Mountain Star before his death, preventing any origin king from entering. Even though this king has become the new star master of Green Mountain Star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the third-order origin king realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier. The previous star master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked, as if they had never heard of such a thing before. And this king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the blood prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain Star, and not only did it prevent origin kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Luohai gently nodded. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason, the man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented and there were a huge number of origin kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, after listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain's star's source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other origin kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the blood prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. "Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find?" The old woman frowned and asked. "Interesting, very interesting indeed." Luo Hai raised his brow, his face filled with surprise as he quickly said, "That little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory." What? The old woman was shocked. "Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat?" The beautiful woman was also shocked. "This is really interesting. How did he survive?" Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he could not explore the situation inside the blood prison clearly, so he was very surprised that Yang Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated, there are countless vortexes in the blood prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory, so this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the origin king realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. "Haha, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union," the old woman chuckled. "If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him." "Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet?" A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. "You've reserved him with just a few words, shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling." "My purple star also wants him," the beautiful woman interjected. "This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you," the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. "Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from or whether he has a great backer behind him, even if he doesn't. Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union." The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. "In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right?" The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. "Maybe he will like Purple Star more." Old O coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, "You too, do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy?" "It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei, you're being too presumptuous." The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. "Enough. Stop arguing." Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. "Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown, so what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time, and that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke?" Hearing Luo Hai's words, The three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, "Master Luo Hai. Then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us so that we don't have any expectations." "This king will do his best," Luo Hai gently nodded. "Many thanks, Master Luo Hai," the old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Ding Yang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Ding Yang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Ding Yang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Ding Yang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yen Desert on Shadowed Star or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide and there were many restrictions, so even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin-returning realm masters from all over the star territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life or death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the star territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances, so now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Shi. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai's Shi was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you?" Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Xue's son from Furious Crab territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed. Are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks. I'm being chased," Xuesun replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where two figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why, it's none of my business?" Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Xuesun who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Xuesun's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken, I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly, those two will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. A second-order cultivator like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Shuel Yen, you're not weaker than us." Xue's son was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those two, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you?" It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Xuesun's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. "Of course, running away isn't a problem," Xuesun replied proudly. The Snow Falcon proudly replied, "But have you ever thought about this? I'm the monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me? Running away will only make my situation worse." "That's true." Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. "Help me kill one of them, I'll take care of the other myself." Xuesun stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, "I'll owe you a favor." "A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have?" Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. Chapter 1594. Just as Xuesun's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, "Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does Junior's sister like him?" The man didn't seem to care at all and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding. "His figure is really good, he's really your type." Saying so, in front of Yang Kai and Shui Sun, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly. "Junior sister, are you tempted?" "Brother." The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. "Junior sister and the other men are just playing around with you. Junior sister is truly in love." "Brother knows." The man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Shui Sun were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Shui Sun was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. "He's not a good thing." Yang Kai glanced at Shui Sun and frowned. "Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty?" Shui Sun heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, "Enough with your sarcasm." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering. "A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister. This guy's courage is quite big." "I like bold men." The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. "Good, then this man is yours," the man nodded, pointing to Shui Sun. "This dragon lady is mine." Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. "And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself." "Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think?" He asked casually, as if he was certain Shui Sun and Yang Kai would win. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Shui Sun coldly snorted and shouted, "I'll leave this woman to you. This man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women." Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Shui Sun had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Shui Sun and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. "Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned. "How could I be willing to kill a woman like you?" The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, "Since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young, elder sister can't bear to embarrass you." Her breath smelled like orchids, and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him. His eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, "Little brother, you're hurting me." Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake, as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, "This 7 emotions and 6 desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you." This is called the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires needle? Yang Kai grinned. It's not very good, it can't arouse anyone's interest at all. The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through at all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Chi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the two Saint Chis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin. But this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Chi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing midair, she looked down at her chest and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, "I'll kill you!" Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him and 2 golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the 2 golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master. In fact, he might even be stronger. As the 2 golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time, she waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the 2 golden blood threads were stopped midair. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 golden blood threads twisted and transformed into 2 huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunder flame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The 2 huge thunder flame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Yang Kai flew up, and under the woman's desperate gaze, a short arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yang Kai fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm, "Brother, save me!" The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The Feather Spirit Arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the Thunder Flame Flying Lizard had bitten the woman in 2. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the Thunder Flame Flying Lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The 2 thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Yang Kai's body. Standing in place, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Yang Kai had killed Mi Tian's two chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Xue Sun at all, as the demonic qi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Xue Sun to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Xue Sun's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Xue Sun was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Xue Sun naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Xue Sunday. Before leaving though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi, soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear, his liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang, his body scattered across the ground. Shui Sun's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Shui Yen was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mi Tian and Shui Yen, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Shui Sun had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Shui Yen and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Shui Sun hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Shui Sun's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Shui Sun volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Shui Sun replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Shui Sun found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Shui Sun turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone." Shui Sun became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. "I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good, we can just snatch them." Yang Kai grinned. Shui Sun frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before, I lied to you." "A little," Yang Kai gently nodded. Shui Sun's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good." Shui Sun breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Shui Sun nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Shui Sun arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Ding Yang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those 3 to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Xue Sun naturally alarmed the 3 people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These 3 opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Xue Sun. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Xue Sun coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Xue Sun sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Xue Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady. You think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the 3rd man sneered, obviously thinking Xue Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xue Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those 2 are dead, it will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here." Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled, "Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the Dragon Lady in such a sorry state?" "Sorry state?" Yang Kai frowned. "Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" The old man shook his head. "Humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons and demons hunt humans. The 2 races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is?" He subconsciously thought that Xue Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. "This old master wants to ask you, this Dragon Lady said that Brother Li and sister have fallen, is that true?" The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. "Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You were involved?" The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. "Yes. But seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xue Sun curled her lips slightly. Good. The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face. Remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Be careful not to cut your tongue. The old man sneered. Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first. Territory stone? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, the territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it. The old man was stunned, the other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered, a brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. Be careful. Shui Sun's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's Shi was not inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Shui Sun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison Trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin-returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin-returning realm masters seriously. But today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin-returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Shui Sun also pushed her Shi and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Shui Sun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster qi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Shui Sun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Shui Sun suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Shui Sun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Shui Lian and Mi Tian were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal lord-level masters present. Their evaluation of Shui Lian and Mi Tian was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord-level existences. If Shui Lian and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Shui Sun was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shi had reached a level that made all origin-returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Shui Sun felt awe towards another origin-returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible! This is impossible! The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shui Sun cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Shi, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai, but inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in midair, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The five of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other two greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The three of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Shui Sun's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shui Sun's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shui Sun clearly felt that Yang Kai's Shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shui Sun could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his Shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the two of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's Shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Yang Kai's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his Shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Shui Sun couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Shui Sun was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Shui Sun was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Shui Sun felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in midair, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Shue's son couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Xianxia's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Xianxia hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Shue's son stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Xianxia's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Xianxia's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Shue's son's face to turn slightly pale. This guy. Has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shi? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Shue's son had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Xianxia gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all 3 of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Shue's son's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded, startling Shue's son slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Xianxia had already arrived in front of her and was playing with 2 domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Shue's son caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece? I didn't do anything." Xianxia smiled lightly. "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Shue's son quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Xianxia grinned. "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those 3, there doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Shue's son replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Xianxia was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Xianxia nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well, I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Xianxia!" Shue's son suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Xianxia turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Shue's son looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." Took advantage of the situation? Shue's son's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai's sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Ding Yang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own sure to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own sure into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shue's son to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own sure, otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shue's son, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin-returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of sure, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shue's son, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qian Tong and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news? The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, "Brother Luo Hai means, yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think." Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, "A stone mountain has appeared in my territory." "A stone mountain has appeared in my territory?" Everyone was shocked. "This really is a joyous event." The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, "Why didn't I have such good luck?" When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. "This is luck." Luo Hai chuckled. "The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy senior sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm." After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, "Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life." Senior sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself, who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, senior sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second order Origin King realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. "I hope so," the old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, "However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats." This old woman fought a life and death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. "That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order Origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive?" The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, "He's still alive. This king can feel his vitality." "He's still alive?" The old woman was overjoyed. Great! This old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh! Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome, the beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big, Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there? The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you. Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location, there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory. A treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No Origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the Origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order Origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went, my communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed. I can't contact him either, I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain's Star's Green Water City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tong Xian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the blood prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the blood prison trial opened, they entered the blood prison with the old man and the vice city lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, MOU of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, They were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. "Elder Lin, is there a response from your side?" The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "No. What should we do?" The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we will leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivators fighting over the position. "Leave." Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. "Oh." Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed, and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. "Is someone coming?" Greenwater City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yu Rao's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. "Yes, someone is coming." "Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo?" "None of them." Qian Tong slowly shook his head. "None of them? Could it be Brother Ning?" Greenwater City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. "It's fine if Brother Ning is here, his strength is not weak." "It's not Brother Ning either." "Then who is it?" Greenwater City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yu Rao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yu Rao, and said, "Yang Kai is here." Lin Yu Rao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, "Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland?" "I'm also quite surprised." Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? "Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing?" Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. "Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right?" "That's great." Lin Yu Rao jumped up with joy. "Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier." The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Greenwater City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yu Rao and said, "Elder Lin, can you briefly tell the city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude." The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yu Rao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yu Rao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yu Rao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Green Water City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Green Water City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yu Rao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. It's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. And that's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect Master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Green Water City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Green Water City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory. Yang Kai, come here! Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, countless cultivators glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them, Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here? Where are the others? I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Have you returned from Green Water City? Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time. Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck, Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Green Water City's city lord and asked suspiciously, this is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Green Water City's city lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianze to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianze thought that this person was a peak 3rd Order Origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianze realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only 2nd Order Origin returning realm. Zhao Tianze almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianze was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.